this endgame, gets the liquidation on his help. It's so close to a move. It swaps out.
So that's another KO here.
And he's going to go ahead and scoop the game. Does he find it? Escape rope. Switching card. There's the switching card. There we go.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Regional Championships here in Peoria, Illinois. Trainers have traveled far to try and claim the championship title or a couple of points along the way. We're having an exciting day of competition ahead of us, and I cannot wait to get started. My name is Ciardon. I'll be your host for today, and joining me in the lounge to talk about all the great stuff that we got to see day one, I have Gabby Snyder and I have Rosemary Kelly. I mean, the competition is our second NA regional. This is just a great time we have ahead of us.
For sure. I mean, yesterday was very exciting. I think we got to start to see what people are thinking about for the Regulation E metagame. We got to see some really cool team compositions. Some of them worked out pretty well. Some of them might need a little bit longer to cook in the kitchen before they find their stride. But still, I love seeing the creativity that our trainers brought this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we had a purple Volbeat make it to day number 2. And I think that's really exciting because I wasn't exactly sure that there was a lot of confidence in that particular Pokemon pick, but it provides a lot of niche utility value.
Are you a believer now? Real question.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, we're still pending on that.
Give it a few. Give it a few matches, and we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, if it's not just today, there's still definitely a lot of competition up ahead. A lot of opportunities to change Rose's mind over there. As of course, this is just our second NA regional of the season. We have so much coming out. Your chance to come and compete as well. And Sacramento, that's coming up so fast. That's next weekend, guys.
Yeah, so if you want to compete next weekend or maybe a little bit further down the line, the Latin American International Championships are coming up in November, and since it's now October, I think that means it's next month already, which feels really soon. Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm not going to think about it in that way. Make sure to check out the Pokemon website. You can find all the information you need to compete, regardless if it's as soon as next weekend or it's as far away as the North American International Championships in New Orleans this year.
Exciting place to be going from Columbus to New Orleans. I'm so excited just for our whole season up ahead of us, especially too for trainers. Not only do they get to see a bunch of cool places, well, there's a lot that they're going to be fighting for along those cool places. Of course, trainers are out here looking to get those championship points to try and secure enough points for that coveted world invite to get their chance to go to Honolulu at the very end of our season. And of course, we upped the amount that you need, so you have to be on your A game coming out to these competitions.
You really do, but there also is a new twist this season, and that's if you win a regional championship, you get an invitation already to the World Championships. And Riley Factura was already one of those trainers that was able to grab a spot.
Yeah, which is really, really exciting stuff. One of the players, too, that we got to see a lot from on day one, doing quite well here. But if you missed our day one action, well, why don't we get you reacquainted before I kick off our day? was certainly a fun day of competition to be starting Peoria off right, and trainers were definitely looking to lead off on their right foot to try and secure their spot into day 2. And talking about a couple of the players that we got to see, why not? Let's talk about Elite Texture first, and just the fact that overall in general, the amount of top trainers that were being able to use Ogerpon and all these top Pokemons to great effects, because oh my goodness, it was fantastic.
Yeah, you know, Ogerpon is one of the Pokemon that was introduced in the Teal Mask DLC. It is brand new to Regulation E, and it's interesting because it has 4 different forms, and Riley picked the Hearthflame form, which when terastallized you get an attack boost, and it means these Ivy Cudgels not only are a fire type attack, but also they just do so much damage, and there's an increased chance for a critical hit as well. So it's one of those Pokemon that I think a lot of people had their eyes on coming into this tournament, and especially with the Hearthflame mask, knowing that you get that attack boost, as offensive Pokemon, especially like the Ogerpon, do very well early meta.
I mean, take a look at that. Hearthflame Ogerpon was able to output so much damage that it basically took out a Hisui and Gudra in one hit. That is something that not many Pokemon can say that they can accomplish, and just speaks volumes to the overall offensive power that Hearthflame Ogerpon brings to the table, and also just how good fire types in the meta are right now.
Especially too, that was hitting, he was going up against Lola Ninetales and this Aurora Veil in the screens, and still the damage output that we were able to see capable of was insane. So definitely using one of the best Pokemon that we have out there right now to be making his way into day 2. And if we're talking about great players, well, of course, we have to be looking at James Beck. Someone that, if you have been around this VGC scene, you know who he is. So being able to see another run with a game that was good as gold, I mean, classic.
Yeah, I think a lot of trainers recognized that Golden Go had a bit of a unique opportunity coming into this tournament. We saw James use it to great success. And what was super interesting about James's Golden Go in particular was its use of Nasty Plot, I believe 2 turns in a row for game 1 and game 2, getting all the way up to +4 special attack, and then using that super powerful Shadow Ball and make it rain for such big damage.
Well, one of the things about that matchup in particular is that James had a very good matchup into Carl's team. There weren't too many threats on Carl's team that would be able to get a one-hit knockout onto the Golden Go, so he felt really safe and very confident to just let the Golden Go sit on the field and try to get those special attack boosts. All in the time, yes, dealing some major one-hit KOs, and we got to see plenty of that animation during that match.
I feel like too with the Golden Go, it's interesting because it's obviously this big bad Pokemon. It was the 1000th Pokemon, and it's been something that's been around since the beginning of Scarlet and Violet, that's been seen on and off usage. Of course, then when Fluttermane was introduced, kind of competing with that for the Ghost type, but some trainers kind of leaning back to that going on forward. It's been really interesting to see that develop.
Yeah, I think it's because Golden Go is a bit bulkier compared to Fluttermane. Yes, people are running Fluttermane with more bulk, but at the end of the day, Golden Go typing-wise just makes a bit more sense. And then also being able to consistently Nasty Plot against something like a Trick Room team where you're slower, where you're going to have those extra turns where your opponent may anticipate a Protect. To take advantage of that, I think just makes it perfect synergy for Golden Go's strategy coming into this weekend.
The other thing about Golden Go that's been really unique about this tournament in particular is most of the time if you're seeing an offensive set, you see a Steel Terra type. This time around though, a lot of the Golden Go that we've seen on stream and just around in other trainers' teams have been leftover sets, and they have also had a unique Terra type. We saw Terra Flying, as well as James's Golden Go was Terra Dragon, which is a super unique take on Golden Go.
Well, it's super nice too, because with this introduction of Ogerpon, the fact that the ones that we're going to be seeing is going to be the Hearthstone, the Wellspring, and maybe it's Ill Mask. So all of a sudden you're good against the Ivy Cudgel that changes the type based on what form. You're going to be good against this water, fire, and grass. So that Terra type is definitely interesting going on forward, but I love to see it. The last player that definitely has caught everybody's eye since his great debut last year, though, and was able to make his way through our day one of competition was Justin Tang. A little bit of a heartbreaker in Pittsburgh, as you know, moves that are inaccurate, you can't quite count on them, but being able to stamp his way into day two this time, you know that he's looking to try and claim another big title.
Yeah, and his opponent as well was running, what did you say, those purple Volbeat?
Purple Volbeat.
Illumise.
That's right. Nope, don't like that.
You know, definitely one of the more unique Pokemon in the tournament for sure, but Justin just showing, you know, consistency is consistent for a reason, running Iron Hands, Heatran, Rillaboom, and that Hearthflame Ogerpon. All of those were on the top 12 usage graphic from yesterday to great success. So, you know, I think that it goes to show that he's here, he's trying to find that consistency and find those wins, and definitely one of the more emotive players for sure.
He really is, but that's what makes watching his matches even more exciting.
Yeah.
And I love when players give us a little bit of that personality when they know that they've had a big moment, a big survival. They're getting a critical knockout at the right time. It makes everybody so much more hype. But with Justin in particular as well, he's the type of player that has been hungry ever since those first wins. There aren't many players that can say that not only did they win one regional in their first season, but then they won two, and Justin has been so consistently good that he's not happy with a 6-3. He's not happy not making cut, and that's the type of drive and passion that you can expect out of a top trainer like Justin.
Well, especially too in the match, which made it really fun to watch. Though a little bit sad is, of course, you have friends out at the competition, and he was playing up against a friend of his to both of them trying to make their way into day two. They can't both go on, so at least both being good at sports about the match. But with that being said, those top trainers making their way into day two of Swiss. Let's see who else has made their way into it, because there is definitely some names here that recognize right out of the gate, but there's also a couple of other people that are like, hey, wait a second, they're looking to have now that Cinderella run. They're looking to get that big achievement that we'll then be able to recognize and call back to going forward.
Yeah, the name that jumps out to me, right, from this part of the list at least, as this isn't everybody who qualified, is Justin Knox. We saw him on stream yesterday, and he did pretty okie dokie, all things considered. You know, did not find his footing in the stream match. However, he was able to win out and qualify for day two. And I'm really hoping that the good boy, the okie dokie, continues to just find its place in the metagame, as that was one of those more unexpected Pokemon coming into the tournament that it's great to see have a breakout moment.
How is Okidogi a good boy?
They're all good boys.
Well, I don't think that one is a good boy.
Some of them are good girls.
I think that one's a mischievous boy.
You can
play the teal mask. You'll find out.
all right. There is a big debate there, that is for sure. But what's little less of the debate is the skill of the other trainers that have been able to make their way into day two here. So we're definitely going to be able to have some great competition here. These people are looking at the 7-2, so this is the run of people that definitely need to be winning out to try and make their way into top 8.
Yeah, a couple other names that jump out on this list are Michael Arendt. You have Leonard Kraft III. He's really known for understanding a lot of the core mechanics of the game and figuring out a lot of things that can help trainers along their way. And Paul Chua, of course, after his incredible season last year, coming back to try to get a regional title and also just maintain that consistency.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough competition for sure, as this list is such a nice mix of, you know, qualified Worlds players who have been competing for years, like Paul Chua, like Riley Factura, and then some newer faces as well that might be having their breakout tournament. And, you know, given that the metagame is new especially, I feel like this is the perfect opportunity for those breakout trainers, as nobody really knows what's going to work yet. We're all figuring that out together this weekend.
Yeah, well, this is definitely a great list of trainers, but only one of them will be able to have their name next to Riley's when we're looking back at our NA regional champions. He was the first one to kick off our 2024 season. Now it's going to be if someone else new is going to be taking the next title, or if we're just going to see that same picture kind of repeated a little bit.
You know, if he does win a second time this weekend, I kind of hope we get a different portrait and maybe like he could
different
change
pose?
Yeah, a different pose. He could change the first one so he's like high-fiving himself or something. That I don't know. I feel like you can kind of do that when you win regionals back-to-back. It's such a big accomplishment.
Change the color of the shirt.
Oh,
Also,
there you
so
go.
many different
There you go.
customizations for our trainers.
I'll hold up the medal and like for the first regional, you hold a 1 up 2 in it. It's all of a sudden this next one's a 2. You kind of keep
Yep.
collecting them going on forward. But
Love it.
hey, he'll have to make his way to that point first. There's definitely still a lot of contention out there for the title. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves with that predictions, but the caster predictions, we can never get too far of ourselves with that one. So Ogrepon, I definitely think has been showing up today. I'm feeling pretty good about my predictions overall here.
Can I give some Ogrepon facts for usage today?
Amazing. Yes, please.
So I just was really excited about this morning as, you know, looking through the teams that made day 2 of the competition. Hearthflame is still the #1 in usage. So shout outs to that. That's approximately in order from the start for you, Sierra. But then it's followed by Wellspring and Cornerstone. And for Cornerstone, there were only 12 people running it yesterday to compete. 5 of those 12 made it onto day 2. That is the highest success rate if you look at, you know, percentage teams that were using a Ogrepon. So I don't know, Cornerstone might be a little bit slept on. The numbers don't lie.
I did say that yesterday.
You
Cornerstone, it has a place in the meta. I sadly didn't put it on this caster prediction graphic because I made this these choices before I understood what Cornerstone Ogrepon could do. But I stand by what else I chose for that graphic, but also Cornerstone Ogrepon.
Go Cornerstone and Ogrepon. I'm not sold quite yet. That is still waiting
okay.
to see how it's going on.
Just
But-
like Purple Volbeat.
Exactly. But before we kick off our day, of course, we want to hear from those who are watching or who are out here in the venue, their experiences so far. This first post coming out from Rachel, Japan Squad all reunited in Peoria. The most unlikely of places, but I love that. And the regionals, the best type of reunion.
Yeah, with the first partner hat, Charmander right there as well. I love seeing how friends will travel to these events together, regardless if it's all the way to Yokohama for the World Championships or if it's all the way to Peoria for a regional or maybe even just down the street for a local. You know, the friendships that you make at these events really do last.
It is absolutely amazing. Another reason why people should be coming out to their events. And here is 2 friends. The boys got day 2. So proud of the bestie. First of all, congratulations on that too. That seems like one of the photos that you would take with the Rotom phone in Scarlet and Violet before they actually got the Roto stick so it could float a little further away. But congratulations, because making day 2, fantastic accomplishment here.
It really is. This has been a very stacked tournament, and I think one of the other unique pieces of this one, and we talked about that already, but it's a brand new regulation and format. This is not a format that players have had a long time to be able to work with either. So you're coming in with something that's very fresh, and we've seen so many different archetypes on stream. I can't imagine what everyone else was facing in their Swiss rounds yesterday. So to make it through all of that and all of the unknowns to get to day 2, major accomplishment.
100%. Now moving and grooving along to our next post. Gio, we actually got to see him play on stream. He won that match and he made day 2 here. So big congratulations. First official stream match, so that is fantastic. That is definitely a way to be kicking off your first stream match.
Yeah, and bringing your APOM there as a little bit of support as well. It's always nice to see what plushies trainers bring to support them. I love seeing a little bit of synergy between the teams and the plushies, but at the same time, sometimes you just gotta go with your favorites. Some wise Pokemon trainer said that at one point, I forget who.
Yeah, now going on into our next post here, had the chance to meet James Beck. It was a great time at Pokemon Regional. Of course, Beck being one of those trainers that we highlighted. I mean, fantastic. You got to stop him while in the middle of his winning there for half a second. And maybe that's the picture with our regional champion. Who knows?
It very well could be. So a great investment for sure, but also a really great way to celebrate James's success over the years as the content that he makes. He is a figurehead in the community.
100%. And now the next post, I mean, we're talking about those partner Pokemon. If you want to see a Pokemon plushie you bring along with you if you're using it, well, why don't we look at the Bug Bros over here? Because that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Illumise on screen. And Rose, I know that you hate the pronunciation, but like at the same time, it was one that I don't have every 1,000 Pokemon pronunciation memorized. That was one I did have to look up coming into the event, and I never thought I would have to look it up at any point.
To be honest with you, so when I was younger, I could not pronounce a lot of Pokemon names. I don't know how I chose Illumise correctly, but I did say it that way. I have proof, and it kind of terrifies me because it's one of those ones that's definitely more difficult.
Yeah. Great tweet, by the way, from yours truly. So.
Shameless self-plug.
Hey, I didn't pick it. I did not pick that one.
Where's the Piplup, though?
Hey,
wait a minute.
They're at home watching on. I can't bring them all. That is very expensive flight tickets. But
True.
Hey, we have to be giving kudos to Catherine. First time traveling to a regional and first time going positive.
Woo!
Fantastic. Because it can be scary too if it's your first regional, new regulation. Those nerves are very, very real. So being able to go positive, that's a great first goal to be setting. So huge congrats here.
Yeah, I usually tell new trainers, you know, your first goal is to finish playing all day because it is the most grueling experience, I think, if you come in not prepared for it. And then going positive is an incredible accomplishment on top of that. So congratulations to Catherine, and hopefully this isn't your last event. You know, hopefully you keep coming to compete more and more.
Got to be setting more goals. You got you're positive at the first
exactly.
event. Next time is day 2, then it's top 8, then it's winning. You know, that's the natural progression of things.
Just went out. It's
How
easy.
long that
100%.
takes is a different story, but yes, that is the natural order.
Yes, but of course, if you want to see your post featured, you can be interacting with us on a variety of platforms, but be looking out on X for that hashtag play Pokemon. If you're watching at home, we would love to know who you're cheering on, what Pokemon you're cheering for, or if you're here at the venue, how your experience has been going. And of course, if you missed any of that day 1 action, go back and watch it on YouTube/Pokemon. But guys, I think it's about way we get started with our day 2 of competition here, huh?
Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's great. I'm so excited for the competition that we have coming up ahead of us and to be taking you through that. We have 2 of our very best casters here. We're going to be sending it over to Joe Brown and Scott Glaza to kick off our day.
Thank you very much, Sierra, Rosemary, and Gabby. As you mentioned, we are Joe Brown and Scott Glaza to start the day, round 13 coverage of the Peoria Regional Championships. And Scott, we started the day with 41 trainers remaining. By the end of it, we're going to have 1 person walking away as Peoria Regional Champion.
Should be exciting to see who it is, you know, and I guess we're kind of narrowing the field down, working our way to those 8 trainers. We'll move on to the single elimination stage of the tournament. I think things have gotten very tense quickly here. It seems like most of the favorites in the tournament have picked up that dangerous 3rd loss already, so not eliminated yet, but definitely can't lose any more games. So should be fun to see how things play out. I think we could see some new names in the top cut. I think it could be a really fun one. You know, a nice way to kick off a new regulation, maybe crowning some new heroes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we had Giovanni get his first win on stream yesterday, right? Hopefully, maybe that could be the theme this weekend of new faces coming in and performing well on stream. But for anyone wondering how it's going to work out today, we're going to have our round 13 match, then 2 round 14 matches, which we're going to need your help on later. And then we will get into those top cut matches, what we always love to see in VGC. But if you're wondering how we really operate things around these parts, we have a little fun format video for you here, so please enjoy.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open teamless format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
All right, Scott, it's going to be an exciting day here in Peoria as you kind of alluded to, some of the favorite players have already gotten that third loss, so even if they do win out, it could be a little scary, a little hectic on if they actually make it into the top cut, depending on resistance. So I think we're gonna, at least in this round, focus on trainers that are still at that 2-loss mark, who have the momentum, and if they win out these last 2 rounds, then they're guaranteed in cut.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think actually all of the teams I thought who have exactly 2 losses right now are kind of interesting in different ways, where the metagame has felt very open at this tournament to me, where even though there's like a few cores that seem like they're really powerful, like almost everyone has kind of like that one Pokemon that we don't see a whole lot of in other teams. I think one thing to kind of keep in mind as you watch the matches today, there's a lot more like Defiant in the very top of the Swiss standings yesterday than we showed on stream. I just kind of, they wound up missing the first round to stream, and then they were doing too well to be on later once we were trying to get those elimination games. I think there were 3 King Gambit in the top 4 of the standings at the end of Saturday, and then there's also an Annihilate with the Defiant ability near the top of the field as well.
Yeah, Annihilate is a Pokemon, an oldie but a goodie in the Scarlet and Violet VGC era, right? A Pokemon that I think as the regulations have progressed has become less and less dominant, at least in the usage stats, but it's definitely a Pokemon just like King Gambit or some of these other anti-intimidate, anti-stat drop Pokemon that you cannot leave unchecked because they will just steamroll through your team.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see that that's kind of been a trend. It seems like Landorus may be the strongest Pokemon now in this format again, bringing us back to yesteryear. So maybe those are the trainers who are clever enough to have some hate for it on their teams already will come out on top.
Yeah, if they have the foresight, Intimidate's going to be a big deal. I might as well have a Defiant Pokemon. And let's see what some of these great matchups will be in round 13 of Peoria. You see that top one there is going to be our stream match. We'll focus on Leonard Kraft III versus Parker Simmons. But there's a lot of great names still in contention for top cut.
Yeah, I think James Beck, I saw earlier, he's only at that 1 loss still. So I think maybe the exception to what we mentioned earlier, one of the usual tournament favorites who we'll almost certainly be seeing in the single elimination stage of the tournament. Everyone else at this list, you see some big names. Justin Tang versus Paul Chua. I'm sure both those trainers are not the most excited to see one another in an elimination game at this point in the tournament. Should be a lot of fun. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting to see who manages to make it through, because this field's looking really challenging.
And Carson, we had Marcus on in the last round against Justin yesterday with Rosemary's favorite Pokemon, Illumise, and Carson still is rocking that cute little bug that can click Tailwind.
Yeah, I mean, I think he picked up on yet another loss to Justin Tang, apparently the slayer of
Let me say slayer. Yeah, that's tough, because I wonder how much practice he had against that Pokemon, since it's somewhat unconventional. We know about it, but it's not high on the usage rate. So did he just accidentally have a good matchup into it?
Yeah, because I think he mentioned in his interview with us here, right, that he sort of deliberately not tried to prep into it too much because he didn't want to counter team his friends, which I respect. But yeah, it seemed like he did have a pretty solid matchup there, where just a lot of things in that core that Illumise struggles against. But I think it's fun that it's done so well, right? I think we're hoping to see at least some amount of it alongside Tornadus and kind of the more popular Pokemon in that prankster support role. But yeah, I think it's been fun. I hope we get to see it again. Probably not this tournament, but perhaps next week in Sacramento. I think it's very viable. Sometimes we show things up here and it doesn't quite work on stream, so maybe you get the impression oh, there's no way this Pokemon's working in any match. But they get to the record for a reason, right? They're not just not picking it every game. I think Illumise is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree with you. I also did I dug a little research on my own predictions, because I went all in on the water types and it didn't really work out, as there was only one Milotic that made it into day 2 and no Empoleon and no Politoed. So the Wellspring, though, was on 18 of the 41 trainers that made it to day 2. That's almost half of the field going with the water form for Ogerpon. Yeah,
I guess, the Wellspring of water types wasn't super deep this weekend, but yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of been interesting sort of a team construction standpoint too, right? We talked a little bit over the course of the weekend that lots of players are stacking grass-type Pokemon. I guess then maybe it makes sense that they're not also stacking water-type Pokemon and kind of just dealing with the disadvantage of those type matchups, since even Empoleon doesn't actually have a type weakness against grass-type Pokemon, it does still have issues with not being able to use his water type attacks very freely.
So here's our matchup with Leonard Kraft III and Parker Simmons. We have a ghost type on each side in Dusclops and Annihilate, but the big menace on the field or on the screen right now is that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
I think we're both excited to cast Blood Moon Ursaluna for the first time for us. It's one of the greatest animations, I think, ever in a Pokemon game with that Blood Moon attack. But also, I think it's just a fun team comp on Leonard's side of the field. And one of the great thinkers in Pokemon VGC is in a lot of work and kind of helping us all understand the mechanics of the video games over the years. We don't see a whole lot of Dusclops among Trick Room users. It's definitely one of the more like defensively oriented. Since it's not fully evolved, it can hold that Eviolite item. It's like really difficult to knock out. A little different look for this sort of team than we typically see. Chi-Yu, I think, is pretty cool on this sort of archetype where the speeds on this team are a little wonky. It's going to be tricky to play, but if you think Blood Moon Ursaluna does a lot of damage normally, just imagine having Chi-Yu next to it to further increase that damage.
Yeah, that Blood Moon attack is incredibly high base power, and if you lower everybody's special defense as well, it's going to be even stronger. And Leonard, as you mentioned, one of the most analytical, technical players in the game. The amount of times I've had to message Leonard for an interaction, and he knows it right off the jump. It's all up there in the cranium, knows every single thing of how these games interact. He's a great player. But on Parker's end, I would say this is, besides the Annihilate, those other 5 Pokemon, more of a general, quote, good stuffs archetype, where just really strong Pokemon that you can use synergistically.
Yeah, I'm really interested in this team, too. Annihilate being perhaps the standout Pokemon here. I think I didn't get a chance to check if he was the only trainer who made it to day 2 with Annihilate, but certainly one of very few has that definability. I was curious if it was going to be maybe some beat up shenanigans or something, but no, it's a little bit more of an honest approach to playing the Pokemon. I like it a lot, though, right? I mean, we see a lot of intimidating these top teams, especially from Landorus, and I don't know if it's going to be a huge factor in this matchup and the Trick Room matchup or not, but I think it's a really cool thing that's sort of unique to him. And even though, there's nothing too crazy, right? The other, especially Landorus, Rillaboom, Iron Bundle, and Ogerpon, we've seen a lot of over the course of this weekend, but it's a unique combination of Pokemon. I think it's a little different look. I think that's a really important thing in this tournament, right, where everyone's going to have to think about team preview. No one's going to be on autopilot against him.
I do think one benefit, though, on Leonard's end in this matchup against Parker is the double Intimidate on Parker's end with Landorus and Hisui and Arcanine. If this was Kitakami Pokedex, Ursaluna regular as a physical attacker would be much more hindered in this matchup, but by most of his damage being provided from Chi-Yu and the special attacking Blood Moon Ursaluna, these Intimidates aren't as impactful.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's sort of a cool element of having a special attacker as your primary attacker in Trick Room. It's one of the reasons why Torkoal's been so good over the years, where it's a little bit easier for it to just kind of keep rolling. But even it has to worry about things like, my weather got turned off, or my HP has been reduced, and now my eruption sucks. There's no such issue for Ursaluna. It does have some tricks of its own to try to increase its damage. We mentioned the Chi-Yu already, but it should be cool to see how this plays out. I think a cool and important Pokemon to watch on Parker's side of the field is going to be that Rillaboom. We see a whole lot of it. We've been making fun of it a little bit for finding creative and unique ways to feint over the course of the weekend, but the one Pokemon on that side of the field with Fake Out, it's a pretty important tool for trying to slow down these Trick Room teams. I think it's going to be tough for him to just never allow a Trick Room during this matchup, so I think the key is going to be, when I conserve resources, not lose too much during the Trick Room, and then make sure I don't allow a second one.
And I also think Iron Bundle is a really interesting Pokemon in this metagame right now because it's so fast. You're on that boost energy, so you outspeed the opposing boost energy Flutter Mains that are going to be in the field. But in a spot like this against a potentially heavy Trick Room team with Dusclops, Iron Hands, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, I don't know how much value this potential Icy Wind bot that Iron Bundle is sometimes might have to click those risky Hydro Pumps.
Yeah, I think it's sort of an interesting matchup, too. I think one thing to keep in mind with Leonard's team, too, is we're kind of honing in on the Trick Room side of his team, but you do have to be a little bit concerned about him going quick, right? I think he's not going to be able to outspeed this team, but both Landorus and Chi-Yu naturally quick and able to deal a whole bunch of damage. So I think it's a really cool team that Leonard has, actually. I haven't seen anything quite like it in this format yet, and I'll be excited to see how these teams interact as we're about to get into this first game of the day for us, but 13th round for these trainers.
Absolutely. So let's start our day off strong with Annihilate Rillaboom. That's a combination on Parker Simmons' end, and then Leonard Kraft the third with a Dusclops and Ogerpon Wellspring.
So we see kind of on Parker's side of the field, I think kind of a neutral lead to handle either of the potential approaches Leonard could have taken, right? If you went with the faster Pokemon, Annihilate would have been able to punish that. And Rillaboom at least threatening a fake out here. Fortunately, you can't fake out Dusclops as a Ghost-type Pokemon, so if Leonard wants the Trick Room, he can definitely get it here.
Yeah, Dusclops was such a menace in Sword and Shield in that era. You put it next to, Rhyperior or some other Trick Room sweepers back in the day, and because that ability to not get hit by Fake Out and having a incredibly bulky Pokemon thanks to the held item of Eviolite just means that you are, for the most part, secure in clicking Trick Room whenever you want to. Iron Hand switching into the Ogerpon Wellspring position. U-turn, Rillaboom actually hitting his own teammate there to try to get the switch out. That's pretty cheeky.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're worried about a spiky shield from that Ogerpon, wanting to make sure that he successfully gets that off. Interesting move. I guess seems pretty safe to use it on the Dusclops slot, but does get out of battle safely.
I also, forgive my ignorance. I can't DM Leonard to figure out the interaction.
I mean, he's probably trying to increase the damage.
But that's what I was just about to ask. Was if you boost your teammate hitting it, boosting the Rage Fist there from the U-turn. So Leonard is definitely aware of that interaction, right? We know how mechanically gifted he is, and that's one bulk up setup at this point, raising the attack and defense by one stage. Unfortunately, though, for Parker, Will-O-Wisp does connect and burning Annihilate, cutting its physical attack in half.
So I think that's pretty cool. So this Annihilate set's a little bit different than what we've seen. Has the Defiant to deter Intimidates. That can increase its own stats with bulk up. Can slowly snowball with that Rage Fist, apparently with the help of its teammates, and then also has Drain Punch, kind of more what you're expecting. It is the Fairy Terra type, which we've seen a lot of over the course of this weekend, but one weakness of that versus the Fire type we normally see is there's no option to Terastallize and avoid that burn. So a nice move there by Leonard to try and slow down this Annihilate at least a little bit.
Arcanine came in after the U-turn and decides to switch right back out, back into the Rillaboom for Parker. Grassy Terrain's already been set up, so it's not going to really, do anything there. But that's a second bulk up in the game to try to get back up to normal attack with it, trying to mitigate the value of that Will-O-Wisp. Volt Switch, though, on Iron Hands is going to give the pivot over to Leonard. He can switch in his Ursaluna. Oh, is this a free Trick Room?
That looks like it, although I like the pivot to get Rillaboom right back out here and now be threatening a fake out in that first turn of Trick Room.
Yeah, so that Trick Room will go up Twisted Dimensions, meaning the slower Pokemon will be moving before these traditionally faster Pokemon under Trick Room.
Yeah, I literally like the positioning by both sides so far. Leonard getting that burn off immediately on Annihilate, having to control that a little bit better, trying to avoid a situation where he could have Trick Room, but he had Ogerpon out there, so he couldn't have really immediately taken advantage of it. And then Iron Hands ate that Intimidate, so he gets Ursaluna out into battle. But on the other side of the field, Parker realizes what he's doing, has the Rillaboom out here to threaten the fake out into Ursaluna if he wants to and burn a turn of Trick Room. The cost of that would be, Rillaboom, another physical attacking Pokemon, would perhaps have to take a burn in response. And Leonard's thinking about just kind of going all in here.
Well, if you Terastallize into a normal type, I think this was something when the original Blood Moon Ursaluna, or excuse me, regular Ursaluna was brought in Regulation D. Terra Normal, you lose that ground typing, no longer weak to water, no longer weak to a potential Grassy Glide on the other end, and Rillaboom does not have a fighting move thanks to the open team sheet. So Ursaluna instead will just protect, no Terastallization yet. Fake Out falling for that slot, so we're really only going to have anything from Annihilate and the Dusclops. It's going to be a second Will-O-Wisp and landing onto his other physical attacker, so Parker having two burned Pokemon on the field right now. Bulk up is definitely starting to add up on this Annihilate. That is the third bulk up, so pretty much any physical attack is going to do nothing. Unfortunately for Parker, this Blood Moon Ursaluna is a special attacker and can also hit ghost types.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really critical Pokemon this matchup, though, right? Where Leonard has to make sure that Ursaluna picks up the knockout in this Annihilate, because the rest of these Pokemon are really going to struggle to do anything to it now. It's really gotten rolling, but things are about to get a little scary here. Ursaluna, I think, gives the most intimidating-looking Protect I have ever seen on the previous turn, but can eventually bust out some pretty serious damage now. And we maybe see exactly what this Ursaluna can do on this turn.
We might be going back to Sword and Shield, folks, because instead of Weakness Policy boosting up the Rhyperior, Dusclops is going to Weakness Policy, or self-activate the Weakness Policy from Blood Moon Ursaluna. So there is the Terra Normal dropping its ground typing, just mono normal now, and having the additional same type attack bonus to its normal attacks like its attack Blood Moon. Annihilate will protect as Ogerpon switched onto the field this turn, but here is the Brick Break into its own teammates, so saying, hey, I can self-target my team just as well, Parker, giving it a boost to its attack and special attack by 2 stages.
Please, everyone, stop the violence. These poor Pokemon being attacked by their partners.
Yeah, the point of the game is to attack the other Pokemon, but doesn't even click Blood Moon. Instead, it's the spread Hyper Voice attack, and at +2 with the Terra Normal, this Ogerpon Wellspring is in a lot of danger and can't stay on the field. That's a one-hit KO.
Yeah, showing the power of Ursaluna there, a spread attack, knocking out a Pokemon from full health. And Ogerpon's not that weak on the special defensive side either. Pretty impressive bit of damage, and Annihilate now still on the field with all those bulk ups, but not going to protect it from potential Blood Moon from this Ursaluna, and you'll get a few more turns of Trick Room here. Going to be difficult for it to stay on the field. Arcanine coming in, going to have a pretty ineffectual Intimidate on these 2 Pokemon. Going to further reduce the damage of any self-targeted Brick Breaks, but we shouldn't see any more of those. And yeah, I mean, Leonard's really positioned himself nicely here. You see another advantage of a Dusclops with that self-target there. Not just that it's bulkier, but also one of the slowest Trick Room users and able to naturally learn a fighting type attack. So really unique combination of traits here that makes it effective in this team. See, the hover there, by the way, 2 more turns of Trick Room remaining.
And that's what I was going to say, is one of the things that Parker can maybe try to play to as an out is that Trick Room eventually runs out. Annihilate and Arcanine will eventually become faster.
The double protect hits.
Again, but double protect, meaning Annihilate is not going to take any damage here. That's only a 30% chance. The Brick Break is super effective into Arcanine, but Dusclops is not known for its offensive capabilities. Blood Moon goes into the protect, and you can't click it again the next turn. There's the head smash, but it avoids Ursaluna. That could have been some really valuable chip damage, and as a normal type, it's still weak to a fighting move from Annihilate.
Yeah, I guess it seems only fair that that move missed, given the double protect there, but potentially a good trade for Parker. I can't say I know a whole lot about my, +2 Terra Normal Blood Moon Ursaluna Hyper Voice calcs, but I guess we're about to see them here. Dusclops not going to be able to add a whole lot of damage of its own here, but Arcanine switching out of battle, perhaps allowing it to reset and intimidate on the back Pokemon later in the battle.
There is that Rillaboom. We know that was Parker's remaining Pokemon. It has already been burned in this game. We'll have Fake Out for the next turn if he wants to click it, but just resetting up the grassy terrain. Pain Split doesn't do anything. Dusclops really just wait until Trick Room ends to click Trick Room again. Here is the Hyper Voice, though. Doesn't pick up the knockout on either of these, and the Drain Punch means Annihilate will recover up enough HP to get back into the yellow, to stay on the field. That burn, if it didn't click Drain Punch, might have been enough to take itself out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big deal there, too, where you can see the Pain Split didn't do a whole lot, but Leonard realizing how important it is to pick up that knockout and Annihilate. Just do a little bit more damage, but not quite enough there. Rillaboom now, again, cycled nicely back out in the field, threatening a Fake Out on Ursaluna in order to negate it on this next turn. I think on Leonard's side, you're probably going to wind up seeing a Switcher, perhaps, or just a Protect. I'll be curious to see, one of the downsides of attacking Annihilate, but that last turn, you're going to further increase the damage of the Rage Fist. So, will Dusclops be able to survive this turn? It doesn't have to worry about being faked out, but there's a lot of boosted attack on the burn Pokemon on one side of the field. So, will Dusclops be able to set up again?
Yeah, the Dusclops is still healthy, right? As he hasn't really been targeted whatsoever. So that was 5 turns of Trick Room that he was not able to really progress on Parker's side of the board. Protect, though, from Ursaluna, and there's the drum beating from Rillaboom, lowering its speed and giving it another boost to its Rage Fist whenever he wants to click into it. But the Drain Punch went into Ursaluna's Protect instead of the Dusclops Trick Room.
I mean, maybe he just knows he can't pick the knockup there. I was trying to get cheeky, but I just don't know if I follow that one, where certainly now Hyper Voice is going to be plenty to pick up both of these Pokemon if Ursaluna gets the chance to do it. It doesn't even have to start aiming with Blood Moons, and yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult to survive this Trick Room. I'm not sure if I'm missing something here, but I don't see how they get you to the end game.
Especially because Blood Moon Ursaluna was likely to protect because you were threatening the Fake Out on the board with Rillaboom, and Protect Trick Room is a classic combo in VGC, so that could have been your chance with a crit. And remember, you've bulked up 3 different times. Go for the, you boosted your own base power again with Rage Fist into the super effective hit on Dusclops. I feel like that you go for broke in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know how you survive another Trick Room, right? I mean, these Pokemon are so powerful. Leonard does still have other Pokemon, right? You've only been watching these 2 fighting for a while, but at some point you've got to deal with that Iron Hands as well, and if you lose another Pokemon here, you're going to lose the ability to cycle these Intimidates.
Yeah, the Intimidates aren't going to matter against Dusclops and Blood Moon Ursaluna. Ursaluna just showing he can click Hyper Voice every turn. With the weakness policy, just making it incredibly effective. At least assuming Arcanine is a rock type, so it's not going to do too much damage there. That does a lot of damage on the Brick Break. I knew the crit was coming. I knew that yellow text, because there's no way a double intimidated Dusclops was doing that much damage. But
Dusclops been working out. That's pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. There's the Hyper Voice. Arcanine is down, and now Rillaboom's having to switch back in. Parker's down to his last 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, another one of those situations where perhaps the critical hit may have not worked in the attacker's favor there. I think Arcanine staying on the field would have been even better. And now Rillaboom being able to come in, threaten one more fake out, but then what, right? Where, you know, I guess maybe you go for another drum beating on Annihilate. You hope it's slow enough to underspeed at that point. Interesting and strange position here, but Leonard's looking pretty good. He kind of just needs one more good swing to close this one out. And keep in mind, he has more Pokemon, right? Yeah. Where the problem with what I just said is, you see the follow me on that Ogerpon. If you can get that in there next to Ursaluna, it can just, follow me any attacks from this Annihilate away and kind of guarantee you get that final swing you need with Ursaluna to close this game out. Yeah,
it's still 4-2 in the Pokemon count here in game 1. Both of Parker's Pokemon are currently burned, and as physical attackers, that's really hindering their offensive output. And then at any point, if Trick Room expires, you still have Ogerpon Wellspring in the back to redirect attacks away from Ursaluna. But of course, Leonard will protect his Ursaluna just like he's done so many times in this match to keep it around and stop a potential fake out. There's the Rage Fist, though, because of Trick Room and that speed drop before it was able to move before Rillaboom gets a one-hit KO on Dusclops, so that shows the damage count going into game 2 that a couple of hits in, you can one-hit the Dusclops.
Yeah, I mean, really makes that previous turn a little more suspect right now, and now he could have just one-shot it if he needed to. Maybe just making a different prediction, perhaps thinking that Leonard was going to call that an attack with the Ursaluna in that turn instead, but fake out Rage Fist seems like it would have been pretty safe. Regardless, here we are, the battle continues. The struggle with getting that knockout is now you create the situation I mentioned before. You can just safely send in the Ogerpon here, start following me and screaming with the bear, and I think Ursaluna is going to be very upset for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, but great job by Leonard keeping it's such a valuable threat on the field, right? You see Blood Moon Ursaluna in team preview, like, okay, I have to take care of this, and it has been on the field since turn 1, so he's been able to, or since the Volt Switch, I should say, from Iron Hands initially, so it's just playing incredibly safe. Here is the Follow Me from Ogerpon, redirecting any attacks that would have went towards Blood Moon Ursaluna into Ogerpon's direction. Grassy Glide, thanks to the burn. I mean, that's basically nothing, especially since grassy terrain is up. Hardly any damage at all. That's the double KO, and Leonard showing off why Blood Moon Ursaluna is so strong here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Ursaluna and Dusclops just seemed like they were hanging out in the field for basically the entire game there. I think that's one thing that Parker's gonna have to work on a little bit in this second game, where he did a great job of boosting Annihilate stats and then wasn't really able to transition that into actually picking up knockouts. Kind of, I guess, lost the one coin flip prediction where, if he'd played that turn where Trick Room expired just a little bit differently, maybe we're looking at a very different game where we talked about how Leonard just couldn't quite finish the game off. Instead, feeling like a pretty decisive victory, and I think it'll be fun to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I also think on Parker's end, obviously you have to make some adjustments after a game goes like that, where Leonard was just in the driver's seat the entire time. And we look at this matchup, from the beginning, Terra Normal, Blood Moon, weakness policy boost, like this is the strat for Leonard.
Yeah, I mean, we see one of the first of many knockouts this Ursaluna picked up over the course of the game. It was really rolling there, and yeah, I mean, once it got set up, it's pretty scary. I don't know that too many trainers were preparing for weakness policy Ursaluna, but you see how much damage it did there, right? Even though the other Pokemon were able to survive, it's still tough to recover from.
Yeah, and those burns were definitely crucial to help this normal type Blood Moon Ursaluna not take too much damage from a 3 times bulk up Annihilate on the other end. And so this Rage Fist into Dusclops, that does show Parker now understanding. I believe it was hit 3 times, I want to say. Twice by its own Rillaboom with the U-turn and drum beating, and then the 1 Hyper Voice. So at 3 hits of increased base power on Rage Fist, he can now be comfortable that Dusclops will get 1 hit.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth pointing out too, but yeah, we keep seeing an ally's stats gets reduced by its teammate. Doesn't work for Defiant. If you're wondering why that wasn't proccing there, unlike weakness policy, you can't side activate that.
So Arcanine and Iron Bundle is the lead this time for Parker in Game 2, making an adjustment against Dusclops and Iron Hands.
I kind of like the adjustment by both sides. I think this would have been better for Parker in Game 1 than when he wound up leading, but Leonard playing a little bit quicker this time, has the fake out Trick Room option here. You're still going to have to find some way to actually get Ursulin into battle safely. I like the way that he slow played Trick Room last time, but I think this time you kind of just have to, maybe go for the Volt Switch and just assume that the knockout in Dusclops isn't going to happen here.
Freeze drive from Iron Bundle into Dusclops, going for that 10% freeze chance and does not get it. But the double target with Head Smash doesn't take down Dusclops. Look how bulky of a Pokemon it is with that Eviolite. It's such an absolute menace, and when we all saw it added to the Kitakami Pokedex, everyone knew Dusclops was going to be a strong VGC threat. And here's that Volt Switch into Ursaluna, presumably Dusclops clicking Trick Room as well.
Yeah, I think that's everything Leonard wanted there. You get to see the power of the bulk that this Dusclops has. Shrugging off those attacks, allowing Ursaluna to get in safely, and a pretty interesting spot now for Leonard, where he has two great options. You can either go for the Brick Break and activate the weakness policy, or you could go for the Pain Split. Dusclops never got attacked last game until it was knocked out, so it always had kind of too much health to really do anything with Pain Split. But this time, actually threatening some damage, but doesn't have to use those weak attacking stats that Dusclops is stuck with.
And there's actually merit to both those decisions between Pain Split or self-activating the weakness policy, because something might switch in at full HP, and since you're so low, that Pain Split would just be so valuable. But Parker switches the Sui and Arcanine out of the field. In comes Rillaboom, setting up the grassy terrain. But it's time for Leonard to Terra Normal and use that weakness policy boost thanks to the Brick Break.
This is going to be a bunch of damage in the Rillaboom. I guess we saw last game that if it's a Hyper Voice, it's not going to be enough, but still going to make this battle much more difficult for the Rillaboom, regardless of what attack that Leonard's gone for. I guess unless it's a Blood Moon into that slot.
Iron Bundle does protect, so Brick Break is going to activate the weakness policy on Ursaluna, boosting its special attack and attack by 2 stages. Only the special attack mattering in this context. But what I'm thinking, Iron Bundle doesn't go for an attack. Look how vulnerable the Dusclops is right now, sitting so low on HP. The next turn, it's still going to be super fast, so it can click the Pain Split to re-get some HP, but there is the Hyper Voice, not enough for a knockout on to Rillaboom. You can't fake out Dusclops either.
Yeah, we actually went in a pretty interesting situation for Rillaboom here. So it could fake out the Ursaluna, which is great. I guess I try to go for a cheeky Grassy Glide into the Dusclops slot, maybe try to pick up a knockout there. I guess the downside of that, of course, you're just ignoring Ursaluna, who, if it doesn't protect, can pick out a knockout on both of these Pokemon. Dusclops fleeing battle there, going to play around the Grassy Glide, and we're going to see Iron Hands, see if it can actually get something done for the first time in the set.
Yeah, you can knock out Dusclops if it switches out. Iron Bundle switching out, it's not going to matter that it lost its boost energy since Leonard has this Trick Room team, so definitely saving that for later. Arcanine at least getting a solid Intimidate off onto the Iron Hands as a physical attacker, so it's going to do less damage. Ursaluna protecting on this turn to avoid the fake out. Does Parker go for it? Does he make a play? Grassy Glide in grassy terrain, hardly doing enough damage to Iron Hands.
Yeah, I mean, some nice damage there, but I think that's sort of the struggle with this matchup so far, right? Is Leonard made a very safe play and air quotes got punished for it. But did he though? Is there at least
now he has fake
that
out.
much? Yeah, he has the fake out threat. He's threatening a bunch of damage to these Pokemon too. I think even intimidated, Iron Hands is easily going to put this Arcanine in range of a Hyper Voice. So Leonard once again not going to have to try to commit with the Blood Moon, threatening a knockout in both slots. I just don't know what his opponent has that he can safely switch in here and eat that Hyper Voice. So that just kind of winding up in a situation where again, everything in the team is kind of too weak to really battle.
Yeah, and especially if something was a really strong normal attacker, you just, okay, I'll switch my Ghost type in. But thanks to Blood Moon Ursaluna's ability, actually able to hit those Ghost types. So Grassy Glide into Ursaluna, not enough damage there. And here is a spread Hyper Voice, same type attack bonus into both of these. Is it a one-hit KO onto Iron Bundle? Yes, that's 2 for 1 on one Hyper Voice. He doesn't even need to click Blood Moon.
Yeah, that's some value right there. Just one attack, and Iron Hands is helping.
Yeah, Iron Hands drain punching the air, you know, punches in the air there, not going to land onto anybody. But of course, whenever Parker brings this Sui and Arcanine back in and then revealing his 4th Pokemon, that will be his 2nd Intimidate onto the Iron Hands.
Yeah, this poor Iron Hand seems like it's always getting intimidated. This is the 2nd game in a row where it switched in and the same turn got immediately intimidated. And we see Annihilate as the final Pokemon. This time, not burned, but also not having any bulk ups. And, you know, it does have these super effective fighting type attacks to use on this Ursaluna, but it's an interesting endgame. I think one thing that is very different from game 1 is Dusclops took all that damage early, so I think there's almost no chance we're going to see a second Trick Room here. So we'll have to see how Leonard positions this game to try to close it out without the option of just getting the speed advantage permanently again.
And Annihilate is not typically seen as a Pokemon that you bring in the back in most games. I feel like a lot of times the mind games that revolve around Annihilate it is a lead Pokemon that you want to get as many of those base power increases on its Rage Fist as you can, as many bulk ups. So by waiting so long into the match, you're really setting yourself on the back foot because Annihilate has not even started to set up yet.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot here, right? Where, you know, I think Parker's really going to have to make some plays. The Rage Fist is never going to look the way it did the last game. Fortunately, I guess there's like mostly Pokemon that can be damaged heavily by Drain Punch here, but we see the Ogerpon coming out here. Oh, and Earth Power is going to go into this Arcanine, just pick up an easy knockout, and Annihilate is all alone.
Yeah, it is a true 1-on-4 scenario for this Annihilate. It's Drain Punch, super effective, but not enough. Leonard has trained the Blood Moon Ursaluna well to take that hit, especially since there were no boost to its bulk up on Annihilates. And Twisted Dimensions will return to normal, but now that just means Ogerpon is faster.
Yeah, I mean, and like either attack or just go for the follow me and allow Blood Moon Ursaluna to finish this one out. You know, Arcanine was holding that choice band, so there's really nothing he could do. By the time I had to switch out into battle here, I guess it's over. Annihilate flexing with the bulk up here, but oh no, I don't think that's gonna do it.
Hey, you gotta respect it. Raise your defense against the special attacker. Single target +2 Blood Moon, the best animation in the game. Adios, Annihilate. That's a one-hit KO.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one where the animation definitely fit the damage there, and Leonard just played a fantastic set. Always seemed to be in control, never had to make too many risks. Yeah, just closed that one out really, really well.
Yeah, Leonard playing great. Congratulations to Parker as well, making it this far. Still not knocked out, right? They were both at 2 losses, so that's only Parker's 3rd loss of the weekend going into the final round of Swiss.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense too. I mean, Trick Room is definitely not the matchup it looks like this team was designed to beat, right? You know, these things happen. I think on the flip side, Leonard seems pretty cool, right? Where he's got a lot of, we didn't see 2 of the Pokemon. He kind of played the hard Trick Room mode the whole time, but really clever use of both Dusclops and Blood Moon Ursaluna, and kind of what you're hoping to see in a first tournament of the new regulation, right? Kind of a clever use of 2 Pokemon that we've only gotten to see for the first time this generation and this tournament, and yeah, maybe opponents weren't ready for it, right? Not something that I think anyone was prepping too specifically against.
Yeah, so let's look at the replay here in Game 2. You have the Hyper Voice set up. Iron Bundle never stood a chance. Rillaboom really had a lot to be desired, or left to be desired in this set. Fake Out going into Protect, Drum Beating, and you doing more damage to your own teammate than you did to the other side of the field. And then the Earth Power, perfect coverage to take down Hisui and Arcanine.
Yeah, I mean, everything just kind of worked out perfectly there, right? Where Parker just really couldn't do anything after the way this game started out there. Leonard just did such a nice job of getting Ursaluna out safely, and then the Death Laser coming in there, picking up that knockout and Annihilate, and it's a really clean game. Like, Blood Moon and Ursaluna looked really good there. I think we were kind of talking a little bit in the pre-show yesterday, how impactful will this Pokemon be? I was pretty impressed there, right? Where I thought there was a good chance that, it could go either way, and so far I think it's been a little bit stronger than I expected.
Yeah, I think if I'm counting right, Marcos won with it in round 3 yesterday on stream, and this one today. I think it's undefeated on stream right now. It's only a 2-game sample size, a 2-round sample size, so we'll see how that progresses throughout the rest of the weekend. But just one cute little thing I noticed on the little behind the scenes here, Scott, is that both of these trainers, like their profile icons, were both like close-ups of Annihilate, and it was just really funny seeing like the Annihilate versus Annihilate, and obviously Leonard having experience using this setup Pokemon that has really fallen off in usage as the regulations have progressed.
Yeah, I mean, Annihilate's really cool, right? I mean, it didn't really get to do anything this set, unfortunately. I guess it did pick up the 1 knockout on Dusclops a little bit too late, but I'd be excited to see how it does in a more standard matchup. I think it's pretty clear that a lot of the more common teams would struggle with it a little bit. And I think it's probably a key part of why he's gotten to this point in the tournament. Certainly on Parker's side, you're probably hoping that the remaining Swiss round, you don't see another Trick Room team and then try and maybe squeak into cut and wind up on the opposite side of the bracket as Leonard, because I don't I don't really see what he could have done with that matchup there, where even that first game where I honed in a little bit on the Dusclops turn, like, oh, he could have picked up the knockout there, but remember, he didn't need a double protect to get in that spot to begin with, right? Like, the odds were not in his favor in that side. I think just a tough matchup, and he played it about as well as he could have, considering.
Yeah, and it's just a really cool set, and showing that Dusclops it's doing the same job it did in Sword and Shield. There's no Dynamax to Rhyperior next to it anymore. Now you got the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but I might have to go back to the drawing board. Gabby and I like to build Trick Room teams together, and we weren't really trying the Weakness Policy Blood Moon version. We were thinking of Assault Vest and Life Orb and maybe Silk Scarf, things like that. So I think it might have opened my Blood Moon eye to this new strategy.
Yeah, I have to try it out myself. Where I've been playing with Oranguru a little bit, and that's been fun. But I think this to me feels like a much stronger version of the team, especially because I think Dusclop is much, as we saw in Game 2, I think it's a little more self-sufficient in its setup, right? There aren't a whole lot of Pokemon in the format that can, safely pick up that knockout, and then I assume that's some of why Leonard has the 2 Pokemon we did not see there to help deal with combinations of Pokemon that can actually knock Dusclops out, and even the Ogerpon, right? You've got to be very careful with how you play against that. You kind of want to strand Ogerpon and Dusclops out in the field together during the Trick Room, where if you just let Ogerpon follow me away some attacks, get knocked out, and get the free Ursaluna switch in, that seems like a express ticket to losing the game.
Yeah, for sure. But we are actually going to take a break. We'll have our interview with Leonard when we come back. We'll be at the desk here. So we're going to hop out for a second so we can see what Leonard's thoughts are. We're going to be right back with our winner interview with Leonard Kraft III. So don't go anywhere.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the GM Pow, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもう想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は、想定していた対戦内容だったので、想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Hello, everyone. I am back here with Leonard Graff III, the winner of our round 13 here on stream for our post-match interview. That was such a great match that we got to see you play. We got to see this Blood Moon Ursaluna. We got to see this Trick Room team. I feel like this is a flashback going back to Sword and Shield. How do you land on this for the event?
Yeah, it really is. I really like this team. It feels very much like a Regulation E team. I have so many new cool things to use. The Water Ogre Pond, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the Dusclops. Blood Moon Ursaluna just does so much damage. Its signature move, Blood Moon, is a 140 base power attack that is comparable to Hyper Beam, but its downside is really not so much of a downside. It's very easy to play around. Just clicking another attack, or maybe even clicking Protect if you need to use Blood Moon again. There actually was a situation in that game where I would prefer to click Blood Moon twice in a row, but because of how strong Blood Moon is, being able to bolster it even further with the weakness policy just means that Pokemon like Fluttermane will just go down in a single attack to a terastallized boosted Hyper Voice, and it just makes it very, very difficult to stop once it gets going.
Yeah, and the Trick Room team that you brought too, because Trick Room, it hasn't really gone anywhere. It's always been kicking around, but we're seeing the Cresselia, or we're seeing kind of like the light Trick Room, where they have the Trick Room, but it's not quite too committed, where you have the weakness policy, you have this Dusclops to be able to proc it yourself. So do you feel that this is just the better Trick Room and sticking to your guns going into this event, and it's maybe catching people off guard?
Potentially. I don't think of this team so much as hard Trick Room. I think there is some value. Like in this matchup that you saw, Blood Moon was able to just go in. It was no contest. But the other Pokemon on the team are relatively fast. I've got a Choice Scarf Landorus, Choice Specs G. Those are pretty quick. I'm not running Tailwind, but I'm still zooming around when I need to be. I think it's very difficult. I mean, it means you have to have a lot of specific matchup techs into things like Imprison for Rigorath, into like a Fluttermane Taunt. You know, you're gonna have to cover a lot of really specific options if you're hard Trick Room. And so I like this sort of balance with the options of Iron Hands and Follow Me, with Fake Out and Follow Me on Ogre Pond. It means that Dusclops can usually reliably set up Trick Room, and then you can go from there.
It was definitely such a cool team to see, and our next round of pairings is up, so we'll keep this pretty short and brief. But before I let you go and get ready for the final round of Swiss, do you have any final words or shout outs?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Chris, who's from the Quincy area, who kind of introduced me to Blood Moon and how much power it has. And then also to Australian friends who are up right now watching me play and cheering me on throughout the event. So that'd be Luke, Mitch, and James. So thank you very much, you guys.
Well, congratulations once again on making this far. Best of luck in your next round.
Thank you.
As for us, we have one more round of Swiss on the day, and we're about to see some winning in. So a short break, but stay tuned.
小川智也です。神奈川県平塚市です。
Each round is going to be the final Pokemon left for Robbie. As the Gastrodon, the Arcanine, there's still that fourth in the back. Going to be the Sylveon, the ticket. Like, that was going to be a huge amount of pressure there. But the battle is just canceled. And Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion.
チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。出れる大会には極力出ました。一番優勝できるポテンシャルのあるポケモンを探しました。同じポケモンをずーっと使い続けてました。一番好きなポケモンはトリドドンです。理由は可愛いからです。当たり前ですけど努力が一番大事ですね。ポケモンをする上で一番楽しいことは考えることですね。次は来年もデイ2行きたいですね。
Welcome back, Flay Coco fans. We are here in our last round of Swiss for the Peoria Regional Championships. Joe Brown and Scott Claus on the call of the first of 2 matches we're going to have this round. And thanks to your help in Twitch chat, thank you for your participation. We're going to have 2 exciting matches that you guys are going to be the most excited about.
Yeah, so again, the pressure's on you guys. You know, we had a lot of great choices this round. Yeah, you know, if it's, you know, again, you know, if we get a bunch of 2-game sets, if these players all miss top cut, think about what you've done.
Just let it slide. Just hang it there, you know, for a second. Like, oh no, my actions have consequences. That's what Twitch chat's gonna learn.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Yeah.
Hey, they've never been wrong before, right? So why start now? But as we look into this last round, we, you know, just get set up, having the great interview with Leonard and just seeing how Blood Moon Ursaluna worked out. I think there has not been as much trick room in this event, at least on stream. Who knows about how the field is, that as we anticipated there would be going into Peoria, but it's nice to see when it is working out. You can see the most popular Pokemon in the day 2 field right now, and looks like those Ogerpon forms are starting to get into the top 5, top 6.
Yeah, I think the change in usage over the days is pretty interesting. The one that stands out to me is Landorus reclaiming, I think, his correct spot as the most used Pokemon in this format.
The GOAT.
Yeah, I think there's, you know, so there's certainly answers to that the players can have. You know, we saw Annihilate Blast Round, King Gambit way moving up the usage stats between days. I think that, to me, was the clear answer. And yeah, I mean, Wellspring Ogerpon also surpassing its fire-type brethren. The ratio of usage is basically reversed in day 1, so I think it looks even more staggering than it really is, because, you know, the water-type Ogerpon had so many fewer chances but did so much better day over day.
Yeah, definitely the Wellspring form was definitely on the second half of the graphic there, so now it is the 4th most popular Pokemon in the field, and it just shows, I think it shows that flexibility that you were talking about compared to Hearthflame Ogerpon, that yes, I Terrasilize, I get an attack boost, I click Ivy Cudgel, you're knocked out. But Ogerpon Wellspring, it gives you way more flexibility.
Yeah, I really like it, like in context like the team we just saw with Leonard's team, right? Where it didn't do a whole lot in that matchup. You know, it's not like the key attacker the way that the fire-type Ogerpon normally is, but it just helps close out games. You know, it just has some unique traits, and if it needs to attack, it can, right? I think it's pretty cool where you don't need to invest a bunch of your training into its offensive stats for it to have offensive pressure, but it can still support your team. You know, I think you know, Mousehold sort of did the same thing at the very beginning of like Regulation A, but I think its offense kind of got outscaled over the course of the progression of the season. Now we have Ogerpon here who's back to, you know, offer either follow me or a more aggressive set, but, you know, also kind of being able to play both the offensive or the defensive side of the field depending on what your team needs in a given game.
And, you know, I don't want to try to do math live because it's never worth it, but just looking roughly at the percentages of fire types here in top 12, you could argue Ogerpon, Chi-Yu, Heatran, and Hisuian Arcanine, that's like well over 90% of the field remaining is those 4 Pokemon as the fire type. So they're very much the clear cut, like there's not a lot of other fire types that people are building around besides those 4.
Yeah, I was happy to see too. I think both that Hisuian Arcan and Rillaboom, I believe both also went up pretty significantly day over day. To me, just like the Pokemon that feels strong in this format. I mean, back to having 2 Intimidators in the top 12. We haven't seen that in a little while, and yeah, I mean, I'll be curious to see how trainers adapt to this in Sacramento, where, you know, we're not going to have a very long turn before the next regional championships. And while, you know, what actually wins the tournament tends to influence players a lot, I think we now have a pretty good idea of what kind of rose to the top in the field, and, you know, either using the same Pokemon or having good answers to them is going to be really important. So excited to see how this metagame develops. It's one of my favorite formats that we've had in a very, very long time. So I can't wait to see what people do.
Yeah, those quick turnarounds are always fascinating to see, especially players that are going to both events, right? Do they just run it back with the same 6, or do they make meta adjustments off of the usage stats? But, you know, we can look at the rankings going into our final round of the day, round 14. James Beck currently the only player that is guaranteed into Top Cut with his 12th victory from the prior round.
Yeah, a lot of players very close though. I'm sure that the 11-2 trainers feeling pretty good. It depends a little bit on kind of like, you know, when they took those losses, but they're all looking pretty safe. So a lot of really strong trainers at 10-3 crossing their fingers right now. Gonna need to win the game and maybe need to get a little help.
Yeah, it's so stressful if you have your third loss already. And even at 11, you're feeling confident, but you want to control your own destiny, right? Get the 12th victory, ensure your place in the top cup. We actually have our notable matches this round, and this is what our Twitch chat was discussing. I'm sure it was a very civil debate on which matches they wanted, and they pulled a banger in Paul Chua and Giovanni Arnibar.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think Giovanni was super fun to watch yesterday. Paul Chua, one of the strongest players in the region for many years at this point, so should be really fun to see who comes out on top of this one. Pretty good choice, Twitch chat, I would say.
And in case anyone didn't follow the results, the second round 14 match is going to be Luca Traeger and Jackson Ferris.
Should also be a lot of fun. I think I don't know what either of their teams are, so I'll have to check that after this.
But, I mean, Luca is just so consistent in Scarlet and Violet at top cutting regionals. This is no surprise for Luca to be in this position in round 14.
Yeah, he's certainly earned his place on stream. Yeah, I think it'll be really fun to watch all of these games. For anyone who's tuning in maybe for the first time or the first time in a while, if you're kind of wondering what's happening here, Past Rose explained to us in that video a little bit about the format of the tournament, but the top 8 players move on, and the tiebreaker, and we'll have far too many players with exactly 3 losses to move them all on to the top 8. So the players who have the best opponent win percentage or the records of their opponents today only will move on. The resistance history doesn't matter, so however you got those games, it doesn't matter. Just the wins carry over, the opponent win percentage doesn't.
It's a bunch more math mumbo jumbo. I have no idea how it works. So I do know Paul Chua is a phenomenal Pokemon trainer, international champion, 6-time regional champion, and Giovanni Arnibar looking to take down a king in this game. Got his first victory on stream ever yesterday. Can he make it 2 for 2 in Peoria?
We'll have to see here. Paul flexing that world's switch case here. Wants everyone to know his achievements.
Yeah, it's no Illumise plushes needed on Paul because he has the world's switch and obviously qualified so many times, multiple top cuts in the World Championship as well. You can see definitely a more traditional team on Paul's on that trusted Chien Pao as well that he used in Iron Hands from his EUIC run. Definitely having some comfort picks on his side. Yeah,
I think it's actually sort of fascinating that we might be at the point now where Chien Pao kind of qualifies as a comfort pick. I think notably a Pokemon missing from the usage slide we just went over, right? I can't remember the last time that Chien Pao was not part of the top 12, and it may not have happened actually since it's been introduced into the format. So I guess a sign of change, but Chien Pao proving that it's still a force to be reckoned with here in this battle.
And we talked about Giovanni's Roaring Moon. He did not bring it, I believe, in that set, in that victory he had yesterday, so it would be new to us for him. And Roaring Moon is a Pokemon that a lot of people are excited about with the gaining knockoff as a new TM in the Teal Mask DLC. It has that booster energy to boost its stats, and then obviously the simple Dragon Dance and Terrifying Acrobatics when you're not holding an item can do massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, I'll be really interested to see if he picks it as well. I remember from his interview yesterday, one of the things he mentioned is that maybe if he was playing in next weekend, that might be the Pokemon he removed because he hadn't been picking it at a very high rate. Perhaps over the course of a tournament, he's found more spots for it, but if not, the other 5 Pokemon are awfully strong, right? I think all of them appearing on that top 12 usage chart, several of them near the top of that list, so it's going to be a strong core of Pokemon for him either way.
Also, shout outs to the Apom is gaining friends along the journey now that Lechonk is hanging out with it on the desk, so Giovanni adding to his plush collection for the stream. You always love to see the character growth.
Absolutely, yeah. Little Lechonk there appearing in some of those cute little clips you get to see sometimes. Starter Pokemon missing here, but Lechonk rising to stardom however it can.
And both trainers, I should say, having Landorus on their side. You see the difference as they are both Rock Slide, yes, but Giovanni's Choice Scarf Landorus has access to Rock Tomb, which maybe it does less damage, but it can change how this Choice Scarf matchup works.
He's going to be careful lowering stats, though. One of the things that's pretty interesting on Paul's side of the field is that Chien Pao knows Lash Out. Not a move we see a whole lot. It is another one of the new TMs in the Kitakami region. The effect of that move is its power gets doubled if your stats were lowered this turn. So yeah, get to think twice before you maybe switch in and Intimidate there, even if you aren't expecting an Ice type move in that slot, because Lash Out could really chunk something.
Paul is a player that can definitely anticipate those moves. I know he's gonna click, Rock Tomb, or he's Intimidate Me or something. That's a move that I don't know if I'd be comfortable clicking.
Yeah, speaking of moves, I don't know if I'd be comfortable clicking. Another cool move on Paul's side. We've seen Swords Dance in Ogrepon repeatedly. He has that focus energy instead, going to guarantee critical hits with Ivy Cudgel after you use it, which is pretty cool. Kind of lose the added effect of Ivy Cudgel for that point because you can't crit twice, but I heard some players talking about it. I'm kind of surprised to see it.
That is a pretty cool tech. Let's see if it plays out in this game. Round 14 in the Peoria Regional Championship. Giovanni, Landorus, and Rillaboom on his end, but Paul has a Landorus of his own paired with an Iron Hands.
So a nice neutral lead here. Both sides got the fake out intimidate thing. Probably not going to be the most bombastic turn that we've ever seen on the first round of the battle here, but hey, the Landorus at least threatening a decent amount of damage into the opposing Rillaboom. I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see anything too crazy here, but a nice honest start to the game maybe.
And this is what happens a lot when Landorus usage spikes up, that it's not only is it the best lead for you to target down your opponent, but then that also would mean it's good against your lead too.
Yeah, I mean, nice and safe, right? Intimidate's good. Pretty safe play by both sides.
There's the fake out into the opposing Landorus, and now Giovanni will Stomping Tantrum into Iron Hands, but not even doing half. So, of course, Paul's will be faked out, not able to move this turn. There is a Volt Switch, however, which will give Paul some pivot into something else in the back. Gets to come in for free without taking damage.
Yeah, I kind of seen both trainers value something a little bit different there, where Paul taking a bunch of damage in exchange for getting better board position here. Ogrepon coming out for free, and because his Landorus flinch, he didn't have to lock into a move yet, where on the other side of the field, we know that opposing Landorus can only use Stomping Tantrum this turn.
And with the Ogrepon coming on the field this turn, there is grassy terrain on the field right now. Rillaboom, it does potentially threaten to do some priority damage into the opposing Ogrepon, which typically would be faster.
And we see Ogrepon on both sides of the field now. Ogrepon tactically avoiding the U-turn, Landorus hitting its friend Rillaboom instead, and I'll have to see what Paul chooses to bring in here. See, with all these switching moves, he's kind of getting control of the matchup of the field. Iron Hand's now going to come back out of the field and threaten a fake out in the next turn.
U-turn, Volt Switch, this is the Paul to a comfort zone. This is how he loves to play Pokemon, making sure he is in the lead. That's not a Grassy Glide, that's a Wood Hammer, looking like a 2-hit KO solidly into the Ogrepon, so that's something that Paul has to be worried about on the next turn.
Yeah, though, I think that's a pretty nice damage tray right now. Both the Pokemon on Giovanni's side of this field of weekend. Paul's threatening this fake out. His own Ogrepon probably able to pick up a knockout on the opposing one if he wants to, although it'll depend on how these Ogrepon are trained, right? They're both very similar bits of health. You assume that neither of them really wants to take a grass type attack from one another, so maybe both trainers looking to get some crucial information here in game one.
Yeah, they're both at roughly half health on both of these Ogrepon Wellspring forms. But the fake out goes into the Rillaboom slot, not wanting to click Wood Hammer. Ivy Cudgel, though, into Iron Hands, no critical hit. Didn't have time to set up the focus energy yet. But Horn Leech into the other side, brings it back over 50%. I wonder, after the Grassy Terrain recovery as well, that potentially might mean Wood Hammer is not a knockout.
Yeah, it's really close now, right? And kind of fascinating that neither of the Ogrepons opted to attack one another. Perhaps they have some sort of a friendship pact going on here. Paul just slowly whittling down the opposing Pokemon. His Ogrepon continues to look very threatening with much higher health than anything else in the field, but it's going to have to take a Grassy Glide and takes it pretty well.
Yeah, it brings it down under half health, but it's not a double target. Instead, it's the Ivy Cudgel into Iron Hands, who hangs on with 1 HP. Horn Leech to get rid of Giovanni's Rillaboom, so this is down. Giovanni losing his first Pokemon here in game one. What a clutch survival from the Iron Hands. I don't think Giovanni was expecting that. It lets him get a Volt Switch off and bring something else onto the field.
Yeah, that's a great situation for Paul there. Keeping that Iron Hands, it's not going to probably do any more damage throughout the course of this game, but still come in later and threaten another fake out, right? Yeah, it's a very valuable Pokemon to have at low HP. Worst case scenario, you just sacrifice it in something. Having that body there is a big difference.
Paul has revealed his fourth Pokemon to Giovanni here in the Chien-Pao with its Sword of Ruin ability, lowering the defense of every other Pokemon on the field. Of course, if Iron Hands was there before, that it wouldn't hang on at 1 HP. Heat Rain is going to be on the field for Giovanni this time around, and that's something that could potentially be scary for Chien-Pao.
Yeah, definitely. The type matchup here is a little bit awkward. Chien-Pao can't really do a whole lot to either of these Pokemon, actually. It's going to be a little bit careful with its own Sword of Ruin ability, and we've seen the Ogrepon kind of trading pretty defensively so far, but both of them going to take a little bit more damage potentially here. And this Heatran's got a pretty good tight matchup against most of Paul's team. Certainly doesn't want to take any IV cudgels from this water type Ogerpon, but as a Pokemon that could potentially be a critical part of the endgame for Giovanni.
And Giovanni has Terra Fairy on his Heatran, as we saw in the stream match yesterday. That's exactly what Giovanni is going to go for, changing its typing into a Fairy type. It would still resist any dark attacks from the Chien-Pao now as a Fairy type, but we'll see no attack actually from Paul. Instead, playing it safe with Protect, keeping it at full health. Spiky Shield as well from Ogerpon Wellspring on Giovanni's end. If anything you can do, I can do better. Paul locking in the Spiky Shield as well, so the only attack is going to be from Heatran, which obviously doesn't do anything.
Yeah, see that Magma Storm coming in from Heatran. One thing to keep in mind, we've seen all of its moves over the course of its stream matches. Magma Storm, Flash Cannon, Earth Power, and Protect. So no Heat Wave there would otherwise be a pretty nice move to click here, where neither of these Pokemon really want to get hit by that.
Yeah, but you do run the risk of, obviously Heat Wave had the chance to miss, but Magma Storm definitely even worse when it misses in that scenario. So it's not necessarily safe for Giovanni. You might have to play around a potential miss.
Yeah, it's a cool kind of pin for Paul here, by the way. You get the quicker Chien-Pao, probably going to be able to knock out this Ogerpon, so you can kind of double target the slot, knowing that there isn't really much threat of accidentally hitting Ogerpon's Water Absorb with the water type attacks of his own Ogerpon.
Yeah, so let's see what happens here. It's finally time for Paul to terrestrialize in game one. How is he going to deal with this Terra Fairy? Heatran, the answer is Terra Water. Ogerpon Wellspring, thanks to that Embody aspect, increasing its special defense by one stage, making this Ivy Cudgel also a very strong move right now. There is the Lash Out, though, into Ogerpon, knocking it out from half health, so Giovanni down to his last two Pokemon. What is Ogerpon going to do here? That's the Ivy Cudgel into the opposing Heatran. It's a very bulky Pokemon at full HP, and it will hang on in the red. Now it's time for Magma Storm to connect into Chien-Pao, bringing it down to the Focus Sash. The critical hit obviously not mattering there.
Well, yeah, I mean, the critical hit doesn't matter too much, but Magma Storm being the move here instead of, say, Flamethrower will matter a lot.
Right, because that residual onto Chien-Pao means that Focus Sash did nothing. It's getting knocked out anyway.
Yeah, boink, see you, Chien-Pao. Kind of a big deal for both sides where the Sword of Ruin, I guess maybe has already done its work. Heatran taking a ton of damage there, not going to be able to take another attack from this Ogerpon kind of no matter what. And Iron Hand's now in a great situation where it gets to come back out there with that one hit point, and it may be all that it needs. Going to be able to threaten a fake out here to help get Paul through this turn.
There's the Landers. We know that was Giovanni's final Pokemon remaining since he brought it. He led with it in this game, but 1 HP is all you need to click Fake Out to stop a Choice Scarf Pokemon.
Yeah, it's very critical here, right? Able to get at least one more Ivy Cudgel. Neither of these Pokemon want to get hit by that. Landorus weak against Water-type attacks, and Heatran no longer weak against Water-type attacks after the Terrestrialization, but it doesn't really matter because it's still in knockout range.
There is a Fake Out. Since it's Choice Scarf, it can't protect either. So Fake Out, Ivy Cudgel, double target into Giovanni's Landorus is going to spell not a great time for it, and it will be knocked out. So it's just Heatran left on Giovanni's end. Can he get a knockout with this Earth Power? No, especially not after the special defense boost that the Embody aspect provides for Ogerpon.
Yeah, it's a lot of reduced damage there. I mean, you kind of see the power of the Water-type Ogerpon. It doesn't need any damage boost. It's doing plenty here. Going to be able to threaten that knockout, and yeah, it just takes that like it's nothing.
And now with Giovanni just having the one Pokemon left, this is really wrapped up into Paul's favor. Switching Iron Hands out so you can get a Fake Out on a later turn. So in comes the Lander slot, who's just going to help out a little bit. Protecting, though, on this turn means it's not going to take any damage from an Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what Giovanni's hoping to get out of this one. Maybe just give himself a little bit more time to think about how he wants to approach the second game in this set.
I think that's always important to, in the match, all right, let me regain my composure. I'm on stream. I'm playing against one of the best players in VGC history, right? I got to find a way to regain composure and regain momentum into game two. So let's take our time. Oh, nice little survive, letting Horn Leech get the last knockout of the game. And Paul Chua is going to win this match and one victory away from making it potentially into top cut.
Yeah, really well played game there. And I think we kind of see Paul's mastery history of something we've seen a lot of so far early in this Regulation E format. You know, a lot of switching moves with U-turn and Volt Switch, and taking advantage of fake out to kind of just control what his opponent can do over the course of the match. I think on Giovanni's side, you're going to find a way to disrupt that a little bit more, right? I think Paul has a few more tools to do that, so need to find ways to get Pokemon out in the field and be able to do big chunks of damage, because I think the slow grinding game really favors Paul's team because he has more tools to kind of keep himself in advantageous positioning than Giovanni does.
And if you're on Giovanni's perspective, do you think it's just a 1 HP diff right now? You're like, oh, if I got the knockout, maybe that game plays out differently, because yes, Iron Hands had the fake out and all these different things that could have went its way, but I think once Ivy-Cudgel got set, or excuse me, Ogerpon got set up anyway, I think even if Iron Hands got knocked out, I'd likely still would have favored Paul in that matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that certainly makes it much better for Paul, right? Where by the point that the Iron Hand survived, the game's pretty much over, right? But I agree with you. I didn't feel like this was a winning position either way. So like sort of a low impact terrestrialization where it allows Heatran to survive a while longer, but like, you know, great. You know, it didn't really do anything after that point other than knock out the Chien-Pao, who'd largely done its job already anyway. I think that Giovanni's probably going to need to switch Pokemon. I just don't think that he's going to win with that combination of 4 here. They're great, right? I think there's a lot of matchups where they're really strong, but I think it just kind of like feels like a weaker version of what Paul was trying to do in the context of the matchup between those 8 Pokemon, where, you know, the Fluttermane and the Roaring Moon are the highest damage potential Pokemon on Giovanni's team. I'd really like to see at least one of them here to try to bust the game open a little bit more. I think he kind of needs to pick up a decisive knockout so he can take control of the game and mess with the shuffling a little bit, and we do see that Fluttermane immediately in game 2.
Giovanni making an adjustment, leading Fluttermane on the field next to the Rillaboom, so Intimidate only going to factor onto Rillaboom as a physical attacker, and then Landorus and Ogerpon Wellspring for Paul.
I mean, I like it. This time you at least have the option now of the fake out, and you know, Fluttermane's gonna have to lock into a move, but whatever is gonna get hit by this attack isn't going to enjoy it.
Yeah, definitely not. It is choice specs, as you did mention, so can only select one move, and it would have to switch out if it wanted to select another move later. But is Paul even going to let it get the chance, as it's time for a turn 1 Terra on Landorus. Terra Blast, or Terra Flying, excuse me, making it just a flying type. The fake out goes into Ogerpon though, so this Landorus is free to Terra Blast into Rillaboom. No, it goes towards the Fluttermane, and it's just bulky enough to hang on, so it doesn't get knocked out. Choice Specs Dazzling Green brings them down to roughly half HP. Flinch means Ogerpon can't attack, but I think Giovanni really wanted more damage than that Dazzling Gleam provided.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be enough, right? It didn't put either of these Pokemon into range of a Grassy Glide, so you kind of now have to switch the Fluttermane out of battle. I feel like you want to get a little bit more than just, you know, the Dazzling Gleam and a feint here, especially because now that Landorus has terrestrialized, you know, Rillaboom isn't, even if it doesn't Grassy Glide, isn't threatening a knockout on it, and could be knocked out very easily in return by a Terra Blast. Really nice move by Paul, anticipating he'd be able to get away with that one, and yeah, and that barely does anything.
Yeah, Grassy Glide hardly doing anything, and now Landorus deciding, I want to get rid of the Fluttermane. Gio made a prediction, made an adjustment, bringing Fluttermane, but has not been able to protect it in game 2. First Pokemon knocked out in the game. Ivy-Cudgel, of course, is resisted into Rillaboom, so it's not doing too much damage. But one thing I could have thought there, if Giovanni had Landorus in the back, he has access to Choice Scarf and Rock Tomb. Could have been a way, if you switched it out, preserve Fluttermane for later to make sure that it outspeeds. And there is the Landorus, so if you could get a Rock Tomb off onto a now super effective just flying type Landorus, then your Fluttermane would have been faster.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of see the problem with this Rillaboom not having U-turn or something, right? Where I think Landorus kind of comes out at turn too late. Like, great, you're out here, but Rillaboom is still stuck on the field. It's not really doing anything to either of these Pokemon. Giovanni, you know, couldn't hard switch there because he would have taken a bunch of damage, and now he forces Paul to switch, but like, I don't know that he's really in a position to take advantage of this situation.
And Paul can switch Landorus, have to save it for later, reset that Intimidate drop, because he knows that the Rillaboom is essentially pinned anytime Rillaboom and Landorus are on the field together. A Terra Blast would just knock it out. So Ogerpon will take the spot of Rillaboom on Giovanni's end. Paul's Ogerpon clicking the Spiky Shield, and then with Iron Hands on the field now, it's going to have access to Fake Out on the next turn.
I mean, what a great switch by Paul. I mean, I think this could have gone a few different ways depending what the lander is locked into, but now that we see it's Rock Slide, Iron Hand's perfect Pokemon to have out in the field. I'm not really going to care about the damage from Landorus at all. You know, there's always the threat of those flinches, which are less exciting for Iron Hands who'd love to deal with some damage here, but we're now going to go to the same situation that Rillaboom was in before, where Landorus is out here but not really doing anything. Yeah, and it has to exit the battle as well.
Forces Landorus to switch out. Giovanni obviously switching the Rillaboom into that position, and since grassy terrain's already on the field, if this gets knocked out before it can reset up the terrain later, it could be really difficult for Geo, but the fake out into the opposing Ogerpon means it won't get any attacks off on Giovanni's end of the field, and the Ivy Cudgel is resisted again, so at least Rillaboom takes that better than Landorus would have.
Yeah, I mean, the plus side of this for Giovanni is he finally has a situation now where one of Paul's Pokemon had the same problem that his Pokemon have had really all set, where the opposing Ogerpon can't really hurt either of these Pokemon. Both Ogerpon and Rillaboom on his side of the field can trade with Iron Hands, but Ogerpon with these water and grass type attacks doesn't really want to hit either of these Pokemon.
Fake out from Rillaboom is going to stop Iron Hands from clicking any attacks this turn. Ivy Cudgel follow up doesn't get a crit, so doesn't do too much damage to the Iron Hands, and the third Ivy Cudgel of the game targeting into Rillaboom.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if you're going to leave Ogerpon out here, if you're Paul, maybe you click the focus energy because it's not really doing anything anyway, so you might as well at least get the chance for the bigger swing and to ignore any future intimidates. But I think Paul's otherwise pretty happy with the way this game is going, right? Where passive play, but like continuing to take these incremental advantages, and because the Flutter Mane on the other side has been knocked out, he just still has that big Landorus in the back that can come in and start cleaning up knockouts later on.
Right, and Rillaboom can't switch out because Landorus does not want to switch into an Ivy Cudgel, so Rillaboom has to stay on the field and not reset the grassy terrain. It does hang on through that attack, and here is Woodhammer into the opposing side. Would have been a KO if the terrain was on the field, but instead Paul will barely hang on in the red and get a switch thanks to the Volt Switch.
Yeah, I mean, this is scary, right? One of the great things about Volt Switch Iron Hands, it's moving last, so there's no danger of whatever he selects coming in here. I think he's going to get that free switch with the Landorus, now threatening a knockout on the opposing Ogerpon, intimidating this Rillaboom, who once again can't really do anything to it in return. It's a tough spot. It's been really well played set by Paul, and we see him maybe going for the U-turn here. I mean, why not, right? You'd pick up a knockout anyway, be able to cycle the Intimidate, avoid having any potential threat to this Landorus here. It's really nice, safe play. And once again, Giovanni just not able to put Paul in a situation where he has to take risks.
And it also does save him with his the Ogerpon as a grass water type right now. If it does terrestrialize, Paul could have been so aggressive. Let me Terra Blast this grass Pokemon, but now, thanks to the terrestrialization, it's just a water type, so it's not super effective anymore. And Landorus on Giovanni's end has intimidated it, so if he did go for that Terra Blast instead of U-turn, it would not have been enough for a knockout.
Yeah, I kind of like the move on Giovanni's side, where you need Paul to make a mistake at this point. You're behind, but Paul wisely just not doing that. I'm going to get Landorus safely back out of battle, and I think that this may have been Giovanni's last shot. Really needed to get something out of the terrestrialization there.
Yeah, relying on Paul Chua to make a mistake is not a sound strategy most of the time, as he's one of the most consistent trainers in VGC, playing to his win conditions. But there's the Ivy Cudgel finally knocking out Iron Hands, so no more fake outs, no more, end of turn Volt Switches for Paul.
Still one more attack here. The Hornleech coming in doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, definitely not. It has been intimidated. I think that is the second time Ogerpon has been intimidated, so maybe you do want the focus energy just to get around the intimidates, but it's such low health anyway at this point that really doesn't matter, and you'd imagine that Ogerpon can, Chien-Pao can do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Chien-Pao not going to be too upset about the situation. This time doesn't have to be concerned about having its focus sash negated by Heatran. That was the Pokemon that Giovanni opted to leave at home this time, and yeah, an Ice type attack in Vetslot's going to knock out something if it's able to move.
Yeah, it's either the Landorus or the Rillaboom, right? They're both weak to ice. We saw the lash out in the previous game, like you were mentioning. Really new adjustment as a new TM available to Chien-Pao here in this new format. But Rillaboom will switch onto the field, preserving his Landorus for later, maybe getting another Intimidate crucially against Paul's team. But there's the Grassy Cloud for the priority, and that will take down Paul's Ogerpon.
Yeah, cute little move there, gets a nice easy knockout, and let's get some value out of this because poor Rillaboom's going to go down for it.
Yeah, but I mean, Rillaboom lasted a lot longer than you would think since how this matchup was playing out. Took so many Ivy Cudgels. The Ice Spinner is also going to make the grassy terrain disappear, so there's no more priority Grassy Glides for Giovanni.
Yeah, it's actually still a very winnable game for Giovanni. I think he's pulled this a little bit closer than I'd realized. Still, tricky here where you got to swing at least 3 times. You're going to hit Chien-Pao twice and Landorus at least once. But getting these Intimidates down on these physically attacking Pokemon, maybe it'll be enough that Ogerpon can survive some attacks here and close out the game. Landorus on Giovanni's side looked a little spooked probably against this combination of Pokemon, but hey, it could happen.
Well, Landers has to lock into an attack here on both ends, really. So Paul deciding to what he's going to need. Oh, that's super effective, but it's still not enough. He gets a flinch, however, on Paul's end, stopping the Landers from clicking an attack. That double target into Ogerpon could have been enough to knock it out, and instead, Ivy Cudgel will go into that slot, taking it out, and now Chien-Pao is all Paul has left.
Yeah, suddenly it's looking really good for Giovanni, huh? I was kind of expecting a knockout on the Landorus there, but certainly it's a big flinch where the damage going the other direction really changes the way that turn plays out. But yeah, I mean, I just don't know how Chien-Pao is going to knock out even just Ogerpon at this point.
Yeah, Rock Slide does connect, bringing it down to the red, I should say, and any other attack would obviously knock it out. Here's the lash out, no critical hit, no KO. Here's the Ivy Cudgel, and Giovanni has, against all odds, brought this game back, and we will be moving on to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way he played that endgame was really good there. I think Paul had a pretty serious court position advantage at the beginning of the game, but Giovanni didn't give up. He played to his outs. The Ogerpon wound up being very effective there, even though like the terrestrialization didn't really do a whole lot. He kept it very healthy. You had exactly the right amount of grassy terrain duration there. Rillaboom not able to reset it, but does get the grassy glide off in the last turn of the train, pick up the key knockout in the opposing Ogerpon, and they did a pretty good job of protecting his own Ogerpon in that one.
Yeah, I do agree with you. The huge factor for Giovanni in that match was terrestrializing Ogerpon, and even if it wasn't doing as much damage, just losing the grass typing against Terra Blast, Terra Flying Landers is what made it so much safer in that matchup. And Lash Out's not doing enough damage either, and of course an Ice Attack would have been resisted as well.
Yeah, I think going into game 3 here, I might play the game pretty similar if I'm Paul. I think, to me, it's just a little odd. Like, when you're stuck with the Ogerpon out there doing nothing for so long, I don't know why you don't use the focus energy. And then after you do that, if you use a Ivy Cudgel into that, what was the Rillaboom slot instead, you just pick up the knockout on Landorus, and the game plays out very differently from there.
Yeah, so let's look at some replays as we get loaded into game 3. The Iron Hands was so pesky that game, just so switching out safely every time. Nice little grassy glide to take out the opposing Ogerpon, but it really was the Terra Water on the Wellspring form of Ogerpon that saved this set for Giovanni.
Yeah, I mean, it was the MVP of this battle for sure. Hung out in the field for quite a long time there, slowly whittled down a bunch of Pokemon, and ended up being the one who picked up a bunch of the critical knockouts in that match.
And so they are loading in here, have a lot of decisions to make. Obviously, the tournament life is on the line right now. Do you think if Fluttermane comes back in this match, maybe Giovanni can try to preserve it a little bit, make it a little healthier, save it for later in the match?
Yeah, I think I'd probably pick the same 4 Pokemon if I'm both trainers here and just try to skill my way through this one. I guess I've really enjoyed watching Giovanni on stream. I think this, be the 6th game we got to watch over 2 different sets. Really fun trainer. I hope we get to see him more in future tournaments.
Yeah, Giovanni making a name for himself here in Peoria this weekend. Let's see if he can make that star even brighter, shine even brighter if he takes down Paul Tua.
Delightfully volatile turn here. We've got a bunch of Pokemon threatening knockouts on one another on the field. Neither of Paul's Pokemon really want to get bonked by this Ogerpon, but the Intimidate going the other way, going to reduce the damage to all these Pokemon. And then, Chien-Pao kind of checking Landorus a little bit. His Landorus kind of checking Ogerpon a little bit. Terrestrialization could really mess with this one, or could Rock Slide flinches, as we saw in the previous game. We saw some pretty neutral leads over the beginning parts of the set. This very not neutral, although Ogerpon going to play this one safe.
Definitely a standoff right now on turn 1. There's the U-turn, breaking the focus sash, bringing Chien-Pao down incredibly low thanks to that critical hit. Of course, its defenses are so poor anyway that pretty much any time it gets hit by 2 attacks would have been enough to knock it out, so the crit not mattering too much there. Fluttermane on the switch-in for this Landorus slot. That's pretty scary. It doesn't get taken down, though. Instead, it's just a very weak U-turn, giving Paul some priority on who he wants to be in that slot. We see Ogerpon and Iron Hands in the back.
Yeah, I like this first turn U-turn by both sides positioning. This time, Giovanni mirroring Paul, not allowing to get the positioning advantage. Chien-Pao gonna lash out on this Fluttermane and picks up the knockout.
That's a crit! Fluttermane is down without doing anything in game 3. Absolutely crucial for Paul to get rid of that Pokemon.
Oh, that's a massive critical hit. I don't think there's any way that's a knockout without it, and that really changes the way this game plays out. We only saw Fluttermane attack once in the previous game, but it mattered a ton. However, we do see Rillaboom coming out in battle. One thing that it will help out with the critical hit that its side of the field got, at least now either Pokemon threatening a knockout with Grassy Glide and this Chien-Pao, so pretty tough to attack with it, although I think some of the trade-off is there's not really any reason not to attack with it if you're Paul, or you kind of have to just allow this bluff to be called and get the free switch.
Yeah, I think Chien-Pao's kind of done its job at this point. That critical hit was more than you can bargain for, so let it just get knocked out at some point. No Grassy Glide, however. Instead, it's the Ice Spinner from Chien-Pao going into Rillaboom, taking it down under half health and getting rid of the grassy terrain. There's the Ivy Cudgel landing onto Chien-Pao. Paul has lost his favorite ruined Pokemon that he has used so many times in VGC.
Yeah, I mean, I think Morven did his job, though. Right now, he get the knockout in Fluttermane, but it got the bonus value, too, where the damage in Rillaboom would have been great on its own, but now the threat of Grassy Glide the other direction is removed, which makes things much safer for Landorus here, able to come in, potentially start threatening some huge damage. This is a fantastic start to Game 3 for Paul.
This is definitely a position, again, that I think Giovanni is, especially since Fluttermane is down, like that would have been your other terrestrialization option. I think this is kind of screaming a Terra Water Ogerpon situation to lose that grass typing against Landorus.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we're going to see the translation the other direction here with Landorus becoming a flying type Pokemon once again, and going to dish out some serious damage. You're going to reduce the damage it takes from an opposing Ivy Cudgel, but yeah, it's looking very good for Paul here. I think Giovanni's going to need something quick to pull himself back into this game.
This match is so intense right now. The music is even matching the intensity. It's round 14. One of these trainers is going to have their tournament ruined after the end of this match. Terra Blast goes into Spiky Shield, so Landorus will take a little bit, or actually just not do any damage. Ivy Cudgel resisted into Rillaboom is still enough because of another critical hit. It's not Urshifu where it always crits, but it does crit pretty often.
Yeah, we haven't seen it so far this match, but that is one thing I was kind of wondering what happened with how frequently that Ogerpon's been intimidated. We'll get intimidated once more for its trouble here by this Landorus, and I guess if nothing else for Giovanni here, you've forced the other Landorus to lock into that Terra Blast now, which it probably now no longer really wants to use, putting itself in some danger. I have to see if he goes for maybe the switch out here just to avoid taking too much damage, because you do want to get a clean Terra Blast onto either of these Pokemon.
And there's the focus energy we have just been talking about all set. Finally, it's going to be realized here in Game 3. I don't care if I've been intimidated 2 times, if I can click focus energy and guarantee that Ivy Cudgel will always critically hit. Iron Hand switching into that Landorus position. If you're Giovanni, you have to make that call. You have to anticipate that Paul went for this switch to keep his Landorus safe, and that is Terra on the Landorus's end. It is not Terra Flying on the other side. It's Terra Rock to make Rock Slide even stronger, but Ogerpon is going to completely avoid it. Iron Hands resists Rock anyway, so that is a disastrous miss for the Rock Slide. Grassy Glide follow-up with no terrain means it's not doing much damage, and now Focus Energy means every Ivy Cudgel attack will critically strike.
Yeah, poor Giovanni can't catch a break this game, and this is a really tough spot. Is there really any way to avoid a fake out and an Ivy Cudgel into that Landorus slot there, which will surely pick up the knockout, and we could be down to just Ogerpon on Giovanni's side of the field.
There's that fake out. Landorus will flinch as a Choice Scarf Pokemon. It would have moved if Iron Hands allowed it to. Ivy Cudgel saying, man, I wish I had Focus Energy. Horn Leech, however, not clicking Ivy Cudgel, instead will bring it back up to full HP.
And staying healthy. I mean, I guess there's nothing else here. It's not like a whole lot of damage being threatened the other direction in this one. So Ogerpon looking pretty safe for this. I guess follow me makes sense, right? You can't Ivy Cudgel there.
That's right. The other Ogerpon has follow me in that set, so you can't click a water attack. You're just going to go into Water Absorb. Iron Hands missing the Rock Slide this time, and even Ogerpon taking that like an absolute chance. Doesn't get flinched, so you have to click Horn Leech.
Yeah, still though, I mean, the downfall of clicking follow me is instead you get this, right? Where, Ogerpon's not going to hold up to this assault for very long.
And even the focus energy works in general, right? So eventually a Horn Leech is also going
yeah, still
to
pretty likely to crit.
likely to critically hit.
Yeah,
so.
plus it's healing up its own HP, right? These rock slides are barely doing anything to either of these Pokemon. Ogerpon sort of like needs to help deal damage here, but we're going to need an incredible amount of rock slide flinches in order for Giovanni to pull this one out.
Yeah, maybe more rock slide flinches than we've ever seen in a match is what he would need. But Ivy Cudgel bringing Iron Hands down to almost half HP. There's the Horn Leech to take it down, and it's just Ogerpon left on Giovanni's end. There's the crit, finally there, showing the value of focus energy. Love that tech move that Paul has brought here to Peoria.
Yeah, I think he's played a really good set here. The end of game 2 got a little bit wonky, but overall, Paul's showing us why he's been such a successful player for so long.
There's the Drain Punch, and that is the knockout. Paul Chua will win his round of 14 match against Giovanni Aranibar and potentially move on to the top cut here at the Peoria Regional Championship.
Yeah, really exciting set there. I thought both players played that set very well. Sort of an unfortunate critical hit speeding up the third game of the set, but I think both sides made really good adjustments. They both played some really smart games. You know, Paul showing us that control style that really benefits from his experience, doing such a good job of keeping himself in beneficial positions over the course of the game. Giovanni made a great adjustment, I thought, in game 2. I really liked the way he played the back end of that set. I think the first game he was kind of always destined to lose because he just didn't have the tools to keep up, but did a great job of changing the Pokemon he brought. And then I think in the third game with his leads, where it was easy to imagine a world where he won that set. I think he's a very promising trainer. Like I mentioned before game 3, I'd really like to see more of him. I think he was a lot of fun to watch, really strong. It's just great to see players that are kind of breaking out a little bit in these tournaments. Exactly what we want to see. Fantastic performance by both trainers.
Yeah, getting more VGC trainers on screen and having that experience on the stage really helping out as well, right? Getting more, Giovanni can be more comfortable every time he gets on the stream match. But let's look at the replay. Gigantic critical hit from that lash out.
Yeah, a ton of damage there. Go to Kid Academy and start building that TM right now. Looks like it's strong.
And there's the Ivy Cudgel taking down the Rillaboom. Rillaboom did take like 6 Ivy Cudgels or something over the course of this set, so it's using its grass typing, well enough for Giovanni.
Yeah, I mean, Rillaboom was very good at existing. Unfortunately, just couldn't really trade very much damage the other direction.
And there was the Terra Rock Landorus not being able to pick up the win for Giovanni. It was really neat to see that tech instead of what is probably like 98% Terra Flying usage as a Choice Scarf Landorus. So I like to see that Giovanni made it alive all the way through round 14 with an unconventional Terra typing on Landorus.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, so many trainers would go for the flying type Terra Blast, like in part because Landorus can't really use its flying type unless it has Terra Blast, and flying is a really strong attack type in this format. I think even Regulation D, it was really powerful. There just aren't many strong Pokemon that resist flying type attacks, but now with most teams, it seems like having multiple grass type Pokemon, the threat of that Terra Blast is so powerful. However, the rock type Landorus is actually very good into the mirror, right? Where you resist the opposing Terra Blast and then have a super effective, if it terastallizes, Rock Slide in return, on top of the potential for, there's a Rock Slide, there's a way. It didn't happen for him that time. It just seemed like he could catch a break in general in that third game, but I think it's kind of cool. I don't think it's generally the stronger set, but I think, for teams where it fits, why not?
Yeah, and every team is different, right? When you start from scratch as a team builder and you're trying to figure out certain matchups, you're like, man, the opposing Landorus, it's tough in the mirror. That's what the Rock Tomb also helps for, right? So you have Terra Rock to do more damage with either Rock Slide or Rock Tomb and then lower their speed so you win the Choice Scarf speed tie later on. So really fun team from Giovanni. Unfortunately, we still don't get to see the Roaring Moon, so I feel like the future was foretold in the player interview last time where he's like, I might be cutting Roaring Moon from the team. We still didn't see it against Paul, so I'd imagine that 6th slot might be different next week.
Yeah, I mean, so you get a great performance considering the poor Snoring Moon there was just asleep in its Pokeball the whole tournament. But yeah, I mean, I think he used the other Pokemon really well, right? It was still a good adjustment for game 2, where he did, I think, correctly identify he needed Flutter Mane. It just, imagine how different that matchup could be. I think if I'm Giovanni preparing for his next tournament, something that helps out a little bit in this balance matchup makes things a little bit more challenging for Paul, because I think Paul really did get to control the play of all 3 games just by having more switching tools.
Well, Twitch chat, you did good so far. You're keeping it up. 1 for 1 on your match selection in round 14. Let's see if you can go a perfect 2 for 2 with our next match we're gonna have. We're gonna take a quick break. We come back, we'll have our final match of the Swiss round here at the Peoria Regional Championship. Rosemary and Gabby will be on the call for that one, so it should be exciting. We'll be right back.
welcome Pokemon trainers to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually the Pokemon Center.
Yes, it's actually the Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here, we got our plush over here, got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep!
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive version?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got a
bunch of play mats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball too. That's very special.
Got it. Woo!
All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got I got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well,
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Peoria Regional Championships here in Illinois. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Gabby Snyder to take you through our next matches of the day. And this is going to be the continuation of our doubleheader, where we had just one match for Swiss round number 14. And here's the second one that you guys voted on.
I was going to say, this is our second round of Twitch picks. So y'all picked a fantastic game number 1 from this round, and I'm hoping y'all picked a fantastic game number 2. I mean, just looking at the matchup matchup on paper between Luca Tregut and Jackson Ferris. I think it's going to be a really fun time, but I think that's enough from us as our players are ready to go on stage. So let's get started with our last Swiss round of the day.
I'm so pumped to be able to watch both of these trainers because not only did, Twitch chat, you delivered a fantastic match for this very first one of Swiss round number 14, but our two trainers are ready to go. And these are some familiar faces. Luca Tregut had a wonderful 2023. He got top 4s back-to-back at Charlotte and Fort Wayne, and he also got top 8 at day 1 of the World Championships in Yokohama, and all off the back of a key Pokemon on this team right here. That's the King Gambit.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Luca was known for running King Gambit with the Defiant ability and black glasses as its held item. And that is the King Gambit that Luca decided to bring to this tournament as well. A fantastic metagame call, especially when you recognize just how popular Landorus Therian is right now. Not just in the competition overall, but especially amongst our day 2 competitors. Luca is also running a team of his own Landorus Therian, the Ogerpon wearing the Hearthflame mask, Fluttermane, Tornadus, and Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, so really leaning more into a hyper-offensive core here for Luca. You've got the Tornadus to be able to help set the tailwind. Hearthflame Ogerpon, we've all seen what that Pokemon with that mask is capable of, but the King Gambit, that was actually a Pokemon pick that you and I both put on our caster predictions for the very reason that it thrives better in a meta where Landorus is at the top of the usage charts, and it is there for day number 2 as the top performing Pokemon and the most common out of all of the Pokemon that have made day 2. And you can see that Jackson, that's also going to be playing a role here for both players.
Yeah, literally the top of both of these trainers' team sheets are that Landorus Therian. So a great recognition, I think, of just how popular not just Landorus Therian is here today, but also the Fluttermane, which I believe came in number 2 on those rankings. Jackson is also running a Chi-Yu and Ogerpon with the Wellspring mask, Iron Hands, and his own King Gambit with black glasses as well. So interestingly enough, both of these trainers have opted for the same King Gambit moves, held items, and ability and Terra types. Obviously, we do not know how these Pokemon are trained, so we'll just have to see how that plays out in the competition, but really cool to see this unique moveset on both sides of the field.
Yeah, and for Jackson's team in particular, you still have the ability to output a ton of damage, but this is more of kind of like the bulky offense. You've got the Iron Hands as one of the more unique choices in between these two teams that can help put out that fake out pressure, but also provides a lot of influence in this matchup, knowing that it has Drain Punch for the King Gambit on Luca's side, as well as the Wild Charge to be able to deal damage to that Tornadus, as well as, of course, that Rapid Strike Urshifu. And so Jackson in this matchup, just type-wise, I do feel like has a bit of an advantage, especially when Wellspring Ogerpon, also very popular, and also does have the type matchup versus the Hearthflame.
I agree, and I also think it's interesting that Jackson has both Chi-Yu and Fluttermane on his side of the field, where Luca is just running that Fluttermane. Looking at how these teams are going to match up, I think that Beads of Ruin ability is really going to help him take his possibly slower, bulkier Pokemon and have them deal way more damage. We've seen Chi-Yu and Fluttermane become BFFs throughout the Scarlet and Violet metagame as soon as those Treasures of Ruin Pokemon were allowed in competitive play, and I would be very surprised if we don't see them making an appearance side by side at least once in this upcoming set.
It is a little bit tricky though, because if you have the Chi-Yu, you're technically also leaning into just the Fluttermane. Everything else on Jackson's team is built to be a physical attacker. So we'll see if that comes out here as we get into this match. It's going to be the Iron Hands and the Wellspring Ogerpon for Jackson, and it's the Tornadus and the Rapid Strike Urshifu here for Luca.
I love this lead from Jackson because leading the Wellspring Ogerpon, I think, really limits the options for this Tornadus in particular. Luca's Tornadus is running Tailwind and Rain Dance. Rain Dance being that move used to boost the power of a lot of Rapid Strike Urshifu, and in this case also boosting the power of that Ogerpon as it is a water type Pokemon. So it really limits Luca's options, and I think Jackson just opens up the field to get some really good damage down immediately with the Ivy Cudgel. And like we've seen it do already, just so many KOs throughout the metagame. This is the perfect opportunity for him to just go for that attack, hit something, and deal incredible damage.
Well, here's one way to limit that damage. It's going to be the Lander switch in here for Luca. So you do get the Intimidate drop onto both the Iron Hands and Ogerpon. But that leaves this Tornadus open to just go for this Protect, play it a little bit safe. Luca did not have a very good position in that that turn number 1. And you can see that the Ivy Cudgel was trying to go the way of that Tornadus. Just try to chunk it down here. And it's going to be a double up as well. So fantastic switch. And Luca is in a much better board position now.
For sure. This Landorus Therian is holding a Choice Scarf, which means it will be moving first on the field. Does have the option to go for a Stomping Tantrum directly into the Iron Hands on the opposing side of the field, or possibly Terrastalize to go for Terra Blast, or just click the good old Rock Slide. So I think that Luca has the opportunity now to do what Jackson tried to do in that previous turn and deal damage in a position where his opponent is most likely going to switch. If Jackson does decide to stay on the field with the attack drop from that Intimidate, I don't think this Ogerpon will be able to deal enough damage unless maybe it gets a bit of a boost from a Terrastalization.
Yeah, that's going to be the Terra coming through for the Wellspring Ogerpon. So now it gets access to that Embody Aspect ability, and that is going to be able to give it just a little bit of a boost to its special defense, which doesn't really help out in the situation outside of potentially a Bleak Wind Storm is going to end up coming its way. U-turn makes it really nice for a big pivot of this Landorus, preserve that Intimidate for later on in the game, and this Urshifu is just going to be coming right back in. What's really scary about this position is that we still have yet to see what's going to happen for both of these two Pokemon, as they do get hit by the Bleak Wind Storm, taking a little bit of damage, but it's about what Jackson decides to do in return. And there's only one Focus Sash on this Urshifu. Once it's gone, and that is the Ivy Cudgel heading into that Urshifu's direction. But does Jackson follow it up? It's a Wild Charge, but safely, of course, into that Tornadus. That would have been such a read, though, if you got that right with the Lander switch in.
Yeah, definitely a risky play for early on in game number 1, but something that Jackson should remember for game number 2. And also, another thing to note is just how much damage that Tornadus took from the Wild Charge after Intimidate. That possibly could have been a one-hit knockout prior to that. So Jackson's getting a lot of information that he can use in the future here. For now, though, I think with the Intimidate, with the Urshifu back on the field, I think he needs to swap one of these Pokemon out so they're not doing reduced damage. And in this case, given that the Ogerpon can still do something with Hornleech, I think the Iron Hand probably wants to switch.
Well, there is no switch. It's just going to be a Bleak Wind Storm into both the Iron Hands and the Ogerpon will connect onto both. And that means that free to go for a close combat. That puts Ogerpon down into an HP range where that will be enough to knock it out. And that might be all Urshifu gets to do. It just depends on what this Iron Hands decides to go for. But there's two fantastic targets on either side. And after the Citrus Berry recovery, you know that Tornadus isn't going to be able to take too much there. Great way for, though, that Rapid Strike Urshifu to just help take this Drain Punch.
Yeah, I think Jackson was probably anticipating a swap in of that Landorus Therian in that spot and just wanted to play it safe by going for Drain Punch. So anyways, it looks like the Fluttermane has been sent out onto the field now. Will activate the booster energy to get its speed up, which is a good thing to note here as Luca has not set any speed control up on the field yet. Could just go for a Tailwind, though.
He could, for sure. I mean, you're still in a precarious position. Do you really want to try to test that? I think Tornadus at this point is honestly very comfortable either going for damage or setting up that Tailwind and maybe just try to keep your Urshifu safe. That speed energy, this is a way to help you figure out, like, is this Fluttermane with the speed booster energy actually going to be faster than you, even if you get the Tailwind up? Because they get pretty fast.
They do, and I think the other thing to note here is just how much damage this Fluttermane could take this turn, as if you see the booster energy with the speed boost and it's running Icy Wind, that's an indication that these trainers might be on the bulkier side.
Well, Tailwind comes through and a Protect from the Urshifu, so now Luca is set up to try to go Zoom, and it's the Moonblast, targeting down into that Urshifu. And the Iron Hands going for another Drain Punch just to try to pick up the knockout there or be able to catch a switch. But Iron Hands would also just really love the recovery.
Yeah, I find it really interesting how quickly Luca is locking in his moves as well here. I think he might be content to just let Jackson find a knockout on the Urshifu this turn, as I think he did opt for Protect on the Tornadus, and then he's able to get a Pokemon in the back in for free. So could be a good indication of just being comfortable with making that trade at this point in time. Urshifu has done enough damage. It has put enough board pressure on the field. He just wants to get that one last attack in before either having that Landorus Therian return back onto the field or revealing that final Pokemon.
Well, Tornadus goes for the Protect first, and now maybe we get a chance to see the speed interactions between the Fluttermane and the Urshifu, and the Fluttermane is still faster, even under Tailwind, so that Urshifu is going to get knocked out. Something does get a chance to come in for free in that place, but that's why we see the Wild Charge here into the Protect. This would have been a double KO for Jackson. And this Iron Hands, despite the fact that it has been intimidated, Jackson hasn't minded. It's still a tank. It's still taking these hits, and there's nothing that's really threatening it right now outside of course, the Fluttermane that is ready to go.
I think it also could be an indication of what that last Pokemon is on Jackson's side of the field. He might not want to switch that Pokemon in because it's going to be taking a lot of damage from maybe a Water-type attack from that Urshifu, or possibly now a Fairy-type attack from the opposing Fluttermane. I would not be surprised if it's going to be either that King Gambit or the Chi-Yu, but as we see a Terastallization for Luca into that Fairy type on the Fluttermane, we'll have to see how these speeds are going to play out, as it's possible that Jackson will just get a knockout here.
Dazzling Gleam, though, I mean, Fluttermane is already a speedy Pokemon. The Tailwind is up. It gets to move first, and the Dazzling Gleam with the spread damage knocks out the Iron Hands and puts Jackson's Fluttermane into yet another precarious position. Bleak Wind Storm is also going to connect, so a double knockout for Luca, heavily swinging the game back in his favor. Urshifu lasted along long enough just to be able to be that target that Jackson needed to take down, and it is that Chi-Yu in the back here for Jackson that has to try to finish the job.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Chi-Yu to be in, as we've already seen that the Pokemon on Luca's side of the field, thanks to that Tailwind in particular, are faster than Jackson's Pokemon. Not only that, we saw Tornadus go for a very defensive Rain Dance here to reduce the literal firepower of this Chi-Yu. If it's able to hold on through this Dazzling Gleam, there's only going to be so much it can do.
Nope, and that's not even enough. You've got Choice Specs, you've got the Terra Fairy. That is so much damage that this Fluttermane can output, and Luca did such a nice job of preserving that Tornadus for it to get insane value. You don't normally see that every day. Tornadus is there for maybe one, maybe two turns usually, and Jackson was smart to try to target that down at the very beginning. That's why we see a lot of focus being put onto Tornadus, because sometimes it can get a little out of hand.
It can, and I think that one way that a lot of trainers will approach this matchup is you assume the Tornadus is going to set up whatever it wants to set up within the first turn or two on the field. It's going to protect if there's a fake out that first turn, so you got to give it a couple turns there. But what we saw in this matchup was Luca just waiting to use that Tailwind and instead getting a couple of early Bleak Wind Storms that provided the chip damage, so that something like the close combat from this Urshifu was able to easily pick up the KO on the Ogerpon.
And Luca was very intelligent about how he scouted out those speed tiers. You can see there, he was really hoping that the Urshifu would be faster than the Fluttermane in Tailwind conditions, but sadly it wasn't. But on the flip side of things, he knew his Fluttermane would be faster. So that was a really great way to also preserve the Terra type, so that you could go in, know you had the speed control, and you had the game lock. So Luca knows how he wants to try to navigate this game. Jackson, on the other hand, needs to get out just a bit more damage up front. It was the Intimidate very early on that limited the amount of pressure that Ogerpon and that Iron Hands could really put out.
It was also the fact that Luca recognized that Jackson's only speed control on his team, other than the Choice Scarf on the Landorus, was Icy Wind on Fluttermane, which made things very easy for the Tornadus to set up Tailwind Wind, and then once we figured out, okay, this is how much speed it got from the booster energy, this is how my Pokemon compare to it. So I almost wonder if Luca's in a position where he could leave the Tornadus on the bench in this game too, now that that speed information has been revealed, and just try and play around to deal more damage. You know, Flutter Mane isn't that bulky of a Pokemon. You don't necessarily have to worry about it as much unless the Chi-Yu is right next to it.
And especially if you expect something like the Icy Wind to come out, then you know that Flutter Mane isn't going to hit you for more damage. But here we go. Luca is going to make an adjustment while Jackson runs back those leads from game number 1, and the King Gambit is going to hit the field.
I'm so glad that you mentioned, you know, well, if you're not too worried about Icy Wind, because there is one Pokemon that loves moves like Icy Wind, and that is going to be King Gambit. I think Luca led it here so that if Jackson decided to lead that Flutter Mane and go for some early speed control with Icy Wind, you cannot do that. When you drop the speed of that King Gambit, you activate the Defiant ability and give it a boost. And even just knowing that this King Gambit now is present in this matchup, I think, makes Jackson have to play very carefully. If Luca switches it out, there's always the risk of King Gambit switching back in. If King Gambit's on the field, you can't drop its stats unless you know you're gonna knock it out, so it's not a problem.
Well, we're seeing the committal of the Terra really early here for Luca, so you can see that Dark Terra, Black Glasses in action. Moonblast first into the Iron Hands. It's going to bring it down really low, but not quite enough to be able to actually get the knockout. With the Ivy Cudgel in response into the Flutter Mane, the critical hit is just going to knock it out. That Flutter Mane is now no longer around to keep putting pressure onto this Iron Hands with a Drain Punch as well. All of that damage absolutely mitigated here as the Iron Hands gets a big HP boost back.
And unfortunately for Jackson, Luca has found an opportunity to sneak in a Sword Stance, boosting this King Gambit's attack by 2. Knowing that the King Gambit has Sucker Punch, this means that there is the potential for a very powerful Dark-type attack to hit either attacking Pokemon on Jackson's side of the field. Swapping in the Landorus as well to bring that Intimidate back. We saw just how critical that was in game number 1 to weaken the damage output here. I would not be surprised if we see Luca go for a U-turn or a switch on that Landorus. The Intimidate is really what you need in this situation.
You're also looking at just removing one of the bigger threats on the team. If you are forcing yourself into a position where maybe you think that Jackson might not try to run it back this time around and keep both Pokemon in, maybe there is a switch out that happens. You want to make sure that that Landorus is going to be able to help you out in the back. And U-turn is able to do a lot of damage unless you end up going for a Terastallization. And Jackson in this instance wants to be able to commit that over to that Ogerpon once again.
I think Ogerpon is the best Pokemon to Terastallize in this situation as well, if only because you're giving yourself that little bit of extra damage boost from the water typing for your Ivy Cudgel. And you need every little bit of damage you can get after that Intimidate.
Protect from the King Gambit. Ogerpon's going to use Follow Me as well. So just keeping this Iron Hand safe. And had you gone for something like the Sucker Punch, it would have failed in this instance. So, okay, U-turn not going to do nearly as much damage now that you have removed that grass typing from yourself. But the Urshifu gets to come back in. But what does this Iron Hands do? It's going to be the Drain Punch. Does hurt a little bit, and it does, more importantly, break the Focus Sash for that Urshifu.
Exactly. So now this Ogerpon could go for Horn Leech into that Urshifu for possibly a KO. That did a significant amount of chip damage. But we still have to play the game of, is there going to be a Sucker Punch? Is there going to be a Kowtow Cleave? Do you follow me? Do you go on the offense? This is going to be a read-heavy turn, and with no follow me, the Sucker Punch hits its mark on the Iron Hands, but misses the KO.
It completely misses the KO. It's going to have to be a double up with the close combat. It's nice to be able to double down the Iron Hands, because if for some reason the Sucker Punch is enough, then you know that close combat is going to go the way of the Ogerpon instead. But sadly, it does take 2 hits. And now with the Ivy Cudgel in response, at least it's not going to be the Horn Leech, but it is the King Gambit that's the target. And Bonk, it's out of here. King Gambit now removed from this game. Luca has 2 Pokemon left. You've got the Urshifu and you have the Landorus, but what else does Jackson have in the back? We have yet to see that.
If it is the Flutter Mane, now is the perfect time for it to take the field, as the booster energy will make it faster than that Urshifu. There's no Sucker Punch threat, and you have your option of going for damage or speed control. Given that Jackson really is leading the momentum in this endgame, I think you skip the speed control for now. The booster energy is really enough, and just go straight on the offense with a Moonblast or a Shadow Ball here. I love how he changed his game approach. I think using Follow Me in that previous turn was just to start the mind games, you know, make King Gambit have to decide who's going to target, who's the bigger priority, and just open up the opportunity to snag that KO.
Well, I think the speed control is really important as well, because the Landorus is holding the Choice Scarf. So you mitigate a lot of the effectiveness of that item and potentially make this Ogerpon a little bit faster, but you do have the Choice Scarf coming in clutch. Ogerpon is going to flinch as well. So the Surging Strike's able to hit into the Flutter Mane, and you are guaranteed now to have the Landorus as the fastest Pokemon on the field. But notice that there too, Ogerpon is now faster than the Urshifu. That's gonna come in as very important information now that Jackson has to reveal that fourth and final Pokemon.
I find it very interesting that Jackson went for the Icy Wind there, and seeing that his final Pokemon is the Choice Scarf Landorus on his side of the field makes it all make sense. If he had something like Chi-Yu in the back again, you go for the KO on one Pokemon, so then you have a 2 versus 1 situation, and Chi-Yu isn't in as much trouble. But with Icy Wind, you guarantee that regardless of how these Landorus are trained, your own Choice Scarf Landorus is now the fastest Pokemon on the field. Ooh. Unfortunately, though, no flinches coming through. That's one Rock Slide miss.
It's going to be a 1 Rock Slide miss, but Landorus gets to fire back a Rock Slide of its own. It's going to be a critical hit into the Ogerpon, bringing it pretty low, but the Ivy Cudgel, this time Ogerpon does not end up getting flinched, and so that will be plenty to knock out this Landorus, but Urshifu still has a battle on its hands. And in this instance, you gotta try to go for the gold close combat into the Ogerpon. But does this leave the Urshifu vulnerable? It's getting that defense drop, and this is going to be the second one that it has stacked up, and Landorus loves that.
Landorus loves that, indeed, because not only does that mean that Rock Slide is dealing more damage because of the defense drop, it is now a single target attack. And looking at this damage calc, it's gonna be close, but Urshifu holds on!
Urshifu holding on, gets a chance to fire back with those Surging Strikes. And the Landorus, it only takes 2, and Luca Tragan is your winner of this round 14.
What an incredible end game there.
A close one.
It was so close between both of these trainers. Unfortunately for Jackson, just not enough damage on that final Rock Slide into the Urshifu. But very, very well played. His adaptations from game 1 into game 2 really opened up the board for him, and I think made it easier to navigate against Luca's team. Luca just had that little bit of bulk needed to hold on and deal that KO to Landorus in that final turn.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how much damage that Rock Slide did in those instances as well. Even before you got that extra close combat drop to your defense. And so very calculated there, but also very risky. You saw that also play into Luca's side of things, where he was hoping that he'd be able to get knockouts where they didn't actually come to fruition. So both of these trainers having to adapt on the fly, knowing what was laid out in front of them damage-wise.
Yeah, and also using Sword Stance pretty early on King Gambit to make it, you know, that target to try and open up the opportunity for Urshifu to deal more attacks, to stay on the field, to the point where it could accumulate those 2 defense drops. I mean, we saw it KO the Flutter Mane, we saw it KO the Landorus in the end, and we even saw it try and knock out the Ogerpon again with another close combat. So very, very well navigated from Luca here. It was a very tough endgame, but he managed to find an opportunity to win.
He did, and this in-game was really nice from Jackson too. I mean, when the Flutter Mane hit the field, it's really nice to be able to get that speed control down right away because you're also looking at the speed interaction between the Ogerpon and the Urshifu. Urshifu is still kind of public enemy #1, knowing that it also has access to priority of an Aqua Jet. You want to make sure that you are shutting it off though, because at this point in time too, the Surging Strikes was just going to be the more powerful option, so you don't have to play around that in particular. So fantastic step from Jackson to be able to keep himself in the game in that game #2. Sadly, just didn't work out because it wasn't quite enough damage with the Rock Slide to be able to pick up the job. And so, congratulations to Luca. Once again, also showing the power of that Black Glasses King Gambit variant that he's become so well known for and he's found so much success with. And it fits even better into this current meta.
Exactly, and I think it will continue to be a mainstay along with those Pokemon with competitive or defiant, like your Empoleons, like your Milotics. I think those were the other two that we've hit on this weekend. As long as Landorus Therian, as long as Bleakwind Storm, as long as Icy Wind are around in the metagame, it's just so easy for those Pokemon to sit on the field in front of those attacks, swap in to take the stat drop, otherwise activate those abilities and really swing the momentum in your favor. We haven't seen a lot of Milotic and Empoleon yet. I believe one Milotic made day 2, if my memory serves me correct. But I really do think those two Pokemon in particular are going to start increasing in usage as soon as, you know, the results settle from this weekend. We see how many Hearthflame Ogerpon there were out there and just really how many opportunities there are for that Pokemon to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's still super tough though. I think that Wellspring Ogerpon stocks are definitely rising. It has the most usage out of both of the Ogerpon forms now that are really prevalent in our day 2. But you also have to take a look at just the other grass types that are in the meta right now. We still have Sinistcha, we still have a Moongus. We still have so many threats that make having like a singular water type on a Pokemon really difficult to actually execute unless you want to commit something like the Terastallization, which is a possibility, but can only have one. And sometimes there are just better offensive or defensive options.
True, but as long as we're talking hypotheticals here, what I'm hearing is there's a chance.
There is absolutely a chance. There's always a chance. It's Pokemon, and people have been coming with some incredibly unique ideas. We've seen a lot of just variation when it's come down to what people have actually run, what we've seen on stream, what our trainers out in the field are facing. And there's so much more to come because that does wrap up our Swiss rounds. And now we get a chance to look ahead to our 8 trainers that have made it into that top 8 cut. And how exciting to be able to take a look at that and who's really standing a cut above the rest for Regulation E, a brand new format.
Yeah, well, I can tell you who's sitting in the lounge right now waiting for an interview, and that's going to be Luca and Sierra. So let's go ahead and hear from our winner of our final round of Swiss today.
Thanks, Gabby. Thanks, Rose. I am here with Luca Tragegood after that fantastic win on stream. We got to start with that second game, though, right at the end there, because I was down to the wire. It looked like that was going to a game 3 for a second.
I was convinced that it was going to a game 3. After I got crit on my Flutter Mane with Ivy Cudgel, and then pretty much just went into my King Gambit, I was like, this is probably not good. I tried to go for a risky read of just trying to double into the Iron Hands, hoping that the Ogerpon would protect. Didn't go outright. As soon as that happened, I was like, I probably lose this game. Then I had Landorus in the back. I saw Flutter Mane come in. I'm like, hey, I mean, if I don't get knocked out with either my Mons here, maybe Rockslide can carry me. Then I got the flinch, and I was like, this is a little more doable than I thought. Then they missed Rockslide on my Landorus. I was like, okay, keeps kind of going. My Urshifu survived. I was like, okay, wait, what is it even happening? Do I live Rockslide? I live on like 7 HP, I think. And then I don't get flinched and I get the K, and I was like, okay, I did not deserve any of that, but I'll take it.
Especially, too, you have to cross your fingers at that point because it's like, you see the survive, and then it's like, it's Pokemon. You know there could be that flinch.
I was like convinced that my single target, it was -2. I was convinced that Urshifu probably gets knocked out by this Rock Slide, but I barely lived. I was like, okay, I'll take it. I'll take it.
You'll take it. A little sigh of relief after
definitely.
that game too. Especially now too, with that win, you're sure in that top 8 here in Peoria. How are you feeling about that?
I feel pretty good. I went in, I didn't do so hot at Pittsburgh, so I was hoping that I could at least just get myself on the board in terms of getting championship points. So I was hoping like 6-3 would be pretty good. So, but then I went 8-1 day 1. I'm like, okay, and we'll see how far we can go. And I mean, here we are right now.
And the team that you have too, I feel like King Gambit, there is the King Gambit like supporters like, yes, it's like the best, and then people that are like gone away from it. And you have definitely been one of those people that have stood by it. So how are you feeling about it in Regulation E? Because you're playing it, but you also actually went up against someone who had it on their team as well. There's a couple of y'all kicking around.
It's so strange now because I'm seeing them everywhere now, and I'm just like, this is my doing. This is definitely my doing. But like, it's good and bad because, well, no, I'd say it's mostly good because King Gambit's like really good in the meta right now. Landorus is everywhere. It's actually pretty good into Ogrepon. If you get a stuff Swords Dance, Ogrepon does not take that Sucker Punch very well at all. I think generally just I know how to play against King Gambit super well just because I know its weaknesses like the back of my hand, so I know how to abuse them pretty well. And I think every person that has had King Gambit that I fought them didn't even bring them versus me, so I didn't really even get to like use the fact that I know that. But like, it's really cool to see that like this set has become popular, it's prevalent in the meta, and I just enjoy seeing King Gambit because I think it's just one of the most fun Pokemon to use ever.
Yeah, they know that you are the black glasses King Gambit guy.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm not messing with that. I'm not trying to.
No, it is like that's what everyone knows me for. It's just like you made the set and you just did well with it, but now everyone's using it. Everyone thinks it's good. It's like I was like I knew it was good from the beginning.
Well, you're good against this King Gambit. Is there anything out there in the field that's kind of caught you off guard? Because Regulation E, like there has been some spicy little things out there.
Yeah, it's still a very early format. People are still kind of, trying to figure out their footing in the format, trying to figure out what works and what doesn't work. So I went against a lot of interesting teams today, like just a lot of different just compositions. I fought James Beck earlier, who had a very interesting like Rain Ogrepon Water team, and it just abused the fact that it had Urshifu Tornadoes with Rain Dance, Ogrepon Water, and just kind of set up Tailwind, set up Rain Dance, and just used high water damage up. And that was really tough. That was one of my 2 losses throughout the day, which it was really cool. Like it was really cool to see like such an interesting composition like that. Overall, I saw like a lot of different probably more classic cores like Landorus, Iron Hand, Fluttermane, and then people would just pair that with add Chi-Yu and Ogrepon, that's in that now, just kind of make like a very solid composition. I know like those 5 have been like very prevalent. People just been kind of like testing like the 6 slot a lot. A lot of people use King Gambit. I saw a lot of Amoonguss today. I saw one at my Lodic. Like people are just kind of like testing the grounds. We know like which cores work and which ones don't, but we're just kind of seeing where Ogrepon fits, and I think that's kind of why it has such a high usage, is people are trying to figure out where it's good and why it's good. And I mean, we know why it's good, but like we still have to figure out where.
It almost kind of just seems like good everywhere at this point.
It's so good.
It is really
It has
good.
so many tools. Its typing is good. Its damage, it's ridiculous. The +1s that you get from either attack, special defense, or anything like that just are incredibly useful. It just has a lot of tools built into one mon, but it's not like, like Ogrepon Fire gets the +1 attack. It's not like Zacian. It's not like broken like Zacian in the sense that like, Zacian kind of just gets on the field and just, everything just has to like, we're gonna get knocked out. Like just but like Ogrepon, you have to commit your Terra to it. Its stats are good, but it's not like insane. Like its bulk is like just average. Its speed is like not the most game breaking. Its attack is good, but it's not like absurd. So I think like overall it's really, really good, but it has its flaws, and I think that's like a very good middle ground to have for a Pokemon.
It makes it fun, so it's not actually overbearing.
I think that's a really good that like they decided not to just like kind of crowd all the stats in the best places, like Iron Hands.
Yep.
But I think it's an overall like good direction. I do think getting the +1s on Terra is still a little ridiculous, but it's still like overall I think balanced.
Well, at this point now, with that top 8, I want to make sure you can go and get ready for that. But before you do you have any shout outs or any final words?
Shout out to guys, my building group. I'll shout out my family. I'll shout out Ashton. I know you're probably sticking your head in a dinosaur right now. If you know what that means, but I'm sure you're having a blast right there. That's about it.
All right, congratulations once again. Best of luck going on board, okay?
Thank you so much.
As for us, well, we have top 8 ahead here in Peoria Regionals. So excited. We'll be right back.
He has done it. He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yakobovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow, Wadaz, he is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
My goodness. The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it! The battle is over and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past 2nd place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I now expect to take it all away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good.
Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone because I think I can beat everyone.
Denting Rob and Emmy Wither.
I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100+ of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition's just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting 2nd in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player to ever play this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy, so
it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm going to have so much fun.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, epic in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up to the plate. And I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere.
He leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho'aku no.
Honolulu, Hawaii is the location of the Pokemon World Championships for 2024, and Peoria Regionals is just one stop in that journey for players to claim those championship points and earn their invite to Worlds, or even just win the whole thing and get to Worlds that way.
Yeah, it is the second stop of many here in North America, and even more when you consider all the tournaments happening worldwide this season. So if you want to compete, there is still plenty of time to try and earn that invite and join Pikachu on that beautiful beach with your Hawaiian shirt and your lei and just enjoy what will hopefully be a fantastic Worlds this upcoming year. But we are only on that second stop in North America. We have a long way to go to get there.
We sure do. But speaking of competition, did you know that you can also join in on our Illustrator contest? And here's a video to show you a little bit more about what that entails. You can head to the website and find out about all the fabulous prizes that the Illustrator contest could get you. But on top of that, the theme of this year is magical Pokemon moments. You got a chance to see the 10 Pokemon that are featured for this contest that you can create art for. And one of the prizes last year was to get your cards printed as actual cards that were given away as promos.
I think my favorite part of the competition last year was seeing not only just who won, but seeing the trainers share the artwork that they submitted once they were able to do so. I think you do have to wait a certain amount of time just for the competition to settle before you can, but just seeing everybody come together and share these incredible Pokemon artwork showcasing their favorite Pokemon, you know, showcasing a Charizard on a mountaintop spitting fire. Like, there were just so many cool arts out there. I'm so excited for the competition this year, and I believe it's open to even more countries this year as well.
It is. Australia and New Zealand are two new regions that get a chance to participate in this year's competition. Head over to the website to learn more and also choose some of that Pokemon that you might want to be able to actually feature in your artwork. I'm actually really surprised when you said your favorite thing was all of the different arts that you got to see that didn't quite make the cut, because I was expecting you to say Bidoof, 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 and Bidoof.
You know, I gotta keep you guessing, and also
on my
Bidoof
toes.
was not one of the Pokemon allowed last year in the competition, so
it's true.
But there, you know, if we're talking about other artwork, I think Bulbasaur was allowed last year, and he was using a little watering can to water his flower friends, and you know, it's just all those little magical moments that like you don't really think about from the Pokemon universe until somebody draws a beautiful picture of them, or I draw my little stick figure Pikachu trying to illustrate something that makes art, I think, really special.
Yeah, but our art community is so talented and 100%. So creative, and it really was a treat to see what else all of the artists came up with, and it looked like a very, very tight competition to see that whittled down to just 3 trainers. But try your luck at it as we get ahead and get ready for our top cut, as we now have 8 trainers ready to go to compete for the title of Peoria Regional Champion. And this top cut is stacked. It is stacked full of talent.
Yeah, so it is going to be Bidoof, Bidoof, Bidoof. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. We have a fantastic top cut waiting for you, and I think we're just waiting for these trainers to get settled on stage, but maybe, Rose, could you walk us through the 8 trainers who have qualified for top cut here?
Well, one of them was one of the players that Sierra spotlighted earlier on at the start of the stream, James Beck. He ended up going 13-1. 13-1. He ended the day yesterday 8-1, and he won out all 5 rounds today. You got a chance to also see what type of team he was running, and it's just really great Pokemon. But that's what James is good at. He's good at being able to weave in those good Pokemon, but make them better. And we even got a chance to witness that in the set where he just Golden Go plus board both games. Checkmate.
Yeah, that is a checkmate. If that were a move, I guess, in Pokemon. Maybe King Gambit could pick up that one.
should get that, actually.
Yeah, but I really love just how his board positioning is overall, to continue the chess metaphor. You know, it feels like he always knows where the pieces are, and not only just, you know, what piece to move this turn, but also the next turn and the following turn, and he's able to like forecast out and identify those win conditions very early on, and then just sort of follow that path to execution. So really excited to see him do so well today, and definitely knowing that he went undefeated today in Swiss puts a huge target on his back when it comes to who is going to win today.
Yeah, I really believe that James has a great shot. As long as he doesn't hit into an unfavorable matchup, I think he's the type of player that even in that particular situation has ways to get out of it, and he will be able to find them and navigate through that. But another one of our top cut players, we actually just saw him on stream, that was Luca Traget, that was able to make it into that top 8 with that win for Swiss round number 14. So congratulations to him as well with that Black Glasses Terror Dark King Gambit.
Yeah, and we can also now officially reveal the bracket that these trainers will be competing in. So James Beck will be playing Leonard Kraft III, who is the 8th seed coming into Top Cut. We saw him earlier on stream as well. I believe the first match of the day was his. The next matchup for Top 8 is going to be Justin Knox versus Jeremy Parson, Shiliang Tang versus Junshi Zhu, and then Riley Factura, the previous regional champion in Pittsburgh, facing off against Luca Traget.
Awesome to see Riley once again get another top cut, and that's why he was also spotlighted at the beginning of the day, because now he has a really real shot of getting the back-to-back regional championships, and at the very beginning of the 2024 circuit. That puts you in such a fantastic position to get your travel award towards the next international championship, and you get invited to Worlds twice, I guess.
Also, I think it's interesting to talk about Riley in terms of his accomplishments, because he is one of those trainers that is up there in terms of how many regional championships he's won. And winning 2 back-to-back is definitely an accomplishment that I don't think any of our other multiple regional champions can necessarily claim. I'm trying to remember, and Twitch chat, I know you're out there because you picked some fantastic matches for us in round 14. Feel free to, you know, let us know if there was a back-to-back regional champion in VG in particular, but I just can't think of anybody.
It's so tough because in the past few years, it does feel like everybody has shared the crown a little bit, whether it's been a newcomer or it has been a veteran of the scene. But Riley is certainly one of the veterans that has the ability, the grace to be able to make it through this bracket and claim another title. And that would put him up there as one of the top earning players of regional championship titles in the entire field of competition. So it will be exciting to follow his journey. But the 2 matches for top 8 that we will be covering, our very first one is going to be Shiliang Tang versus Junshi Zhu, and I'm super excited to see both of them. And then the one after that is going to be Jeremy versus Justin.
Yeah, so we're going to give our trainers a little bit of time to get situated before we start talking about that matchup in particular. What Pokemon they have, you know, how the teams might match up against each other. What I want to take a moment now to just sort of like digest, as we know our top cut, we know who's moving on. You know, in your opinion, how well did we do with our caster predictions? It feels like we were pretty on the nose for a majority of them.
I think so. I mean, even just taking a look at who was even in the running in like round 13 for top 8, there was a lot of Wellspring Ogerpon. So I think outside of myself, like all 4 of you, were able to get that right. And it doesn't really surprise me to see that particular Ogerpon form performing well this weekend.
Yeah, and I also think it's interesting that it's the more bulkier Ogerpon form, except for Cornerstone, which has that sturdy ability, which means you cannot knock it out in a single hit. None of us predicted that Pokemon. Even Sierra, who went all in on the Ogerpon, left the Cornerstone out. But just looking at how well it did throughout the competition, yes, it was the lowest one in terms of usage, as I guess Teal Mask was below that technically, but I'm not sure if we had that many Teal Masks in. But in terms of success, it just did very, very well in sort of converting entries of the competition into day 2 qualifications. So there's a lot to be explored there. You know, Okidogi did incredibly well, given that there were only like 1 or 2 of them throughout the entire competition. One made day 2 and was in contention for Top Cut for a decent amount of the morning. And then King Gambit, you know, you and I predicted it. Joe Brown sort of had that spirit going with the Empoleon and the Milotic. What a great Pokemon, and Luca, his signature Pokemon, just carrying him through to Top Cut. So I think that we did fairly well, all things considered. And not only that, there is one of your predictions that I think is going to be making an appearance in our next match. So you can even check that one off the list.
Which one is that one? I haven't looked yet.
I believe it's Iron Bundle, but we'll see.
Sweet.
We'll see.
We did see Iron Bundle and Roaring Moon on stream yesterday.
True.
And that was really cool to see the 2 of them paired together. One of the reasons why I thought Iron Bundle would really come back into this meta in particular is that you have Alola Ninetales support now. That's going to really help you. And then you also have the ability to get that speed control in with Icy Wind. It is the fastest Icy Wind user in the field, especially if it's holding that booster energy to be able to get that increased speed. There's not a whole lot that can actually outrun it, even if you have Tailwind active. So another way to just help kind of stifle the competition there. And sadly, there are only a few, but we have way more weeks of Regulation E to also sift through, cook, see what comes up.
Yeah, that metaphor that we keep returning to. And I think Iron Bundle also has a lot of potential because of Freeze Dry.
Yes.
And because it can access a move that's super effective for both your Water-type Pokemon, and it acts as an Ice-type move for Grass-type Pokemon. And
Wellspring Ogerpon.
I was going to say, Wellspring Ogerpon for sure. And then the Teal Mask for sure. Cornerstone for sure. And then you hit neutral on the Hearth Flame until it terrestrializes, which...
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
Not
Sometimes
bad.
forcing a terrestrialization is really key to your strategy as well, because you know that then that is not available for something else.
Exactly.
But, you know, I think another thing that's not on our prediction list, and I don't know if it was really on anybody's radar, let's throw back to Justin Knox's team really fast and the Okidogi, because that was a Pokemon that I don't think a lot of people expected. Is even just looking at the Loyal 3, Okidogi by far the most viable, but overall still just not really a prevalent Pokemon in the meta. And even still, it's not Toxic Chain, it's Guard Dog. We've mentioned before about how there are ways to be able to mitigate Intimidates with something like Competitive or Defiant, but Guard Dog also offers that in just a little bit of a different way.
Yeah, it makes it so when Intimidate activates, you get an attack boost immediately. So it's not like you benefit from the Intimidate, but you also just don't have to worry about it. It's net neutral. So it was a really unique pick for sure. You know, the poison typing, I think, is the most tempting aspect of the Loyal 3 for me overall, as especially with Flutter Mane everywhere. When he terrestrializes into the fairy type defensively, like having poison type attackers that do enough damage and are consistent is something that feels few and far between when it comes to VGC. I'm like trying to remember other poison types we've seen, and a lot of times it comes to like Toxapex sometimes, Eternatus sometimes. Like there just hasn't really been a poison type champion for VGC yet. I think the Loyal 3 do have the potential. I would love to see Okidogi be the one to take that title because, like we've established, he is not a mischievous boy. He is a good boy.
Mischievous boy.
Or a good girl. Sometimes they're good boys, sometimes they're good girls.
Mischievous.
Mischievous. Okay, well, we'll We'll work through this.
we'll have a talk later.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, I think the other parts of Justin Knox's team that are really creative is when you also take a look at just the rest of the surrounding elements. The Okie Dokie is
right?
very, very safe because of exactly the Clefairy.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Clefairy as well because looking at some of the grassroots tournaments that happened leading up to this tour, looking at just some of the online ladder, you know, going on Battle Stadium, seeing what's out there, I think Clefairy plus bulky Pokemon is a combination that a lot of people are considering.
Yeah.
I saw some people talking about like a 2-2-2 core, which is this idea that you take 2 Pokemon that work well together, 2 Pokemon that work well together, 2 Pokemon that work well together, you have 6 Pokemon, you have your team. And I think Clefairy plus Snorlax, Clefairy plus Okie Dokie, Clefairy plus Azumarill, those are all ways that you can try and like sort of sneak that into another composition and give that some success. Friend Guard is such a good ability, having Follow Me to redirect. It's a very fun support Pokemon, and it's back. It's finally back.
It is. And it also gets access to Eviolite, so that really helps to even just boost up its own defenses in those situations to make that Follow Me even more impactful. Because originally we had Indeedee with Psychic Seed. That's gonna help you in one department, but not across the board. So it does make it a little bit more susceptible for things like Wicked Blow to just be able to get out of there in one turn. But I think the other thing that's really interesting about Justin's team is you still have access to some of the more popular Pokemon in the teal mask, and that's the Blood Moon Ursaluna as well as the Hearthflame Ogerpon. So you're not missing out on damage, and you still have access to this tankier option that really does help to, they'll slow things down if you need to.
Yeah, and I also think that it's a unique support option too, because you can slow things down if you need to, but because that ability activates as soon as the Clefairy is on the field, you can sort of use that to your advantage. You know, a lot of times when you're using a Pokemon that has access to a redirect move, people, maybe they're tired, maybe they're just assuming that, you know, their predictions are going to be right. They assume that the redirect attack is always going to happen, and they'll target into that slot regardless, and you can take advantage of that. And I think that Clefairy also just, it definitely takes advantage of that thinking, because once it is on the field, you want to get rid of it immediately because of that Friend Guard ability. You don't want to necessarily be playing these mind games or, you know, having your damage calcs that you've sort of worked through and memorized get a little messed with because of that ability. And you want to just remove it as quickly as you can. So it's a fun Pokemon, especially if you're like looking for that kind of mind game. But it's also a little bit of a difficult Pokemon for sure. So Okie Dokie's a really fun partner. I hope that somebody sort of takes those 2 Pokemon and continues to develop that idea, because I think there is a lot of potential there.
Well, let's talk about Jeremy Parsons' team then too, because this is another one of those teams that it's really just good stuff. It's good stuff. I mean, like what Justin's team, you know, has that bit of creativity to it that makes it a real meta threat. You also have to consider how many players have an Ogerpon on their team. They have a Landorus. Those are built differently every once in a while. There's either like the Terra Flying with the Choice Scarf, and then you also have access to Terra Blast, or you even just kind of bulk it down a little bit. You could give it an Assault Vest and kind of play around that way, or we've even seen just a little bit of healing come through with something like Holding a Berry. Opened yourself up a little bit more to be able to go for things like the Protect, but Landorus is just such a good Pokemon when it has the ability to pivot. We've seen U-Turn being used a lot to make sure that you can preserve that Intimidate for later. And it is top of the usage charts for day 2.
And I think traditionally the top of the usage charts, as it was introduced a long time ago in Generation 5, Black and White, and the Therian forms came out shortly after that, and I actually remember playing the Dream Radar on my 3DS to catch my first ever Landorus Therian in the living area of my college dorm, holding my thing up, going like this to play the game, and everybody thought I was crazy, but who's crazy now? Probably still me. But no, it is such a good Pokemon, and it is such a essential Pokemon. If you are watching the stream and you want to go play on Battle Stadium, if you want to come enter a local Premier Challenge, a local mid-season showdown, or even come to a regional, and you don't have a Landorus, you don't have an Iron Hands, you haven't caught your Ogerpon in a friend ball just yet, those are the Pokemon that I would recommend that you go out and catch now, because you can just put them together on a team and just get a feel for what Regulation E is, figure out what kind of strategies you enjoy, figure out what kind of Pokemon you want to use, and build that team.
There's only one right Pokeball choice for Ogerpon, and it is the friend ball.
Okay. I was worried.
I know that there's always a debate. What ball do you use to catch your Pokemon? That is a very obvious choice. But maybe what's not so obvious is everything else going on in the top 8. So we're gonna go to the lounge so that Sierra, Joe, and Scott can go break it down.
Thanks, you two. Though this discussion of the right Pokeball choice, I feel like we could get some pretty hot opinions about that in there too, because I think the one proper choice for any Pokemon, clearly Premier Ball. Let's be real.
Well, I'm definitely a color matching enthusiast, where especially if you can use the apricorn balls, it's just I don't know. Style points are always worth it.
I would have to agree with you that Premier Ball is the peak on Pokeball catching, because it's essentially Pokeball catch rate, right? So if you have the flex that you catch a legendary in a Premier Ball, you had the base lowest odds possible, and you still suck it out and give it that cool white and red Pokeball.
I mean, I'm really impressed with you. It's an interesting combination of masochism, of torturing yourself for the maximum, still not a ugly Pokeball combination. I think you're really maxing out your own personal sadness, and I respect that.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, no. But the real reason that we came over to the lounge to discuss things was to break down this Regulation E that we've gotten to see forming so far. Because coming into this, there has been, a couple of things that we really did expect to be leading the ways when we're looking at something like this Ogerpon that's having great usage across the board. But it's also really interesting because a really big trend since being introduced in the format has been this Fluttermane consistently at the top. It is second place now, but 51% usage, that's actually a pretty big dip, all things considered, for this Ghost.
Yeah, pretty crazy when you could say fallen to 51% usage, but way less than it was in almost every Regulation D tournament.
Yeah, it's almost like when you compare it to our card game or something else. It's one of those supportive cards that are in every single 60 of every deck in the TCG. Fluttermane kind of felt like that you essentially had 5 Pokemon to choose from in your team builder, and then you slapped a Choice Specs, Pixie Plate, Boost Energy, whatever type of Fluttermane you wanted, it just had to be there.
And it's fallen to that second place too because of this Iron Hands. And Iron Hands was a Pokemon that, when it was introduced, it got a bunch of usage right away. It kind of fell off. It kind of comes back and gone, but it kind of seems like one of that most consistent options going on in the format right now, with just its stats and the capabilities and being able to have that fake out its coverage is just clutch.
Yeah, it somehow feels almost underplayed with how well it's done on stream over the course of the weekend, where there's been so many games where it just seems like one player's kind of dominated with better positioning, and having potentially both fake out and volt switch to help its teammates get into battle at the right time and get their attacks off the right time has really just been invaluable.
I think the craziest thing on Iron Hands is it essentially doesn't even have an ability, because Electric Terrain is non-existent. So it's currently the #1 most used Pokemon in the field, and every event it's the most used Pokemon, or second most used. So super, super strong, and it's essentially without ability, and that's how strong it is.
That's actually really crazy, because I've never sat and pondered that for more than a second or two, especially too with these abilities that the Paradox Pokemon have. You can have the booster energy to set it off, but Iron Hands doesn't play by those rules.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of doesn't work with how it wants to play, right? It's gonna stay, what's the in and out, and the booster energy isn't about that. So I don't know, somebody's gonna cook up something spicy with Pincurchin, I guess.
That's your only option. I mean, I guess maybe there's other Pokemon that can manually learn Electric Terrain, but it's one of those gimmicks where if you're setting a turn, you're wasting a turn to click Electric Terrain instead of it just naturally occurring, like with Torkoal on the field setting the sun, or somebody else that just naturally activates other people's abilities. You're kind of behind the 8 ball from the start.
Well, what's crazy too is looking at our day 2 usage of these Pokemon, because the Iron Hand falls to a modest 51%. The Fluttermane's up there, but here we go. The Genie Enjoyers rejoice here. 61% for Landorus, which is, I mean, it is such a strong Pokemon. You have the Intimidate, but it's crazy to see it at that much usage currently.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I guess I wasn't surprised, but like more like pleased, or to me, it felt the same way when I was practicing, right? Like Landorus is incredibly good. Intimidate is maybe the best it's been in a long time. Like Terra Flying is just really difficult to deal with, because if you kind of look at this board, right, there's only a couple of Pokemon that resist flying type attacks, and none of them really want to fight Landorus because it's got to deal with the threat of the ground type attacks as well. I also love seeing King Gambit in here. It wasn't on the previous chart at all. Kind of replacing Xian Pao, who's conspicuously missing, but a really good answer to the Landorus usage as well.
Yeah, and Joe Brown, we get to see there's the Wellspring mask that's actually taking place at the Hearthstone mask that a lot thought was going to be the masked Ogerpon of the event.
Yeah, I think that's the fascinating development of how day 1 to day 2 usage for me personally is going from everyone's like, okay, Hearthflame, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, just as much raw damage as possible, just gonna Ivy Cudgel and crit and +1 attack every time I terrestrialize and keep life simple. But then the drastic uptick that Wellspring form has over the Hearthflame form in this, it really shows the difference between the general consensus of Pokemon trainers and then the elite, these day 2 consistently performing well trainers here in Peoria. They understand the wide array of value that the Wellspring version gives you compared to the just singular I want to nuke things with Ivy Cudgel, Hearthflame. Yeah. It's still strong, obviously, it's still in that graphic, but when you're at the top level like this, you need your Pokemon to do more than just one thing well.
100%. But those are the Pokemon that are doing the best here in day 2, but it's time to see who will be the best going on in our top 8. We're about underway to kick off with that action, so we're going to send it back over to our casters.
Thank you so much, guys, for that meta breakdown of day 2 of our Peoria Regional Championships. And we are about to get underway with our top 8 cut to determine who is going to be the Peoria Regional Champion. But I think that the desk will be pleased or maybe unpleased to find out that Hearthflame Ogerpon in this top 8 has reclaimed its rightful spot at the top. There are 5 Hearthflame Ogerpon in the top 8, and the other 3 are Wellspring. So that's right, everybody has an Ogerpon on their team.
Let's talk about our players, though. Zunshi starting off the Hearthflame trend right. His first ever regional top cut, so congratulations. His team of Rillaboom, Fluttermane, Hisuian Arcanine, Ogerpon, Hearthflame Mask, Tornadus, and Gastrodon. Gastrodon appears to be the pink one as well, so...
Sorry, Lou.
Sorry, Lou. But it's a very unique team, and I think the only Gastrodon that made day 2. Xiliang Tang on the other side of the field is no stranger to the limelight, as he won the 2023 Hartford Regional Championships last year, got top 32 in Orlando, top 16 in Secaucus all the way back in 2022, and made top 16 at the North American International Championships last year.
Xiliang Tang has been on a tear of the scene all of last year, right? Like, those accomplishments are absolutely stacked, and it's really great to see kind of like a newer player go up against what I would consider a veteran at this point. And Xiliang also has some unique Pokemon on his team as well. The Iron Bundle coming back to make an appearance in this meta, but alongside that, there's the Heatran, a Pokemon that we started to see fall off in usage just a little bit because of the prominence of that Hearthflame Ogerpon. When you end up terrestrializing it, it does get the Mold Breaker ability, so you actually are able to like hit the Heatran really hard with that attack boost.
You are, and you know what can increase your attack even further? The fact that your Ogerpon has access to Swords Dance. So I think that's one thing to keep an eye out for in this matchup, is that Xiliang can Swords Dance his Ogerpon. Junshi on the opposite side of the field has an interesting third move though on his Ogerpon. It's not Swords Dance, it's actually Substitute. So I'm wondering if there's going to be an interesting interaction between these two trainers as we get into this game number 1. And I have an update from the desk. It is indeed the blue Gastrodon that Zunshi is running.
Okay.
Everything is right in the world.
Yeah, crisis averted for Lou there, our friend over in the EU region. But it's about time we kick off this top 8. First match, Shiliang versus Junshi, and it's going to be the Landorus and the Heatran right across from that Ogerpon and the Hisui and Arcanine. So a lot of fire types on the field right now.
I was just going to say there's a lot of firepower on the field, and that Heatran would otherwise have been in a great spot if it wasn't for the Mold Breaker ability on Ogerpon. Whether or not Junshi decides to target it down, though, initially we'll have to see, as looking at the Pokemon he's brought, maybe a bit of a spoiler for later on in the match. I don't think Heatran is necessarily the #1 target for him this turn. I think it's that Landorus and the Intimidate that he's going to be worried about long term.
It's nice to get that out of the way, too. You get to bring this Rillaboom in. You're not worried about maybe that Heatran sticking around if you do feel like it's under threat. Shiliang may feel forced to have to switch it out, but it's just terrestrialization. And that Terra is going to go right over to that Hearthflame Ogerpon, and you see such nice targets on either side. Go ahead and commit that Terra and get some damage down.
Yeah, that must be a very heavy mask for that Ogerpon, but it does increase its attack by 1 stage now that it has been terrestrialized. So overall, neutralizing the Intimidate, using U-turn on Shiliang's side of the field to allow that Landorus to swap out and avoid any big damage this turn. So I'm curious to see who Shiliang's going to send out to take this next attack. It's going to be that Iron Hands.
Well, Ivy Cudgel coming out from the Ogerpon, and it does indeed go into the Iron Hands. That is going to bring it down to about half, and the Heat Wave, this poor Rillaboom turns into the field and immediately leaves. At the very least, you do get a chance to set the grassy terrain, and Ogerpon has access to some other really strong stab grass type attacks. So that grassy terrain gonna help out there as well.
Yeah, both these trainers are actually running Grassy Glide on their Ogerpon, so not only is there the potential for increased damage there, that also means that these Grassy Glide will benefit from the upgraded priority tier. So something that Shiliang does have to keep in mind. Junshi has the opportunity to swap one of his Pokemon out. He's already revealed that Choice Band Arcanine, who, while it does have some great coverage between Extreme Speed with +3 priority, or +2 priority, Flare Blitz, and Rock Slide, it's not necessarily the Pokemon that benefits the most from this positioning. It is going to be Gastrodon that will take this opportunity to take to the field and immediately start to threaten both damage and some board control.
Gastrodon is really interesting in this meta, and there's a reason why Junshi is actually the only Gastrodon player to have made it into the top 8. That's because it's pretty high under threat when you look at how many grass types are running around. And if you aren't able to terrestrialize it, you want to make sure that you're getting enough value out of that Gastrodon in just the damage output that it can provide, but also the yawns, just to try to put things to sleep. So, a little bit of a target there. Shiliang is going to fake it out, and Ogerpon then gets away with a substitute. So what a unique Ogerpon set we get a chance to see in action, as it will just take the Earth Power.
I love the use of substitute there, because if you were faked out, then you at least, yes, you will be taking damage, but you went for something that could be beneficial long term. I think Junshi was hoping that maybe Shiliang would have doubled into the Gastrodon, recognizing that it has a favorable matchup against 3 of the 4 Pokemon that he's brought into this matchup so far. Instead, though, I think Shiliang making the right call longer term to try and get some good damage down on that Ogerpon, so that a hit from the Iron Hands or a second Earth Power from that Heatran will be able to pick up the KO. But Gastrodon, thanks to the grassy terrain, is almost back at full health. Also took a little munch of that leftovers held item that it's holding. So even though it was unable to yawn last turn, it can go for that attack this turn and either force a Pokemon to switch or force a Pokemon to go to sleep, depending on what Shiliang prefers.
It's going to be a terrestrialization, though. So you may just feel committed to just go for some damage, as the Heatran is going to be the one receiving that Terra. And Fairy Terra, such a great typing for it defensively, knowing that you are going to be able to just tank a lot of those Fairy type attacks. With the Spiky Shield coming through from the Ogerpon, it's not going to be a substitute, but you can actually cycle through the substitute as well as a Spiky Shield, as the Heat Wave now heading in its direction. It's not going to actually create contact, but Gastrodon is also going to have to take that hit.
It will, but it takes it kind of comfortably. But with a Drain Punch follow-up attack from Shiliang, Gastrodon is brought down to below half its health. So that is unfortunate for this Gastrodon, but knowing that it has access to protect and knowing that it was able to connect a Yawn on that Heatran this turn, I think Jinshi can finally go a bit on the offense here. Typically when trainers' Pokemon are targeted by Yawn, they don't go to sleep right away. Instead, it takes one turn to apply. So many trainers will opt to swap that Pokemon out so it isn't put to sleep. And knowing that Shiliang has an Intimidate user in the back as well, while you do have to be careful about an Icy Wind attack from the Gastrodon or possibly the Ogerpon doubling into that slot to deal some significant damage to that Pokemon, I think not having your Pokemon put to sleep is way more important than taking some damage on the swap.
Landorus coming into, like, yeah, you're going to take a pretty big chunk if it's the Icy Wind coming through, but it is nice to be able to keep that Ogerpon in check, and you're not going to feel too bad about having to take an Ivy Cudgel either when you come in. That's still half damage. And the Drain Punch in response, going to keep whittling away at both of Jinshi's Pokemon. So Iron Hands is also going to be really difficult to take out based on what is actually left. Icy Wind, though, is just 4 times super effective. It's going to barely hang on, so Landorus does stick around for one more turn.
And could U-turn out a second time if that is a Pokemon that Shiliang wants to preserve moving forwards? I think I'm more curious about what this Gastrodon is going to continue to do as this matchup sort of works its way through. After that Icy Wind, depending on how this Gastrodon is trained, it's possible that it could be faster than the Iron Hands. I think one more Icy Wind to be sure would guarantee that, as a lot of people run neutral speed on Iron Hands right now, or possibly even attempt to what's called speed creep, where you run a little bit of stat investment in speed, so that way you're not necessarily always hoping that you win those speed ties. You can guarantee that you're faster than the opponent's Pokemon. So if Gastrodon gets to the point where it's faster than the Iron Hands, then at least you can start using Earth Power consistently, or maybe even just a Yawn and Protect to neutralize it.
Well, the Intimidate makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah.
You see the swap in, you get the Intimidate drop onto 2 physical attackers, and the U-turn to be able to get the Landorus out to preserve Shiliang's own Intimidate for later. What is in the back, though? Shiliang has yet to reveal that 4th and final Pokemon, so it could be the Heatran just coming out in its place. And there it is. It's just going to hit the field again. Drain Punch, though, into the Arcanine. That has got to hurt. But that Intimidate drop coming in so clutch to be able to keep that Arcanine alive.
Yeah, both these trainers are taking a very slow approach to this matchup, and I think keeping an eye on where this chip damage is going to be so critical. The Arcanine, yes, it was able to intimidate that Iron Hands, but I think had it not intimidated that Iron Hands, that Drain Punch would have been very close to a one-hit knockout. The removal of grassy terrain as well, and knowing that it's not going to come back, neutralizes a lot of the recovery that Jinshi was doing to match the slow play that Shiliang was bringing to the field. So Jinshi needs to find an opportunity now to go on the offense. Knowing that Yawn connected with the Iron Hands does open up a little bit of an opportunity, but we've seen Shiliang be very comfortable swapping in the Landorus into that spot, getting an Intimidate down on the Arcanine, or possibly even that Ogerpon if Jinshi wants to try and save his own Intimidate for later.
Well, it is the switch out of the Iron Hands. And so we do also see that Landorus come back in. So great call there. The Intimidate drop going down onto the Arcanine. We did see it select into an attack. The Rock Slide, though, it's going to miss something. And that is just unfortunate that it was the Landorus that ended up switching in. So an Earth Power in response, Arcanine is not going to be able to take that. So Jinshi down to the final 2 Pokemon for this game number 1.
This Gastrodon has its work cut out for it. It's doing a great job of keeping this board pressure active, going for Yawn after Yawn after Yawn, but making your opponent switch doesn't necessarily increase the amount of damage that you're doing. Ogerpon is at such low health. We know that the Gastrodon is going to struggle to deal damage to this Heatran now that it is terastallized. It's a tough spot for Jinshi to be in game 1.
Yeah, well, especially because the Landorus for Shiliang does have the Choice Scarf. So you know it is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and there isn't a whole lot that you can do to be able to keep yourself safe. Just hope that maybe you get a chance to get a substitute off, and there's nothing on the other side that Shiliang can do to actually break that sub. But there's plenty. That's the problem, is that this Ogerpon is so vulnerable in front of both of these Pokemon. And even though we did see this Mold Breaker come to fruition when you do have this Hearthflame Ogerpon, Heatran doesn't care. That Terra Fairy is going to be so valuable here.
I was just going to say, honestly, the fact that the Ogerpon on Jinshi's side of the field committed to that terastallization so early made it vulnerable to those Earth powers from the Heatran and more vulnerable to the Rock Slide, which does connect to pick up that KO there on the Ogerpon. I think it was a smart idea to try and mitigate the attack drop from the Intimidate, but overall just meant that that Ogerpon was taking more damage from what Shiliang brought in this game 1.
Yeah, Shiliang did a fantastic job of just mitigating this Gastrodon. Even though the Yawns were coming out and you're really slowing down the game, Gastrodon is also one of those tricky Pokemon that you have to play really slowly around. Sometimes you miss out on a ton of momentum going through these matches because you're just kind of stuck with a Pokemon that doesn't hit really hard, and if your other Pokemon are getting knocked out, that poor Gastrodon is by itself to have to pick up the heavy lifting. So I'd really like to see an adjustment from Junshi to get a little bit more damage out on the board just a little bit faster.
Yeah, I think identifying that your opponent has no way to stop their Pokemon from being put to sleep is an essential strategy in Pokemon overall. I mean, we saw that play out at the World Championships this past year. But in this particular matchup, you just need firepower. I mean, Heat Wave able to knock out Rillaboom in one hit. With the terastallization active on that Ogerpon, it's going to be taking big damage from these Earth powers. I mean, even Hisuian Arcanine was knocked out from that attack. Your opponent just has so many options to deal damage. Even if you do favor a bit more slow play, you need to match what your opponent is bringing to the table.
Well, I kind of wonder then, just because of how quick and speedy that Landorus is on Shiliang's side, and we didn't get a chance to actually see if the Iron Bundle was there, never hit the field, maybe Junshi actually sees an opportunity to try to go for something like the Tornadus, try to get the Tailwind up. It actually helps out Gastrodon a lot. If it's not minimum speed investment, you can actually outspeed quite a few things with that Gastrodon under Tailwind environments. The other option that I could see Junshi going for is that if you really want Gastrodon to be a big threat, lead it. Bring it out in the front, and then it really forces Shiliang to have to think twice about what he wants to actually stay committed on the field.
Yeah, and I think in addition to that, if you do decide to lead the Gastrodon, maybe leave Yawn behind and try to go for Icy Wind, so then you have that speed control, you have the opportunity to potentially outspeed the opponent's Pokemon. You do have to land like 2, I think, Icy Winds on that Landorus to mitigate the Choice Scarf overall, but you land 2 Icy Winds, you're just going to knock it out anyways, it looked like, from those damage calcs. And what's the best way to outspeed a Pokemon? It's just to knock it out.
It's true. We do see a lot more Gastrodon actually run Ice Beam for that particular reason. Yeah. It is a one-hit knockout onto the Landorus, depending on how it's trained. So yeah, ding ding. Sometimes you're a winner, baby. But let's get into this game number 2, because Shiliang is on the cusp of being able to make it into the top 4, and it will be a run back of these leads from game number 1. So Junshi doesn't want to switch anything up in terms of the Pokemon, but this turn 1 is critical for these trainers to get right.
Yeah, and turn 1, we saw Junshi lock early into the terastallization on Ogerpon, and if he's decided that he doesn't want to make a Pokemon adjustment, I think you make a playstyle adjustment and leave that terastallization behind. If you do decide to commit to the terastallization, at least make sure that you are striking something twice, or striking something that you know that you're going to get the knockout with, because like we saw in game number 1, that Heatran is just such a threat.
And that's why we see this interesting adjustment. We do see a switch out of the Arcanine, but instead, taking its place will be the Gastrodon instead of the Rillaboom. And so if there is a Heat Wave that comes from across the board from the Heatran, Gastrodon is going to be able to take that just a little bit better. We still see the commit of the Terra. It makes those Ivy Cudgels even more powerful. And this time around, if you're able to smack it into a different target, that really could help out in this case. Plus, that attack boost feels so nice, and you're not really worried about the Heatran right now. Stomping Tantrum, getting the call right. Gastrodon does not care about that at all, which means that this Ogerpon is free to be able to go for this Ivy Cudgel into the Landorus as intended, bringing it down super, super low again. Heat Wave? Oh, it's gonna miss. That is going to be the Gastrodon missing that critically, and because you can't burn the Ogerpon either, doesn't matter about taking that damage.
Yeah, and after the Leftovers recovery, Junshi has the ability to ensure this Gastrodon will survive a couple of hits from these two Pokemon. I think even if we were to see a Stomping Tantrum and an Earth Power into that slot, it should have enough health in both to take it. So Junshi has the option to go for an Icy Wind to knock out that Landorus to lower the speed of the Heatran, could just go straight on the offense into Heatran with Earth Power, or rely on Yawn once again. This Gastrodon has its pick of what to do in this scenario. It just all comes down to how Junshi wants to approach this matchup.
Well, I really like the optimization of this turn. You know, maybe we actually see the U-turn potentially come out there from the Landorus, so just protect yourself in this case. But Heatran is also going to commit to that defensive Terra once again. Terra Fairy. Gonna keep you safer from something like that Ivy Cudgel coming your way. Mold Breaker, very good ability, very strong. And this is why the Spiky Shield is so important, because if you're expecting a contact move to come through from the Landorus, then you are gonna have to take a bit of damage here. Stomping Tantrum does go into the Spiky Shield.
It does, and it is a contact move, but Landorus is able to just barely hang on. And Gastrodon also able to comfortably hang on through that Earth Power from the Heatran. Big question here is, what move does Junshi use on that Pokemon? And it's actually the Yawn, which, knowing that Landorus is going to be put to sleep in one turn is definitely great information for Junshi, but I think that was more an indication that he was anticipating a swap out like we saw Shi Liang rely on several times in game number 1. Maybe just accepting that the Ogerpon doesn't need the potential speed control from whatever could be coming out onto the field. Especially, it could be that Iron Hands like we saw, and then if you put the Iron Hands to sleep, it's just so much easier to contend with.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to see the Yawn actually go into the Heatran. That would have felt like a little bit of a safer play. Maybe you hope that the Spiky Shield damage is going to be enough, but also you just never know whether you know, how your opponent is actually going to target. So Ogerpon going to take a little bit of a break. We do see the Rillaboom now take its place on the field. Grassy Surge going to help with that recovery there for the Gastrodon on top of the leftovers healing that it's getting, but it's also going to be able to take the Stomping Tantrum really comfortably. This Heatran is still on the field though, and so Heat Wave does come out, and once again it is going to be a miss onto the Gastrodon, but this time around Rillaboom is going to be able to survive through all that damage.
And Gastrodon does finally connect the Yawn with the Heatran. So it took a little bit of an extra turn, but the advantage now is that the Heatran will either switch out or will get put to sleep. I think the fact that Shi Liang left the Landorus on the field this turn is a good indication that he wanted to have whatever the Pokemon is that can swap onto the field at this point in time ready for if and when the Heatran was yawned. The Landorus just had taken so much damage, it wasn't necessarily a priority anymore. If you see your opponent running 3 out of the same 4 Pokemon from game number 1, I think it's pretty safe to assume that the 4 are identical like we have seen revealed from Junshi, and you don't necessarily need the Landorus in this matchup. You really want to keep the Heatran safe, but the Heatran's actually the one that stays on the field, and now the Landorus swaps out.
Yeah, and the U-turn is really nice as well, just to get the Rillaboom out of there. If it's another Heatran, Heat Wave, and Shi Liang does decide to leave the Heatran on the field too, then at least you're a little bit safer switching this Arcanine back in. It's going to take that really nicely. The Iron Hands coming in though, I think that's really interesting choice. Just knowing that it's super bulky and there isn't a whole lot that Junshi can really do to take it down right now makes sense. Oh, but the Flash Cannon, that is going to be the final move that this Heatran gets a chance to use before it is going to be able to put sleep at the end of this turn. but you get the speed in your favor just a little bit. But Arcanine was already going to be outspeeding at least the Iron Hands.
It was, and again, just really interesting prioritizations here from both these trainers. Knowing that the Heatran would be put to sleep at the end of that turn, opting to go for the Flash Cannon for damage on that Rillaboom, maybe anticipating that swap. I think that Shi Liang is just trying to think very long term in terms of his matchup here. The Ogerpon on Zunqi's side of the field is the most powerful attacker, barring the Arcanine that's holding the choice band here. But at least with the Arcanine, you know that it's going to pick a move, it's going to lock into that move, and then you can sort of adjust your strategy accordingly. If Shi Liang is worried about what move Arcanine can lock into, you could bring that Landorus back out onto the field and get an Intimidate down on that Pokemon like we've seen him do in past games, but instead just happy to take the damage. It's all up to Arcanine.
And you can see why Junshi was also going to lock into the Icy Wind there too. If for some reason the Landorus switches back in, that's getting knocked out, and you could tell as well because that Heatran actually slept and took that mandatory turn of sleep first, it's still faster right now than the Arcanine. So another speed drop should be able to do it, and the flinch on top of it. Junshi in a much better position now that he has been able to stunt that turn from the Iron Hands.
And one thing that you called out in Game 1 was the speed interaction between the Gastrodon and the Iron Hands, and now Gastrodon is faster than that Iron Hands. So that means that it can guarantee an attack in before something like a Drain Punch plus a little bit of other damage would pick up the KO. So it's been a lot slower of an approach by Junshi here. And I think that Shi Liang now trying to match the slow speed with a Protect to start off this next turn.
Makes a lot of sense too. Just make sure that you're able to keep that Heatran a little bit safer. You'd love to be able to have it in the back for something like that Hearthflame Ogerpon, but then the Yawn as well. Just a little bit of insurance on top of this Iron Hands, or if there's coverage that comes through, but the Drain Punch into the Arcanine will be enough to clean it up. And that's still recovery that this Iron Hands gets back, and it's even closer to full than it was before.
It is, and that early wake up from the Heatran means that it's no longer as safe for the Ogerpon to return to the field. Ogerpon is going to be faster, but Ogerpon will have to target down that Heatran to ensure that it gets knocked out before something like an Earth Power would do the amount of damage to pick up the KO on it. I don't think that this Iron Hands is in a position where it can lock in a knockout on Ogerpon in one turn. However, if Shi Liang is looking at Junshi's remaining Pokemon overall, Ogerpon really is that #1 threat. And I think that Junshi has to protect it, keep it safe as much as he can in this situation while going on the offense.
Well, one of the other and unique parts of this Ogerpon kit that we just got a chance to see Junshi lock into is the Grassy Glide. Now, there are so many different same type attack bonus grass type attacks that these trainers get access to with the Ogerpon, and we've seen a lot of different combinations of these. Hornleech is one of the more popular ones, but you also have Wood Hammer, you also have Power Whip. That's another key move that we've seen just running around this entire weekend. And with Grassy Glide as an option, you're hoping that this is going to be plenty to knock out the Heatran, so you're not even worried anymore that you did have to the Intimidate drop. You just get a chance to go and hope that that's going to be enough.
I think the fact that Heatran Terrastalized ensured, with the grassy terrain still active as well, that was enough damage overall, and Gastrodon finally able to pick up the KO on the Landorus with that Icy Wind as well. So a very passive turn from Shi Liang there. You know, the Heatran getting knocked out by the Grassy Glide. The Landorus does get the Intimidate down, but will be KO'd eventually. We're finally going to see what that last Pokemon is for Shi Liang, and with Fake Out support, I think that he's still in a good spot.
This is, yeah, exactly. It's a very awkward position right now for Junshi to be in because this is the Iron Hands next to the Iron Bundle. Now, finally making an appearance leaves me to wonder whether or not that was the fourth and final in game #1, just knowing that speed control is also back in your favor. Those Icy Winds are going to take a long time to actually chip away at this Iron Bundle and make it slower and as slow as possible for something like the Ogerpon to actually overtake it in speed.
The only other option you could have here would be to get the grassy terrain back on the field so that you can use Grassy Glide, but at what cost would that come from?
It's really tough too because you have Hydro Pump as an option on this Iron Bundle. So yes, even though you do get a chance to use Grassy Glide, you're intimidated. Is this going to be enough damage output? Most Iron Bundle are pretty frail, so they can go down in just a hit sometimes, but it's a Gastrodon that's gonna be going for the Protect, and the Fake Out goes into the Ogerpon. What does this Iron Bundle decide to lock into? It's just a Freeze Dry. Knowing that Gastrodon is a problem, if you are able to land those Yawns onto the Iron Hands or the Iron Bundle, you're going to sleep, and then Junshi is able to just walk away with the game.
Yeah, this Iron Bundle as that 4th Pokemon was such a smart reveal from Xu Liang. We didn't see it in game number 1. I'm assuming it was there because it's such a great closing Pokemon, right? It's so fast, it can hit hard enough, and the Pokemon that Junshi has left really have to struggle against it.
Yeah, and the tough thing too is that the Gastrodon still being active means that Storm Drain is also still active on the field. So while there is that super effective Hydro Pump, you can't use it right now. So what a perfect Pokemon to have on the field next to that Hearthflame Ogerpon, and you can see that Xu Liang is still trying to whittle away at this Gastrodon, and it's going to take a few turns, but it's going to start to get out of hand. Iron Hands can no longer switch out of the battle, so it's going to sleep at the end of next turn.
It is, and Gastrodon, I think almost a Protect from the Gastrodon would be a very comfortable play for Junshi, because not only do you no longer have to worry about getting hit by an attack from this Iron Bundles to put you within knockout range of a potential Drain Punch whenever the Iron Hands decides to wake up, you also guarantee that the Iron Hands is going to be put to sleep this turn. The other thing I want to touch on very briefly is that there still is that Rillaboom in the back of Junshi's party. It is at incredibly low health, but if it gets to the point where a single Grassy Glide would be enough to KO that Iron Bundle, I think you have to try and get terrain up to support it. It's just how do you maneuver in this situation when you don't necessarily want to make that switch, as you need all the damage you can get.
It's going to be spread damage from the Icy Wind, but look at how little that's going to do to either the Gastrodon or the Ogerpon. It's nice to still get a little bit of speed control in, because we did see the Icy Wind drops can come through from the Gastrodon to try to keep that Iron Hands in check. We would love to have this Gastrodon just be a little bit faster. It's a crit through the sub. The sub is going to take damage for Ogerpon, but the sub is also going to fade. So no, we don't see any return healing from the Iron Hands, but that's going to be the last turn that it is able to do before it goes to sleep. And now Iron Bundle is about to meet the same fate next turn.
Yeah, Junshi taking a risk there and going for the Yawn onto the Iron Bundle. 2 turns of Yawn in a row, but this is how his win condition starts to come together. You can safely Spiky Shield, you can safely protect this turn, you can try and get some damage down on the Iron Hands. Seeing how little that Icy Wind did to Ogerpon in particular really just opens the field up. And Gastrodon is just providing that very slow but very necessary support in this matchup. Xu Liang has to think very carefully through these sleep turns, as I think that if his Pokemon take that maximum amount of time to sleep, it's possible that Ogerpon will be able to KO with Ivy Cudgel, even with that Intimidate from all the way back earlier on in the game.
Well, I could see the thought process there too.
Yeah.
You can see that Junshi was trying to determine whether or not he wanted to actually use the Earth Power to double into the Iron Hands, or just be able to use the Protect. And you go for the Protect here just to be able to keep some longevity there for your Gastrodon, but it makes a lot of sense. What if this Iron Hands only takes 1 turn of sleep? That's not going to feel too good, but it is going to be a 2-hit knockout onto the Iron Hands, and now you know that the Iron Bundle is now going to be asleep.
Yeah, and regardless of if the Iron Hands wakes up this turn, because the Ogerpon is faster than the Iron Hands, you can Ivy Cudgel into that slot and guarantee the knockout. So then you have to start thinking about, okay, that means there's only 1 Pokemon left on the opposing side of the field. What is my worst case scenario with this Iron Bundle? And I think it is the 1-turn wake up into enough damage somewhere to pick up the knockout on the Ogerpon, as overall Gastrodon is really just providing defensive support at this point in time. but I don't know, a one-turn wake-up is very difficult, and the fact that Iron Bundle as well is not known for its bulk definitely makes things more difficult in this endgame.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. Special defense is going to drop, but that Gastrodon still being around now that the Hearthflame Ogerpon is dropped to the Iron Hands, you still can't go for Hydro Pump, and that Icy Wind damage just hasn't been enough. Even if you're able to get a knockout onto the Gastrodon and you bring in the Rillaboom, now you have Grassy Terrain and bam, bam, you've got Grassy Glide on both sides. It's just going to be that extra damage. So Shiliang Tang is going to throw in the towel for the second game, and we've got a series on our hands. It is 1-1 between Shiliang and Junshi.
Yeah, you know, looking back at game number 1 and game number 2, I think that we kind of sold Gastrodon a bit short after what we saw in game number 1. The positioning from Junshi in this game 2 was a lot more favorable for the Gastrodon. It was available from turn 1, and it just stayed on the field for what felt like the entire game. And because it wasn't taking damage, because it could weave in the Icy Winds and the Yawns, it just opened up the opportunity for Junshi to protect the Ogerpon and just have that consistent threat.
And that was one of the big adjustments that we enjoyed seeing coming out from Junshi for that first turn. Instead of switching the Rillaboom in right away to be able to take that Arcanine's place, it was the Gastrodon which was able to tank those hits so much better. And that was why it was really able to stay on the field, and that poor Iron Bundle coming in the back meant that it wasn't able to hit with Hydro Pumps. It wasn't being able to do that super effective damage. And another thing that's keeping that Gastrodon safe right now is that Shiliang has opted to leave his own Rillaboom at home, as well as his own Hearthflame Ogerpon.
It's interesting that we haven't seen the Ogerpon from Shiliang, and I'm glad that you called that out, as I think a potential Game 3 adjustment could be the reveal of that Ogerpon, just to be able to do significant damage to the Gastrodon in particular from those grass-type attacks. Yes, you could also use Rillaboom to fill that slot, but I feel like with your own option to go for Mold Breaker, with your own option to, you know, power up through the Intimidate, it just is a little bit more flexible than the Rillaboom long term.
I think one of the things that's swaying Shiliang away from this, though, is the fact that Hisuian Arcanine is such a good piece for Junshi to rely upon in this matchup. We do know that Rillaboom and Hearthflame Ogerpon are both physical attackers, and they're also weak to that Arcanine. You've got Rock Slides, you have the Flare Blitzes, and poor things are going to be hit by that Choice Band too. That makes Arcanine hit so hard, and so it's very tough sometimes to feel comfortable to be able to bring in those pieces unless you have a good game plan to deal with that threat earlier on.
Yeah, we'll have to see just what game plan these trainers have come up with as it came down to the absolute wire in team preview for this final game of the top 8 here in Peoria. And we've seen Junshi rely on that Ogerpon time and time again. Shiliang locks into the same lead, but Junshi finally mixing things up. Does reveal the Gastrodon and the Rillaboom already, but spoiler alert, they're actually side by side as the lead.
Exactly, and this was something else that we discussed could be a potential adjustment for that game too. They ended up running back the same leads. That was that turn 1 that ended up being different in terms of what pivoted in, but this Gastrodon leading already just brings so much pressure. You can't hit it very hard with either the Landorus or the Heatran, and so it just gets to sit here and start dealing damage and also just pressuring that Yawn.
Yeah, I think that Shiliang locked into the same lead all 3 games because this lead is just so good on paper against the Pokemon that Junshi has brought into this matchup. But in this particular situation, I'm curious about how this is going to play out. Junshi could go for a fake out to flinch one of these Pokemon and then get an opportunity for Gastrodon to get an early Yawn or an early Icy Wind down on the board.
Oh, this is really nice as well. Like, take a look at that. We do see the Hearthflame Ogerpon as an adjustment, so no longer afraid of something like that Hisuian Arcanine on the other side. You get the fake out into the Heatran as well, which just brings you such a nice opening for this Icy Wind to help starting control that speed on the Ogerpon in particular. And Rillaboom is just not one of the faster Pokemon. Yes, it has access to that priority Grassy Glide, which is going to help a lot to just overcome that speed deficiency, but you still love to be able to just hit it with something else, not have that priority.
Yeah, and I think knowing that Ogerpon was the adjustment from Shiliang is a recognition of just how scary that Gastrodon was for him in game number 2. I think now that it is out on the field, Junshi is pretty scared for it. It was such a key part of his win condition against the Heatran and the Landorus in particular. Now that this Ogerpon is out on the field, I think it's time to swap it out and keep it safe for when those 2 Pokemon return. Rillaboom also wants to be able to switch out in this position, but given what Pokemon Junshi has in the back, I think he just has to make a tough call here. Which Pokemon do you protect? And in this case, I think he picked the Gastrodon.
Yeah, well, we're going to see the Hearthflame Ogerpon from Shiliang leave the field. Iron Hands taking its place. We see another pivot out as well from Junshi as the Gastrodon now swapping places with the Tornadus. And yeah, what a fantastic adjustment here from Junshi, completely switching things up. The high horsepower is super effective. It's not going to be dealing too much damage with the Earth Power in response. Maybe hoping to catch something different, but the Rillaboom just staying in. What a great call out. Junshi really switching things up for this 3rd game.
Tornadus is also not a Pokemon that you typically expect in the back of somebody's party either. Unfortunately for Junshi, this Tornadus does not have Protect, which means it will be a very tempting target, let's say, for the Iron Hands and the Fake Out on the opposing side of the field, now that it is Iron Hands' first turn on the field. But with access to Tailwind and Taunt and Bleakwind Storm, I think that Junshi has some unique utility now. He doesn't have to rely on that Gastrodon for speed control. He can set up Tailwind potentially for later on in the matchup. He can use Bleakwind Storm to have the chance of dropping the speed as well. You might not want to go for that this turn and just assume that you're going to be flinched, but instead just having that option for later, I think, really changes the game, especially now that we know how fast this Gastrodon is in relation to Iron Hands.
Oh, look at that taunt as well. That is going to make that Heatran just a little bit more vulnerable, can no longer go for Protect. And so if it wants to be able to get away from the taunt, it is going to have to switch off of the field. Heat Wave, though, does get some nice damage down onto both Pokemon, but we have yet to actually see a burn come through from that Heat Wave.
And even if it were to burn either of these 2 Pokemon, it would really just have that health depleting effect, as both these Pokemon rely on their special attack to deal damage and not the physical attack, which is halved by a burn. But given, you know, the sleep turns we saw in the previous game, given just how many Fire-type Pokemon are in play at this point, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a burn happen eventually. But for now, I think Junshi has to find an opportunity to go on the offense, knowing that this Tornadus and this Gastrodon aren't necessarily set up to deal damage in this position.
Yeah, well, what I was thinking is just like, it would be nice to fish for it on the Gastrodon just because it's getting this leftovers healing as well as the grassy terrain. So you're mitigating at least one of those options until the grassy terrain expires. We do see Junshi actually switch the Rillaboom back onto the field, so it's not going to be able to reset it since it's already active. But now we have the Landorus. It's going to be making yet another appearance, and Intimidate Drop feels really nice to be able to hit that Rillaboom with.
Indeed, and you know, being able to hit that Gastrodon with a Drain Punch as well and put it within knockout range of of the next attack is going to be huge for Shiliang. Earth Power as well going into the Landorus. Some great synergy there from Shiliang. And unfortunately for Gastrodon, just picking the wrong attack that turn.
Yeah, it is tough in those situations when you are kind of playing a 50-50. Like, do you think it's the Iron Hands that leaves the field? Is it going to be the Heatran? Does the Heatran Terra? And in that instance, you're feeling pretty good about just hitting it with any type of damage. And most other switches also are fine. Like, what if it's the Ogerpon that comes back out in that situation? Then you're feeling really good about that decision.
Yeah, I believe experienced trainers call this the revolving door of Pokemon.
It sure is.
But I think that also goes to show just how balanced these teams are. I mean, these are all good stuffed, good Pokemon, not good stuff, whatever. Anyways.
Good stuff.
Good stuffs. And I think we're just seeing that play out here as these trainers aren't necessarily vying for like those big hits. They're just trading switches, trading U-turns, trading fake outs, back and forth, trying to get one step ahead of their opponent. It's a very slow match, but that's how these teams want to be played.
Yeah, and one of the ways that Shiliang is really navigating this is he is doing damage control. He is trying to help preserve his own HP, and while it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of damage going down onto Junshi's side. All of that damage does add up over time. And that is really the most important piece of this is how do you really balance these two things?
And the other thing about balancing that is you just have to put your opponent in positions where they can't match it. You know, it's a balancing game of how much damage you're doing to each individual Pokemon on the opposing side of the field, and also balancing how much damage you take in return. And what's really cool about the play we just saw Xi Liang make there, you know, you swap the Heatran away into the Landorus, so Gastrodon wants to Earth Power. There's no damage there. Now with Landorus on the field, Gastrodon wants to Icy Wind to try and deal that significant damage. You send in your Ogerpon, who's going to resist that attack. Xi Liang is making some very defensive switches here, but because it's the Iron Hands that's sort of hanging out on the field while this is going on, you're still able to get some really good damage down onto the opposing side of the field, and Junshi is struggling to match that.
It's tough as well because look at how much HP recovery this Iron Hands has received. It's hit Drain Punch after Drain Punch into this Gastrodon, and even though you're able to hit it super effectively there with the Rillaboom going for the high horsepower, it still hasn't been enough to be able to chunk away at that tremendous HP pool that Iron Hands does have. Here is a Terastallization though. This time it is the little Gastrodon that could, and the U-turn there from the Rillaboom gets some nice energy into the Ogerpon, but you're hoping that this Terastallization is going to be enough to keep this Gastrodon safe. It has been the target of those Drain Punches.
It has, and it's also potentially a target of a Grassy Glide from the opposing Ogerpon. So a great defensive Terastallization there from Junshi, recognizing just how much of a target this Gastrodon is overall for Xi Liang. But this is a perfect opportunity to just look at the Pokemon he has remaining, look at the health that he has remaining on these Pokemon, and barring that last Pokemon that hasn't hit the field yet, all three of them are sitting at about 50% health. And, you know, I'm still working on my damage calcs for Regulation E for sure, but if there's one move that I could assume would do about 50% damage to every single Pokemon in the metagame, it's going to be an Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, for sure. Look at that. Drain Punch really just not having a good time now versus all these Pokemon, but that damage still adding up over time. The Yawn now does put that Ogerpon on a timer again, and Xi Liang has done a really great job of working through those Yawn turns and making sure that he's not going to be too affected by that sleep. But still, like, it forces out these switches. Xi Liang has already been doing a great job of that, and I don't know if he really cares that he has to make another switch here.
I think that because he's positioned himself in a way where the Pokemon that coming in would have a defensive advantage compared to what would be switching out, I don't think that there's necessarily much cost for these swaps. I also think that because both of these Pokemon on the field are very powerful for Xi Liang, if he makes a switch, he can still deal that big damage with the partner and still keep that board pressure on. Again, Junshi's 3 out of his 4 Pokemon are at about half their health, and this 4th Pokemon that's finally coming in is at full health, but it's a Fluttermane. Just how much damage is it going to take as a part of this swap?
Well, good news, it doesn't have to deal with the Ogerpon, because the Ogerpon is going to leave the field, try to refresh that Yawn, and it is the Heatran that's coming in its place. Icy Wind is also going to really help out here, because this Fluttermane is not booster energy, it is choice specs. So it's not necessarily the most invested in its speed, and you can't really outlast all of that, but it has to take a heavy slam. That Fluttermane just gets knocked out as soon as it comes in. And what an awful position that Junshi is in right now. Xi Liang is really in the driving seat.
That was the one opportunity for that Fluttermane to try and switch in on the field actively, and unfortunately it did not work out for Junshi. The other alternative would have been to try and let your Tornadus or your Rillaboom or your Gastrodon get KO'd beforehand, but that just was not something he was in a position to take, given that he's already taken so much damage. The Fluttermane also, you know, it was holding a choice specs. It could have done so much damage to the opposing Pokemon. It is so unfortunate that he lost that in a single hit knockout.
Oh boy, Xi Liang just feels just 2 steps away from being able to take this game and take the win. It's gonna be the Terastallization onto the Heatran. And now let's take a look at the fake out. It helps to deal with this Iron Hands a little bit, but this Heat Wave coming out, that's a knockout onto the Rillaboom. That Gastrodon is so low, and it's just the Tornadus to help out now. And 2 Pokemon with slivers of HP stand between Shiliang and moving on to this top 4. Earth Power is trying its best here, but Shiliang is going to be able to lock it up.
It was a great attempt from Junshi, again trying to sneak that Flutter Mane on the field where Yon was pushing away a Pokemon to open things up, but unfortunately just was not able to find that opening. Both these trainers played so well in this grueling match. I mean, this were 3 games where it just felt like it took turn after turn after turn, but Shiliang able to keep his eyes on the prize and rely on his past experience of doing well at these tournaments, even playing it super safe this turn, protecting that Heatran just in case something, you know, a little bit of prediction
horribly
happened.
unwrong. Yeah, absolutely. But it just, what a showcase of skill, showing why Shiliang is a regional champion so far. You do get a little bit of damage there into the Iron Hands, but still, we're just on the brink. The Wild Charge, super effective damage into the Tornadus. That recoil damage, just not enough to be able to bring it into a comfortable range for this Gastrodon to really be able to knock it out. And even if it does, there's still 2 more Pokemon on the back that Junshi would have to be able to get through. This recovery healing is going to feel nice for this Gastrodon, but that grassy terrain is going to expire soon.
It is, and really any recovery that the Gastrodon gets from the grassy terrain is also going to be matched by the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. So
a valiant effort. A valiant effort coming through here from Junshi in this top 8 match, but Shiliang Tang at the end of it all, and after a grueling best of 3, is able to take it and move on to our top 4.
I think one thing that Pokemon trainers have to keep in mind, especially when you're playing these long best of 3 sets, is minimizing the opportunities for things to go wrong. And Shiliang just provided a masterclass in that game 3 with that protect on the Heatran on the second to last turn, just making sure that regardless of what happened that turn, he would have that critical board piece to lock in the knockout and take him on to the top 4 here and keep him in contention for another regional win. And just in case you need a bit of a refresh, it was that heavy slam into the Flutter Mane that knocked it out in a single hit. And that was really the game-defining moment in that game 3. Both these trainers, I think, recognizing that with their reactions. You know, yes, the Gastrodon was able to hold on through that Heat Wave just barely, but unfortunately for Gastrodon, this just was not its crown to win. But the blue Gastrodon overall is probably one of the most decorated Pokemon, I think, certainly in terms of opportunities to receive it in event distributions at these events.
I think I have 4.
There's actually 6 individual ones if you
missed
go all the
a
way
few.
back.
Wow.
So if we're ever allowed to run the same Pokemon on a team, you could technically run 6 Cherish Ball Gastrodon.
You could run 6
Not yet,
champions,
though.
but
not yet.
maybe in a new format like the Magikarp jump that we had on the ladder. But yeah, what an intense set. Board position was so important for both of our trainers. There was a little bit of speed control on either side, but didn't really help out a whole lot unless you really wanted to risk giving up that utility of the Yawn for just making sure that your actual damage dealer would be able to get the job done and be faster. Great stuff though. We really are getting treated to some fantastic top 8 matches already. We talked about how stacked this top 8 really has been, and that match super delivered. I'm so glad we got a chance to feature both of those trainers finally on the broadcast to really show us what they've got.
And shout outs to Junshi as well. You know, that was a very difficult match to bring all the way to the end of that Game 3 scenario in his first ever regional top cut. So that is an incredible accomplishment. And I think a trainer that you really have to keep an eye on moving forwards in this regulation. You know, had a very tough matchup for sure. And it really came down to those reads and the board positioning. But a lot of promise there.
So much promise for sure. And I loved that adjustment that he ended up making in that game 3 as well. Show your hand right away. The Gastrodon is here. What are you going to do about it? That's one way that you can really put that momentum behind you and not your opponent. Make them have to play reactively. And it almost worked. Had that heavy slam not come through, I wonder how different it would have been. The Iron Hand still had the Assault Vest. It was still going to be a little chunky to have to get through, but at least you do have that fairy type damage to try to whittle away at it. Sadly, not going to work out this time, though.
Not this time, but there's more regionals to come, and there's more interviews to come with Xu Liang ready to talk to Sierra about that matchup, so please take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Xu Liang Tang after the top 8 victory. Congratulations. Great stuff. You're on top 4 now. How are you feeling?
It's feeling good. I did a perfect day 2. I was 5-0 day 2, and the last match was pretty intense. I made some good calls to make it happen, so I'm very happy I'm on top 4.
Yeah, one of the biggest swinging moments too in that game 3 was that heavy slam into the flutter, just swapping in. Was that a call? Was that a little luck? Like what happened with that play?
I have to say it was not intentional. Their Torn is at very low HP, so and also Heavy Slam does good to Rill Boom in the back. I don't know the last one, but I think Heavy Slam should be able to KO Torn, so I did Heavy Slam, and he gave me a surprise by sending in Flutter Me.
Hey, it's just a little gift. It's something to be able to help wrap up the series. And you were saying as well, your run here on day 2, you went undefeated. How are those matches been overall? Have they been as long and as grueling as this set, or?
Most of my matches were 2-0 wins. I only lost 1 game. That's something I'm actually proud of for the whole day too. I got a bit lucky, so I landed like 6 hydro pumps, no miss. I have to say, my luck gave me, it's on my side, so I made to 5-0 day 2.
Gotta knock on wood. Don't jinx that quite yet, especially too looking at Iron Bundle. It's a Pokemon that you've been using on and off for a while. A lot of trainers have gone away from it because of things like the Hydro Pump misses. You're still standing by it. Are you feeling good about that decision, even in the moments when it's missing?
Yeah, Hydro Pump miss is very, very scary, but Iron Bundle has been one that I've been using for a long time. I used Iron Bundle to win Hartford, and later I brought it to Pittsburgh. I didn't win to day 2, but I was doing well. In Reg E, Lando is everywhere, and Iron Bundle is like a hard check to Lando. I feel it's a good one. I like Iron Bundle.
All right, hopefully we can still hear those words after a few more series that you're still liking the Iron Bundle. Last but not least, obviously, you won the Hartford Regional Championships last year. Now you're on another run in a regional, so how are you feeling just about that consistency to be able to do that?
I'm not sure if I'm super consistent, but I'm getting better. Like Pittsburgh, I still didn't get to day 2. I hope I can day 2 every single event, but that's hard. I'm trying to make myself better, and I'm glad I can make to top 4 here. It's been a great feeling.
Well, congratulations on making top 4 so far. And before you get ready for your next match, do you have any final words or any shout outs you'd like to give?
Yes, the team was built by me and my friend Justin Tang. We ran the same team as people saw on the stream. He's super helpful on like grinding some of the matchups. I really thank Justin Tang for working with the team. And also I would like to thank my wife and my family for supporting me playing Pokemon.
It's always great when you have great people by your side to support you, right? But congratulations once again. As for us, our first top 8 match was amazing. We still have one more on the horizon. We're going to be taking a short break, but make sure to stay tuned.
名前は海老沢空で、来たところは福岡県から来ました。
Can it get through this one turn against the Amoongus?
This is the question. Does Amoongus have the oomph in order to get the knockout here? It's only really got that pollen puff or the clear spot, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisawa is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。主な選出を決めて、このポケモンはこのポケモンに有利だなっていうポケモンを、なるべく選んで使ってました。場所によるけど、行けたら頑張ってまたチャンピオンになりたいかと思います。トルネロスというポケモンと、追い風役とトリル役が混ざった構築は読み合いになるので、ちょっとジュニアで優勝したけど、大人の大会でも、緊張なくプレーしたら優勝できるんじゃないかなと思います。対戦、このジャパンチャンピオンシップスに敗退した人も、また諦めずに来年、挑戦してもらいたいかな。
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are just vibing in Peoria, Illinois, in our second top 8 match of the regional championships here. Joe Brown and Scott Glaza. I gotta ask, what is your favorite concession stand food?
Oh, the water for sure. Yeah, I'm not eating any of it.
That's the safest bet. Yeah, for sure. So anyway, we are, as we mentioned, we're gonna have our second top 8 match here, and it will be between Jeremy Parson and Justin Knox. It's actually a rematch from a stream match that we had earlier yesterday. You can take a look at the standings currently. The other 3 members of the semifinals have been decided.
Yeah, some very big names making it onto the semifinals. We see the regional champion from our last event going down there, so we have our second new champion of the season.
Yeah, and now let's take a look actually back at one of the replays from the decisive game 2 in this stream match between Justin and Jeremy. There is your friend, the Okie Dokie, but it's not looking hot.
Yeah, it was a little concerning there. This whole set it seemed like so tough for poor Justin, where the team matchup seemed really difficult. So I'll be excited to see what adjustments he makes, because, yeah, as you're going to see here, things could have gone better for him the first time around.
Yeah, definitely. So the victory ending up in Jeremy's end, waving. I love that. Love these little these cut-ins to the player reactions. They're so fun to see. All the exciting action that our trainers have, but at the 3rd time's the charm on Surging Strikes to take down Iron Hands, but still would not be enough. Oh, that's an extended reaction there. Okay.
I feel like the trainers have stepped up their game.
For sure. There's so many online profile pictures now of players that are on the stream, so they understand that they can get some really good social media content out of it.
Yeah, we appreciate it, right? I mean, we're just all here to have fun with Pokemon. Everyone's having a good time on stream, and I think it might be a smart thing for these players. This attitude has gotten them both to this point in the tournament. Maybe a lesson to be learned, right? Just don't take it too seriously.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Jeremy winning that set and feeling calm and confident in that matchup. Let's see if Justin can do anything in this rematch. And I think we can look at his accomplishments. Justin's on quite a tear right now. 5 consecutive day 2 performances in North America.
Yeah, I think he's really a player that probably should be getting a little bit more recognition for that, right? That's an incredible streak, and he's done it using some unconventional Pokemon. I was really rooting for NAIC with the Iron Moth on his team, a Pokemon I never thought I was going to get to see at this point in a tournament. And he's had a lot of fun this event too with the Okie Dokie.
Yeah, you can see the Okidogi Blood Moon Ursaluna. Clefairy, also a new Pokemon added into the Kitakami Pokedex. And pretty much all of those are really fun Pokemon that you can see that would be difficult for people to deal with. Then on Jeremy Parsons' end, World's Day 2 competitor this year in Yokohama, as well as some international performances. And just seeing his team quickly as we are heading into the game. Going to be a lot on that Chi-Yu and King Gambit's shoulders, but let's get underway. We got all the time in the world, Scott, to showcase this best of 3 between Justin Knox and Jeremy Parson. Jeremy having Ogerpon on the top with the Chi-Yu, and then Clefairy Farigiraf for Justin.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Justin's adaptation is here. It just seemed like such a one-sided matchup the last time we saw it. Clefairy and Farigiraf here probably going to give him the best possible chance of setting up Trick Room this time on the first turn. He just never really got going the first time we saw this matchup out here. So, hey, maybe this will be what he needs to get in the game and put up a better performance than he saw the first time.
Yeah, that Farigiraf can be very threatening if you are not prepared for it, but I'm sure Jeremy, from winning the set yesterday, feels confident enough in this match. Let's see what happens. No switches. Clefairy is going to force everybody to redirect into that slot thanks to the Follow Me. So the Ivy Cudgel does not crit. Snarl doesn't care about Follow Me as it is a spread attack, but it actually avoids on both. That's the worst scenario possible because now Trick Room is set up for free and Farigiraf's special attack is not dropped.
Yeah, it can be big. This Farigiraf is a little bit more offensive than we normally see from Farigiraf. A lot of them tend to be a little passive, kind of just trying to do support stuff, but this Farigiraf does know nasty plot, so could use that special attack, yes, at some point, but for this turn, just getting out of battle, setting up the board a little bit different.
And there is Scott's favorite, Okidogi, coming onto the field with that Assault Vest. Going to take essentially no damage from a Snarl at any point since it's resisted with Assault Vest. Not hitting Clefairy since it is protecting, and then finally Snarl lands and does absolutely negligible damage to Okidogi.
Hey, at least getting on the board, Chi-Yu, always the famously inaccurate Pokemon, and Ivy Cudgel coming down, some respectable damage here, but Okidogi getting onto the field pretty easily. Important thing to keep in mind here is, it's a kind of defensive pairing of Pokemon for Trick Room. Previously, we've seen the Trick Room teams coming out in stream, it's been these really powerful, really aggressive, to try to win the game in 4 turns sort of deals. Okidogi's not really that sort of Pokemon, especially if you don't intimidate it, which in its case actually boosts its attack because of the Guard Dog ability. So we'll have to see what happens here, as Justin's going to need to play a little bit more of a methodical style with this Trick Room setup.
And Jeremy is choice locked thanks to the choice specs on Chi-Yu, so he has to click Snarl every turn unless Jeremy wants to switch out. Would be an understandable play since both of Jeremy's Pokemon are traditionally very fast, so that is the decision Jeremy makes, switching Chi-Yu out here while Trick Room is up into the Iron Hands, who is not reluctant to be moving under the Twisted Dimensions. There's a helping hand, though, from Clefairy, meaning this Okidogi attack is going to be doing more damage unless it goes into Ogerpon's Spiky Shield, essentially like Protect, but punishes you for making contact with it, and that's exactly what happens. Pretty much perfect turn for Jeremy, as the Spiky Shield's going to do some damage to Okidogi, and Iron Hands gets in for free.
Yeah, great read there, and now once again we see one of these situations that have come up so frequently over the course of this weekend. Iron Hands getting in for free and threatening a fake out. However, it's a little bit spookier with this team than some others. Farigiraf's Armor Tail ability does potentially block a fake out, so either of these Pokemon could be allowed to act by Farigiraf's help here, and it is going to come in. So if this Iron Hands uses fake out, it's going to do a tiny bit of damage and nothing else.
Let's see if Jeremy anticipated the Farigiraf instead, because you could have thought maybe, okay, he'll helping hand yet again on Clefairy, so Justin might be able to catch him off guard on this turn. Jeremy will terrestrialize Ogerpon Wellspring this turn, gaining a special defense boost to it and now becoming a pure water type thanks to that embody aspect and the terrestrialization. Let's see what Jeremy went for. No fake out, calls it there. Heavy slam, it's better than no damage, which is what fake out would have done. There's the poison jab, but since it doesn't have a helping hand boost, it doesn't do half. However, thanks to the toxic landing at the end, it will bring it under 50% at the end of this turn. Here's an Ivy Cudgel though into the Okidogi on the other side, and it's enough for the knockout. So one of Justin's big Trick Room sweepers here is down.
Yeah, it's a nice move there by Jeremy. You take some damage there. The Ogerpon going to fall a little bit under half, but burn some turns of Trick Room, and he's actually the first player to pick up the knockout, not the Trick Room player.
and now he's wavering back and forth between Ursaluna and Clefairy. Looks like Clefairy is the choice, so at some point, Justin is going to have to get on the offensive against these two Pokemon on Jeremy's end.
Yeah, sort of a tricky spot here. The Trick Room just about to expire. Both these Pokemon have been weakened. And yeah, I think if you're on just inside the field, you're trying to figure out a way you can get to a position where you can use a second Trick Room. Certainly not going to get it done with just this one. And since we've seen the last Pokemon in the back, which is another slower Pokemon, really going to need a form of speed control because he's behind significantly in the health race already.
Yeah, so obviously it's a tough spot for Justin, who he felt confident. Turn one, got Trick Room up, didn't take any damage for it, but then it's just been a lot of switching and defensive support and attacking into Spiky Shield, so not the most effective use of these 5 turns of Trick Room he's had available. Chiyu switching in to the field into that Iron Hands position. Clefairy protecting yet again, so not a follow me, not trying to redirect anything. There's the Nasty Plot, however, from Farigiraf, boosting its special attack by 2 stages. Ivy Cudgel doesn't hit into the protect. That means Jeremy targeted Farigiraf in that slot. No critical hit, so Farigiraf gets to hang on. And actually going to get a little bit healthier thanks to its Citrus Berry.
So we're in a really interesting spot here. That was a great read. I think if that goes in the protect, we're looking at a situation where suddenly it kind of feels like Justin's pulled this one around. So he's got to figure out a way to get this Trick Room up. Clefairy is very interesting out in the board right now, where you think there maybe you see a spread move from a Chiyu and then another attack from the Ogerpon. If Clefairy can get to the end of this turn, perhaps it's enough to let Farigiraf get the Trick Room up again, and then take advantage of that Nasty Plot with the help of the final Pokemon. Farigiraf's going to terastallize here to try to increase the odds it survives this turn. Could foil what Chiyu's attack is, pending on what it chooses to use.
Yeah, if Chiyu locks into a fire attack, it would be resisted, say, the Heat Wave. It would also ignore Follow Me, so let's see what happens. This Follow Me can at least redirect Ivy Cudgel out of Farigiraf's direction, so that's exactly what's going to happen. It has a high critical hit ratio, and it gets it on Jeremy's end. Clefairy goes down. That means you have a choice Specs. Chiyu on the other hand, or on the other side. Single target Snarl, almost enough to knock it out. Only 1 boost to its special attack now, and he resets up the Trick Room. Now there's 4 more turns as this Blood Moon Ursaluna switches in.
Hey, that could be just enough, right? I mean, Farigiraf's been weakened, but it has that boosted special attack, and with Armor Tail, you don't have to worry about any priority boosted attacks. So, if these Pokemon are slow enough, maybe they can make something happen here.
Yeah, that Ursaluna, as we've seen on stream a couple of times this weekend. This variant, however, is a life orb, so doesn't need a weakness policy to activate or anything like that. So just having a lot of upfront damage, dealing 30% extra damage at the cost of 10% of your HP every attack.
Yeah, these two should easily wail away here. The Pokemon in the field now on Jeremy's side are going to have a hard time accomplishing anything. Probably have to let them go. Ogerpon going to follow me, but I'm not sure if it's going to be able to attract anything here.
Yeah, follow me. We've seen a lot of it. Clefairy and the...
Oh, maybe it is.
It's not Hyper Voice. Instead, it's Blood Moon on a low HP Ogerpon. So essentially wasting the Blood Moon attack since you cannot click it 2 turns in a row. Ogerpon gets knocked out easily. A lot of extra damage, let's say, from that Blood Moon. But Dazzling Gleam is single target, but only a neutral hit into Chiyu, so it doesn't do a lot. Crucially, it does land on Farigiraf. It missed earlier on in the game, so Farigiraf goes down, and Ursaluna is going to lose or lower its special attack stat.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge difference, right? If it's like Hyper Voice and Dazzling Gleam instead, perhaps picking up both the knockouts, we're looking at a very different situation. We have a very weakened Ursaluna with reduced special attack, full health Iron Hands coming in. It can't... it could fake out if it wanted to, but why bother, right? There's just no way it's going to happen from here, and Jeremy's going to take a 3rd game in a row against Justin.
Yeah, that's not looking hot for Justin and his Okidogi Blood Moon Ursaluna team. Jeremy seems confident in this matchup, even with the double Snarl miss and the free Trick Room setting up. He was in control the entire time.
Yeah, I think it's pretty tough too, that first game is really important to me if you've lost the first encounter with an opponent where, usually the player who lost the game thought about it a little bit more, and I do think his game plan was a lot better this time. Like, even without the Snarl miss, he would have gotten the Trick Room up here. I would have had to pay for it a little bit more, but, would have had Trick Room up, and then, hey, maybe we'll see what happens here. But in the end, wasn't able to get enough out of that first Trick Room, and then he set it up again. It looked like he might have it, but it just wasn't quite enough. The first knockout going against the Trick Room user under Trick Room is always a little bit strange. I don't know if Okidogi was like super critical to this matchup or anything, but it wound up being that Justin just kind of ran out of resources here.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out here as we see the Ivy Cudgel get the knockout from the critical hit, and just how strong the combination of Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Chi-Yu were in this matchup for Jeremy, what Justin's adjustment can be to Chi-Yu as a fire type, because you look at the 4 Pokemon he brought, it didn't feel like it was necessarily too strong into that fire dark typing.
Yeah, I think it's tricky too, or some of the terastallizations on Justin's team, really wants to deal with one of those Pokemon, but not the other, so the combination of both of them at the same time is sort of tricky to play against. Clefairy kind of helps with everything, where Friend Guard's great, and Clefairy itself is like surprisingly sturdy for such a tiny Pokemon, but we see this time Justin going for a different direction, not immediately showing any Trick Room-oriented Pokemon, instead using his own Ogerpon and the Okidogi.
Yeah, so we're going to have the tried and true combo from the last game on Jeremy's, and with that special defense drop onto all the other Pokemon in the field besides Chi-Yu, just makes it do even more damage.
Yeah, sort of tricky though, right? I mean, this is another situation where the matchups is a little bit difficult for Justin, where, he's perhaps caught Jeremy off guard a little bit, but he's still got the type disadvantage between the two Ogerpon here, right? So, maybe an Ogerpon-based strategy could get him this game too and turn things around after, going kind of heavy Trick Room both last game and the previous set didn't work out, but not any immediate clear advantage for him.
And it is always funny with the Ogerpon mirrors, because especially with these two, they do neutralize each other with Ivy Cudgel as long as they don't terastallize. With that grass, that additional grass typing makes the Ivy Cudgel a neutral hit. But it's going into the resisted Chi-Yu, so I just want some solid chip damage, or was expecting a switch on the other side. Hornleech doesn't do too much. Overheat lands onto the Assault Vest Okidogi, and it's not enough for a knockout. Lowering that special attack by 2 stages, hanging on with 6 HP. The Poison Jab, he needs to get the Toxic, and he doesn't get it.
Ooh, that's big, just barely misses that knockout. Gets the poison of the wrong game, I guess. I assume this time it will be the Ogerpon will finish off the Chi-Yu, if nothing else. We've seen it's quicker, and if Chi-Yu switches out, it's going to be a lot of damage on something else, but leaves the opposing Ogerpon free to take a swing at either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, because you have the speed tiers. Obviously, Ogerpon is a really fast Pokemon. Then it would be Chi-Yu, and then Okidogi. 6 HP also doesn't really feel like it's too valuable to try to preserve for later on in this game.
Yeah, probably not. And it's not like, Okidogi kind of looks like Incineroar, but it's not like it's threatening something like the Fake Out. So,
yeah, there is the Ivy Cudgel, though, and 2 times in a row, Ogerpon on Justin's side will move first. Chi-Yu is down. That really was a big nuisance for Farigiraf and Blood Moon because of the Scarls. Here's the Ivy Cudgel in response, though, to the other end. So I think they're kind of having a neutrality moment between the two Ogerpons. Like, we're going to Ivy Cudgel everybody else right now.
Yeah. Once again, I'm enjoying the friendship pacts between these Pokemon. It's like they just opt to ignore each other pretty frequently. And now we're kind of in a strange spot, right? You kind of see the final 2 Pokemon for Justin, where, Pokemon that perhaps we think of as being Trick Room oriented. This case kind of just going to be more natural support. I do like seeing Clefairy out first, not revealing that final Pokemon. So makes this turn a little bit trickier for his opponent, right? Does he have Iron Tail? Like, can I click Fake Out here?
Yeah, that's a great point, because Jeremy now does not know if it's Farigiraf or Blood Moon Ursaluna in the back. So Jeremy's playing essentially without full information right now and having to make a guess. It will be revealed on this turn, because Iron Hands, if it wanted to go for a Fake Out, you'd assume maybe Blood Moon Ursaluna is more important to the team, but he doesn't fall for it. No Fake Out is clicked. Swords Dance on Ogerpon's end at least will boost its attack by 2 stages. Ivy Cudgel goes into the other side. That's a neutral hit. No crit either, so it will hang on and Heavy Slam into Farigiraf. So now you have the speed boost. You have consistently 3 turns in a row move before the opposing Ogerpon.
Yeah, I guess that's some critical information, but what do you do with it, right? We're still sort of a difficult spot. Probably going to need the Clefairy back out in the field. But I think that's very telegraphed, right? Like, it's at this point, it's very obvious that, well, Justin's win con is probably somehow you get Clefairy out safely, who then protects Ogerpon enough that he gets 2 or 3 big swings off. I think on Jeremy's side of the field, pretty clear you need to focus into that Farigiraf slot, but he's made actually fantastic reads both this set and the previous time we saw these 2 players. But perhaps Justin can get one over on him this time.
All right, Clefairy coming right back onto the field after switching out the last turn. Spiky Shield from Ogerpon, as you're saying, it's a very telegraphed turn to protect, get Clefairy out for free, and then you have a follow me on the following turn, but this Ivy Cudgel into that slot does not do too much damage. Wild Charge is the follow-up, and it brings Clefairy down really low, so essentially you are going to get one follow me, one Ogerpon attack redirected.
Yeah, maybe. I think the alternate strategy, if you think somehow Ogerpon can survive an attack, maybe you get cheeky and go for a helping hand or something. But I mean, it really only makes sense if you're predicting a switch. Because Hornleech is interesting, right? I mean, that potentially lets you heal enough to survive another move. Clefairy, if it doesn't follow me, does have the Friend Guard, so it's going to reduce any damage that its ally Ogerpon takes. I think you got to do something a little bit crazy for Justin. He's making an aggressive move. We'll have to see if it's enough to keep him alive in this tournament.
Yeah, this is a really risky play for Justin, but at this point, down a game with your tournament life on the line, you have to make a call to get back into it against Jeremy. This Embody Aspect boosting Ogerpon's attack by 1 stage, so that's actually a +3 if you think about it, thanks to the prior Swords Dance. And Iron Hands is going to terastallize as well. It will not be Ogerpon Wellspring. 2 fire types on the field now, thanks to Iron Hands terastallization, resisting this Ivy Cudgel on the that is coming in that direction. Follow Me will redirect the Ogerpon on the other side of the stack. Excuse me, it's the Hornleech not even into that slot. So that is not what Justin wanted to see, because he hardly recovered any HP on this turn. Ivy Cudgel from Jeremy's end will be enough to take down Clefairy, which means Iron Hands is free to target into Justin's semi-healthy Pokemon. It was at half, and it actually just barely had enough for the Hornleech recovery to keep it around.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, but it really improved the board state at all, right? Where Ogerpon's now even more weakened, another Pokemon's missing on this side of the field, and Farigiraf's coming out here, but I'm just not sure what it can do. Kind of the awkward situation where Farigiraf is much slower than most of the opposing Pokemon. The Ogerpon is faster, so it's not you can even go for a Spiky Shield Trick Room. That's a losing play. Justin's played a fantastic tournament, but fortunately, once again, running into a really tough matchup here. I just don't know how he's going to get through it.
And there's the Spiky Shield on this turn. I think something that Justin might have been anticipating the turn prior was the Spiky Shield, so that's why the Hornleech went into the Iron Hands slot. But Ivy Cudgel, that's resisted damage, almost knocking it out. Drain Punch into Farigiraf, bringing it down under half.
But that could be big. I mean, Iron Hand's typing is really good here, but taking a shocking amount of damage. Farigiraf going to lose its item, but fundamentally kind of shrugs this damage off, and at least he's going to get to move here. Going for a Psychic, it'd be big if this was a knockout, but I don't know.
Oh no, it's not enough. It's a neutral hit now as a fire type, no longer weak to Psychic. That's really tough for Justin.
It does get a chance to Hornleech's other slot. I know it's very unlikely you're going to run into a Spiky Shield. Perhaps can heal enough to survive a Drain Punch and keep himself in the game. It's looking a little shaky, but we're getting closer, right?
Yeah, for sure. And the Spiky Shield, he goes for the double Spiky. We never say that. It's usually double protect. Essentially the same mechanic, but he doesn't get it. Hornleech is not enough. +3 Hornleech into the opposing Ogerpon does not get the knockout. It will recover a lot, however, and it hangs on through that Drain Punch yet again. So Iron Hands will recover what it seems like to be enough for this Psychic to not knock out based on the prior turn. So yes, it will just hang on in the red again. And now Ogerpon for Justin doesn't have the same recovery it had the last turn.
Yeah, there's not really any clear path how this Ogerpon is going to survive a double target. I mean, I guess you could go for a Spiky Shield, try and get away with that. At some point, again, you're going to make some calls, but it's getting closer and closer. I think he is going to go for the Spiky Shield here, where, if Jeremy goes too hard into it, it's like, hey, maybe something happens here. Justin's done a fantastic job of keeping himself in the game. He's on such a tough positioning, but he's grinding out. I mean, hey, if somehow maybe you get a double target into the Spiky Shield, Farigiraf picks up a knockout or two, maybe it happens.
Hey, we'll see what happens. There's the Spiky Shield though from Justin's end, so maybe the Ogerpon targets it down as the Ivy Cudgel does go into that slot. So it's going to take a little bit of recoil damage from there. Actually, no, never mind. Ivy Cudgel does not make the contact move there. Drain Punch into the Spiky Shield as well. That one has some recoil in the Spiky Shield, and it knocks itself out. At least Jeremy gets a free switch to his 4th Pokemon, though.
Oh, a free switch, but maybe not that free, because the Psychic is going to come in here and pick up another knockout.
Oh, that's right. Ogerpon is incredibly low health. Totally forgot because of the Hornleech on the prior turn. It was in the red, so that Psychic was enough to knock it out. And now it's 2-1 favored Justin's end with a +3 attack on Ogerpon.
And now this. So sort of a strange positioning here where Fluttermane's going to come out. I think there's still a chance. So I think on Justin's side, you kind of really only have one move, it seems like, where you go for the double protect, you try to trick him. He'll win the game if he gets the double spiky shield, but there's not really any other move here.
He's got to go for it, 30%, and he doesn't get it. It fails. That low health Ogerpon's going to get hit by the Dazzling Gleam, knocking it out, bringing Frigoreth low. And even when you click through on this trickery, I'm sure the dimensions will twist, but eventually Fluttermane would be enough to knock it out.
Yeah, this is a tough spot now. Justin wound up being really close. Got to the point where he actually had a decent % chance to win the game. I don't know if it's totally over. It seemed like Frigoreth, even with the spread damage going away, might be healthy enough. You could go for a nasty plug or something. I guess Psychic makes just as much sense too, because maybe a special defense drop could matter here, but he doesn't get it.
Drop. But this is not a choice lock.
Oh, yeah, so yeah,
Fluttermane, right?
no out
so
then.
Moonblast is going to take it down, and Jeremy Parson is moving on to the top 4 here in the Peoria Regional Championship, going 4-0 in game count against Justin this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, a really interesting final game there where, yeah, it just seems like such a tough matchup, like we mentioned the first time we saw them, where, Justin showed some pretty interesting looks there where, game 1, there were times where it seemed like he might be able to take it. He actually got, again, that second game, if he hit the double spiky shield, he would have won it. A pretty entertaining match, but both players playing well, showing why they got here, and I think it was, it's a lot of fun, right? Where for a 2-0 match, there was some real excitement at the end of that second game.
That was definitely a lot of fun from our perspective, at least, and we hope everyone else is enjoying it. But one of the core aspects of as we look in this game was Okidogi being able to hang on but not provide too much offensive value throughout the set, and then of course the back and forth between the 2 different Ogerpon forms.
Yeah, I mean, pretty cool survival there, right? I mean, how often do you see choice specs overheat at a neutral target and not pick up the knockout?
Yeah, so the Chi-Yu does go down. Jeremy, looks like he didn't really need it for the rest of this match, as Terra, Fire, Iron Hands, and Ogerpon Wellspring were more than enough to close it out.
Yeah, one of the things that make this matchup so tough, right? It's not even just like all the reasons why it's tough to get rolling in Trick Room there, but yeah, specifically Terra Fire does such a good job of rolling the Fire-type Ogerpon.
Yeah, and then if you don't terrestrialize it, then the Psychic would have been super effective into the fighting type on Iron Hands end. So it could just be one of those luck of the draw scenarios for Justin, that this specific team construction on Jeremy's end is difficult to deal with.
Yeah, still, I think both sides played this out well, where Jeremy kept his advantage, won 4 games in a row over the course of 2 sets against Justin here, and I think he did much better in this set than he did the first time, right? I think he did a nice job of at least, he kept things exciting. He got himself in the game thing. There's a world where maybe Jeremy plays just a little bit worse, and Justin pulls off a shocker there, and something that's all you can do. You're going to hit difficult matchups, and you've got to do what you can. Sometimes you can steal one. He wasn't able to this time, but still, what a great tournament run. 5 day 2s in a row, making it to top 8 again at this. I don't think Justin could be too upset about that performance.
Yeah, for sure. And if he's headed to Sacramento or Toronto or any of the other upcoming regional championships on our circuit, try to extend that streak and not just getting day 2 6 times in a row, but maybe breaking through that top 8 threshold, getting top 4 finals. Who knows what'll happen for Justin?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's shown he's capable of it, right? I mean, again, using some pretty interesting teams here too, where it's interesting. He's been so consistent despite using things that are pretty off meta. Iron Moth, I don't think we saw it all at a Top Cut stream other than his at any point over the course of the season. The one Okidogi player so far. I think it's been cool to watch him play. I think it's tough to build a team around some of these unheralded Pokemon, and both of them actually looked pretty good in the matches we saw him play on stream. I mean, it wasn't Okidogi's fault. Surviving that overheat was pretty rad. I just assumed it was going down there, and it does have the assault vest, but I mean, even so, there's a world where it's surviving, getting the attack there to allow the knockout, and Chi-Yu makes a big difference in that match. So just that close.
Turns out Okidogi's a good boy after all in Scott's eyes, where we had a discussion earlier as the loyal 3, if you don't know, may not be so loyal, depending on who you ask in the storyline. So yeah, that was cool to see Okidogi popping off. Let's see, hopefully as the more tournaments we have, maybe we'll have a Pheasantipity make top 8, or I don't even want to say Munkidori top 8 because I don't even know if it's possible.
Yeah, we at least get the Munkidori in the stream. And yeah, it'd be great if, at least, maybe perhaps in Sacramento, we'll see a member of the Loyal 3 win a game on stream where Okidogi
it
win 0-4.
has to happen eventually,
yeah, Pheasantipity's friends win 0-2, but we never saw Pheasantipity. Munkidori may exist somewhere in the city of Peoria. We didn't see it at all. Tough run for that group of Pokemon.
Yeah, there were definitely more. There were more cornerstone Ogerpon than all the loyal threes. So that's definitely saying something. But yeah, Justin, great job. Jeremy's looking really, really comfortable. Like not just the confident part, like playing well in a strong matchup that you feel like you have the lead, but like even on stage, having fun in the replays and things like just feeling very comfortable going into top 4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like this moment's too big for him, and I think that's a big deal. You know, we see trainers all the time. They get to this point in the tournament, you can tell they get a little bit nervous, start making choices that they wouldn't make, you know, earlier in the tournament, or maybe if they weren't on stream. You know, it's a stressful situation, right? Especially if you haven't gotten to play on stream a lot before. You know, lots of people are going to watch your match, and you want to look like you know what you're doing, and you know, sometimes that leads to players either playing overly conservatively or kind of just like forgetting things that normally they wouldn't. He's looked good out there.
Well, we are ready for our player interview with Jeremy Parsons with Sierra over in the lounge. So Sierra, take it away.
Thanks so much, you two. I am here with Jeremy Parson. After that on-stream win, looking at round top 8 here at Peoria Regional. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Has been for you as well. But hey, you just won your top 8 match. Now you're going on to top 4. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I was really going into this event hoping I could make something happen. I had a kind of disappointing performance in Pittsburgh, and I've really been chasing that big finish for a while. So it feels really good to finally get it.
Especially, too, because this is your deepest run when we're looking at a tournament as well. And it's been a fantastic run. You went undefeated on day 1. You're now looking at top 4. So it's not even just a good performance. Like, you've taken that next step.
Yeah, I'd say it's really good. And the funny thing is that my 3 losses throughout day 2 Swiss are the 3 people remaining in top 4. So a pretty good competition, you know. So it can't feel too bad about any of those. And they were all very close. So they could go either way any other time.
I feel like this is the top cut of rematches for you because you also went up against Justin Knox at round 4 yesterday. Almost seems like forever ago. Was there anything then headed into this matchup that you thought that he might kind of change up considering you did 2-0 last time?
I mean, so the matchup's just really tough for him. So there's a few things he can do here and there to try to adjust. And he played it fantastic. I want to give props to him. Like, he played better than I did in that match, admittedly, and I just had the matchup, and so I was still able to get through it even with that. But yeah, he adapted. He made some really good plays. He gave himself, I think, the best shot he could have had. So he made a few adjustments, and he did them well. So.
Considering a hard matchup, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles there, right? But then looking ahead at the remaining people here in our competition, you also, like you said, you went up against them. You're up against James Beck next. Mm-hmm. How did that matchup go last time? Was it fairly close? Is it a tough matchup, or?
I'd say it's pretty close. He just played better than me is really all I can say. Nothing really happened. I even got a little lucky here and there, and it sometimes in weird positions that kind of changed both of our game plans moving forward, and he adjusted much better than I did to that. So, I mean, really, I think it's a fairly even matchup, and he just played better than me last time we played, and it was pretty close, though, still. So hopefully I can give a better showing in top 4 and be able to move on to finals and then rematch someone else.
Yeah, there you go. Be able to defeat the gauntlet there. Definitely excited to be able to see that rematch, and I'll let you go prep. But before I do you have any final words ahead of that match?
Well, I forgot to give a couple shout outs yesterday, so I had to come back, had to get back here to be able to do that. So I want to give a shout out especially to Nicholas Borghi and to Kylan. Thank you very much. Your support means everything.
And now someone's going to message, like, you forgot me too. Like, make sure you include me next time.
I can't hit them all, but, you know, they did help me prepare for this regional, so got to give them a special shout out.
Understandable. Congratulations again. Best of luck in the next match. As for us, top 4 is just around the corner. We have to go get that prep, but we'll be right back.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでください。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
Arigatou gozaimasu.
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
My name is Jacob. I'm from here in Melbourne. Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing. I wasn't even expecting to get anywhere near this far. I had so much support along the way, and they just kept pushing me to go. So I'm just gonna do what I do and try and win. Winning Worlds, I'm honestly I would have no words. It would be such a great experience.
My name is Azul Garcia Griego, and I'm from California. This win just kind of reassures me that me and my team were on track for everything we put into the game. You know, we're getting out what we want to get, which is tournament wins. So it means that we're on track. We could always be doing better, but we're doing something right. My strategy this tournament was to play a deck that beats Lugia, but that isn't Lugia. Worked out pretty well overall. The Lugia matchup's close, probably about a 50-50, but I got to play a way more enjoyable deck than Lugia itself. Winning Worlds would be great.
My name is Gavin Michaels, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. This feels crazy. I haven't even processed it towards excited, still like confused more than anything else. My strategy this weekend was to play aggressively with Palafin, coming in with a team that is wholly your own and that you're playing better with than anyone else is so important. Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing VGC.
It is time for our top 4 of the Peoria Regional Championships. Only 4 trainers remaining in the Masters Division for VGC, and we just have 3 matches left, Scott. These 2 top 4 matches that we're starting right now, and then the finals will follow after that. So it's been a very exciting weekend.
Yeah, I think it's been a lot of fun so far. We've seen pretty wide variety of Pokemon over the course of the weekend. A lot of really interesting matches. I think all of the semifinal and final combinations could go either way, so should be a lot of fun to see how this one wraps up.
Yeah, and let's see where we are right now in those standings. You can see we just had Jeremy Parson win on stream 2-0 over Justin Knox. He will be facing James Beck in the top 4, but we're going to give him a little bit of a break. So we're going to start at the bottom of top 4, Scott, with Shiliang Tang and Luca Tregood.
Both these players, likely, hopefully got a chance during that last round to get their energy back after some tiring 3-game sets, and hopefully we see another one right here.
Yeah, Shiliang is definitely a player that is, he's analytical to his approach, right? Taking his time every turn. So let's see if Luca can match that energy, who has had a really strong 2023 season.
Yeah, there are a lot of finishes all in one year, right? Proven to be one of the best players so far early in this Scarlet and Violet generation. You know, changing things up a little bit this tournament with some new DLC, but proving that it hasn't slowed him down one bit.
Yeah, and it looks like he's actually only using 1 new Pokemon in the Ogerpon Hearth Flame version, but Landorus, Fluttermane, Tornadus, Kingambit, Urshifu, we all know what they were great at in Regulation D.
Yeah, I can't believe we're living in a world where him having Urshifu seems a little novel, but I haven't seen one of these in a while.
Only 20% a day too.
Yeah, and excited to see that Kingambit as well. I think it's a Pokemon we kind of watched. I think 3 of the top 4 players after day 1 Swiss had it, despite it being fairly low usage.
And Shiliang Tang, a player that's really rising on my leaderboards, is one of my favorite players to watch here in North America. Hartford Regional Champion last season, a bunch of top 32s, international performances as well. And it's like, he's really funny. He said he worked with the Tang gang on this team. Him and Justin built the same 6, and obviously he's performing well.
Yeah, we've seen both of them win on string with it already, so exciting to see what he can do one more time. I just like watching him play. He seems like such a nice, thoughtful guy. It's definitely the sort of person you expect to be good at a game like this one.
And he's an Iron Bundle loyalist, which you don't see. I think a lot of people dropped Iron Bundle through through the changing formats, but Xiliang stuck through and now is being rewarded with it being strong yet again. And it's just such a fast Pokemon. It's so difficult to deal with.
It's kind of funny, I think, with Iron Bundle on one side of the field and Tornadus on the other. Both trainers using a Pokemon we kind of meme on a little bit, but you know, just despite the fact that, you know, they can have some shortcomings when some games they don't look so good, when you use them well, they can still be great, and both of them have made it to the semifinals here.
Iron Hands and Heatran is the lead for Xiliang Tang in this game 1, and thank you Genies, Landorus, and Tornadus on the other side for Luca.
Yeah, so we got one side, we have a more bulky approach, the other side a little more offensive, but you know, Landorus facing down these two Pokemon, both weak against ground type attacks, and another format might have been really exciting here, but since, you know, Landorus doesn't know Earthquake and also is being threatened by a fake out here, looks like it's actually going to be the one that is scared off of the field to start off.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to switch out there. The other issue is if you want to try to click a ground attack into them, they can just terrestrialize out of those weaknesses too, which is something that used to not be available to Heatran in the past. But Iron Hands is also going to switch on this turn, so you're going to have two new Pokemon on the field. First was Urshifu, Rapid Strike for Luca, and then Rillaboom coming in, setting up the grassy terrain here. So you're only going to have Tornadus and Heatran moving on this turn. It looks like we're going to get a terrestrialization on turn 1 on this Heatran.
Yeah, and there you go. Just like you mentioned, the terrestrialization to shed those weaknesses. Once again, the Fairy Terra type Heatran looking so intimidating out in the field, going to lose its resistance to any potential flying type attacks from Tornadus, but it just protects itself anyway.
Yeah, so only attack on this turn could be from Heatran, and it's Flash Cannon into the water type that just switched in, so not doing too much there, but a little bit more than usual thanks to the Life Orb.
Yeah, solid bit of damage for a resistant attack, right? Taking Urshifu almost to half its health, though it's going to restore a little bit more of this grassy terrain, and you know, kind of winds up in a spot where after that switch, it might have wanted to terrestrialize this turn anyway, so pretty good foresight there.
Yeah, and Urshifu's now the one on the back foot as you have Heatran's a Fairy type, you can't do too much to it, and then the Grass type on the other end in Rillaboom. So the fake out will go into Tornadus, Urshifu protecting. Heat Wave is not going to hit Urshifu, obviously thanks to the protect, but does it land on Tornadus? Yes, with the Life Orb, it brings it down low, but not enough for a knockout. So it will recover some HP though, thanks to this more bulky variant on Tornadus, bringing it back up to half health.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice turn, though, right? I think a really nice pin by Xiliang there. There's not really a whole lot you can do about it. You're not going to risk your Urshifu just getting chunked by Grassy Glide there. So a fairly easy fake-out play to do some damage to this Tornadus. And it's still a weird spot, right, where there's still the threat of that Grassy Glide going in the slot. It hasn't been removed. Heatran now threatening a knockout into the Tornadus. And because it's not really being threatened by the Urshifu, you could also just kind of go fishing in the Urshifu slot, expecting a switch there, trying to pick up a knockout. So early advantage definitely going to Xiliang's side of the field.
Yeah, because either Luca has to take a hit, a Grassy Glide potentially, which Urshifu does not want, or switch something in that slot like the King Gambit, which was definitely taking a Grassy Glide way better. Let's see what King Gambit can do against this Fairy type Heatran on the other side. Tornadus clicking Rain Dance to set up the rain and lowering the power of fire attacks by 50%. Woodhammer is resisted, so a great switch so far for the King Gambit. It's all up to Heatran clicking the Heat Wave, and now because of the rain, it's not going to knock out either of those two Pokemon.
Still, that's a lot of damage. I mean, I love the Rain Dance there. I think it's got the best move available given the situation, and you know, again, feels very Regulation D, but a nice move there. However, King Gambit's still taking a lot of damage. You know, it's still super effective. So, you know, the type
there's no Assault Vest either.
Yeah, and the type chart and the Rain Dance kind of negating one another, but kind of really seeing the power of the Life Orb in that Heatran. Dishing out a little bit more damage than it did during Regulation D, and King Gambit's feeling it a little bit.
Well, that left slot from Luca, this entire match has done nothing. It's been switching in and protecting and switching out. So King Gambit will continue to protect and not have anything happen there. Bleakwind Storm is going to bring Rillaboom down and make it recover HP from the Citrus Berry. U-turn does not get the KO, so it's going to hang on. He does at least get to switch out either into the Iron Hands, forcing a fake out pressure the next turn, or revealing his fourth Pokemon.
Yeah, I think nice spot either way. I mean, again, you know, the nice thing about U-turn is he knows what move he selected on Heatran, even though we don't. He kind of bases his decision on that. If Iron Hand's coming out here, I'm assuming it's a Heat Wave, and it is. We'll have to see if it connects.
We'll see if it lands. It's not fully accurate, but there it is. So even in the rain, obviously more than enough damage to the Tornadoes. It's finally knocked out. Luca has lost his first Pokemon, Urshifu is down really low, and all of that health essentially is from Heatran's Life Orb recoil that it's lost.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely done its work though, right? Where the extra damage from that Life Orb has looked really good this game. I see Urshifu coming in the battle. It is capable of, you know, protecting to avoid a fake out here if it so chooses. It is the Focus Sash variant, not the Choice Scarf that we've been seeing more and more of since the World Championships. Kingambit, on the other hand, just having protected the previous turn, not in a super great spot here, so a really tough spot for Luca. Shielding just played a fantastic game so far, and one thing to keep in mind, you know, with the Fairy-type Heatran, Kingambit these days typically doesn't know a Steel-type attack, and this one does not, so anything you throw into that slot would be resisted.
Yeah, because either into the Iron Hands as well, right? As a fighting type, the dark attacks will be resisted. That's one of the downfalls of a pure dark attacking Kingambit with the black glasses and everything like that, is that sometimes you just have a difficult matchup. So Kingambit can't stay in, has to switch out into that Landorus in the back. This should be a pretty valuable Intimidate, as both of Xiliang's Pokemon on the field right now are physical attackers having their attack stat lowered by one stage. The fake out goes into Urshifu though, not that Landorus on the switch in, so Luca does not get any damage off from that slot.
Yeah, nice little play there. I mean, the Intimidate's big by hitting both of these Pokemon, but you know, Urshifu still doesn't really want to face down this Rillaboom, so in some ways a nice spot, though. You know, awkward, you don't want to take a U-turn on the Rillaboom either, so potentially both sides have some options here. Like many of the turns in this game, we're going to see some mind games. It's been a very quick game so far. Both players shuffling Pokemon quickly, trying to maintain that board advantage, and Rillaboom's getting right back out of there.
Yeah, might as well come back in later and switch into the Heatran, so Xiliang still preserving that information. Urshifu protecting yet again. You know, it's really in a difficult spot since it's already down and lost so much HP. There's the U-turn into the Heatran on the switch, so now Luca has to bring the Kingambit back in, and it's all up to what the Iron Hands click.
Yeah, and again, we see the advantage of U-turn in these quick games, right? Where, you know, sort of a clear play while Urshifu has to protect because it's being threatened, but I get to U-turn, so I get to make this choice left. But yeah, what will this do? Oh, no, it's going to wild charge into the protect. So great reposition there by Luca. Things have looked pretty bleak for him, but I thought he was just a kind of a fully winning turn. Now is the option of bringing Landorus back out if he wants to get another Intimidate out or go on the offense here. It is still raining, so Urshifu threatening some pretty serious damage, potentially with its attack if it's willing to go for it.
If it wants to risk it, I was going to say Kingambit still in the same bad spot it was the prior turn against Heatran and Iron Hand, so has to switch out, and a second Intimidate from Landorus onto this Iron Hands, meaning any damage it wants to go for, it's going to be heavily mitigated, even if it's super effective. Surging Strikes in the rain, of course, with the critical hits is going to be more than enough to take down Heatran, but honestly, those hits from Life Orb Heatran earlier on in the game were so crucial to helping Xiliang out that it's totally fine to let it go down now. He still is going to be tied in the 3-3 Pokemon count, and now it's just up to the Iron Hands here with a Drain Punch. Intimidated twice means that does hardly any damage.
Yeah, that's such a great amount of damage. The rain is going to stop here and reduce the damage of Urshifu, but I feel like you got to feel pretty good about that turn if you're Luca. Things have looked pretty bleak, but he's played just quick enough now where he's been able to cycle his Pokemon back in. This time it's going to be Xiliang is going to be able to get the uncontested switch. Rillaboom going to come out here, threaten the Grassy Glide onto this Urshifu once again, and it's still sort of an interesting spot, right? Well, that seems like it obviously lead to a U-turn into that slot, so you're tempted to fake it out. The Iron Hands here not really threatening a lot of damage unless you want to try to guess a switch and go for a cheeky Drain Punch here, where even with all the Intimidates, perhaps with the Type Trap would be enough to allow it to pick up a knockout.
And I think Xiliang, all the pressure's now on his Rillaboom and Iron Hands right now, since Heatran essentially did all of the damage on the field right now, except for a little bit of Drain Punch from the twice intimidated Iron Hands. These Pokemon now have to take advantage, knowing that Landorus has the ability to just continually keep switching in with that U-turn and re-intimidating them. So Iron Hands did switch out to reset its attack. Xiliang finally revealing that fourth Pokemon here in Game 1, which is Ogerpon Hearth Flame with its Mold Breaker ability. Urshifu protecting yet again as the Landorus clicking U-turn. Super effective, knocking out Rillaboom. That's a critical hit, and Xiliang down to his last two Pokemon. You can see how frustrated he is from that crit.
Yeah, quite what he was hoping for there. I mean, I feel like he was so close to where, I mean, a slightly different read on that turn. He kind of has checkmate. Instead, he gives up a Pokemon, falls behind to the advantage. Kingambit's going to have to come out here, which may not be the most productive situation it's ever come out in, especially with, you know, Chile not getting to select his final Pokemon knowing that Kingambit's out there. But, you know, things are starting to get a little bleak. Still hasn't committed that Terastallization. Could go for another Intimidate now to weaken this Ogerpon, and this Iron Hands is the final Pokemon on the field. But at least for now, it has a type advantage against the 2 Pokemon out on the field.
And Kingambit this time around, there's no Fairy type to resist his Dark attack, so those Black Glassed Sucker Punches can actually be pretty strong. We know Landorus is in the back, and there is no longer a chance for Xilang to swap around to reset these Intimidates.
Yeah, and things are starting to look tough where he's in a situation now where he really needs to pick up a knockout to stop any future Intimidates, as well as just to simplify the game, right? Where all this shuffling that both sides have been doing has really been mitigating a lot of damage. You know, it's why it's really just been Heatran and then a few big swings from stuff like Urshifu that have actually moved health bars. Now that one side can switch and the other can't, that's a huge advantage.
Urshifu does switch out here, so it's going to be that Landorus obviously getting yet another Intimidate. I think this is the 4th time that Landorus has entered the battlefield here in Game 1 total. So.
And yet it's at full health.
Yeah, and yet it's at full health, exactly. Kingambit protecting yet again. I feel like Luca's just trying to preserve as much as he can and gets punished for it from that Sword Stance. That's going to boost his attack by 2 stages. You can't Terastallize, so you can't get it that way. You might as well go the old-fashioned stat boosting way.
Yeah. Really, really good turn. I mean, things are so scary right here, right? Landorus is threatening a lot of damage on these Pokemon, but, you know, that makes it a little bit more realistic, right? You know, maybe you're just a play away now. You know, Landorus still has the option of a Terastallization, which could be pretty devastating and perhaps knock out that Ogerpon in one hit, right? So I feel like at Shillang's side, you kind of have to figure out what turn that's going to happen, then hit a Spiky Shield, and then a Wild Charge in the Landorus slot, perhaps, which, you know, can look pretty gnarly if you get it wrong, but that's the sort of the situation when you're in the back foot, right? You know, I think he's going to need to make a big read and even this one out. At least now he is threatening a whole bunch of damage, though, with 1 level of boosted attack instead of 1 level of reduced attack.
Yeah, and I think what's so interesting with Xilang, they're understanding the conditioning that Luca was putting him through with switch, protect, switch, protect, switch, protect, that Sword Stance was essentially able to be used for free to set up. Sucker Punch does hardly any damage to the Iron Hand. The Stomping Tantrum making the right call, not attacking the Ogerpon on that turn, so it's not enough for a knockout, but he called a switch, and instead, the Wild Charge will do no damage.
Yeah, don't listen to me. You know, a play that could have worked out but didn't there, and I think that's pretty big. So, you know, now that Ogerpon has blown its Protect, you have the option of trying to go for a double there. I think the more likely scenario is you try to use the other Pokemon to pick up a knockout on Ogerpon's partner, and then bring Landorus back in later, then use the Terastallization and just, you know, keep you're pinning that slot with Terra Blast. Getting it to blow the Spiky Shield is a nice little trade there. That's a ton of important damage on this Iron Hands. You know, the isolated you know, 2v1 or whatever is definitely the safest win con for Luca.
Yeah, and since he is locked into Stomping Tantrum, it's not like you can Terastallize now and then click Terra Blast, right? You have to take that turn to switch out, bringing Urshifu into this slot so you can reset your Choice Scarf attack on Landorus. Kingambit will protect here. Grassy Glide goes into Urshifu on the switch in. Obviously more than enough for the knockout, especially after the Sword Stance boost. So its attack will be reset back to neutral. That's important to note since it'll be the 2nd time Landorus is intimidating this Ogerpon.
Yeah, now we wind up kind of in a fun spot here where, you know, I think Landorus really has no option here but to go for its Terastallization and start locking into Terra Blast here. So what Pokemon will it target? You know, if you Spiky Shield with Ogerpon and get it wrong and then Iron Hands gets blown up, you just lose the next turn to Landorus. So it's a little bit of a 50-50 here where if Landorus attacks into the wrong target and then gets knocked out here, that could be a win for Xilang. But after all these Intimidates, even a Wild Charge might not do it.
Yeah, that's the tough spot and what's so difficult about high-level VGC between these two trainers is it seems like multiple options every turn are actually viable.
Plus, speaking of which, it's also a viable option just to Terastallize the Kingambit instead, maybe go for a big Sucker Punch or something, and then avoid having to make the Landorus prediction as meaningful as it would otherwise be.
Right, because then if you turn into just a flying type on Landorus, those Wild Charges will go from immune to super effective.
Yeah, because if you can pick up this Ogerpon, it doesn't matter what the Iron Hands is doing, right? It's never going to knock out the Landorus.
All right, Terra dark black glasses King Gambit's going to be the way that Luca can try to win this game. Iron Hands goes down because of that stomping tantrum from the Landorus, so it's a 2-on-1. Ivy Cudgel will move first, though, into the Landorus, knocking it out, so it's all up to King Gambit, a Pokemon that has literally just protected, for the most part, this entire game, has the chance for the Terra Dark Kowtow Cleave, not enough for a one-hit KO.
And that makes things fun. Another move King Gambit has, of course, is that Sucker Punch. We just see the grassy terrain expiring, so there is now no option for this Ogerpon to try to use Grassy Glide to get over the Sucker Punch. So we wind up in this goofy game where you keep clicking Spiky Shield, hoping perhaps you can run out of Sucker Punch. He's going straight for the it doesn't matter.
It's
not nearly enough damage.
He hangs on, but a crit would have been scary. Kowtow Cleave is going to pick it up, and what felt like Luca from the jump was behind in that game, continuing to swap and protect and play it safe. He played it safe, and he secured his win condition, saving King Gambit for the win.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it was out there kind of at low health forever. Wound up healing up quite a bit because of the grassy terrain. I mean, enough that, yeah, he would have needed the critical hit on the final turn to get into that one. I was curious if he was going to mess around with that one a little bit more, since your Sucker Punch also checks the knockout, but just assuming that he's safe no matter what there, avoiding the shenanigans that we sometimes have to deal with King Gambit endgame. So certainly I appreciate that. And yeah, I think a pretty impressive end of that first game for Luca, where, yeah, the first like 5 turns couldn't have gone worse, but he got into it, and I think kind of both sides, they set the tone with that first game, right? I think both players are playing really quickly. There's a lot of aggressive switching, a lot of aggressive U-turning, where they're trying very hard to continue to get these positions where they can actually attack safely out on the board.
It's so hard to remember that so long ago, there was a Terry Farah Heatran on the field just absolutely dominating, and it just took so long that Xiling just was not putting enough offensive output besides the Heatran to win the match.
Yeah, I mean, the Heatran did a lot early on, but that was kind of it, right? Where, Rillaboom never really got the chance to get a hold of the Urshifu while that was still a relevant thing. Ogerpon got the Swords Dance, never really got the chance to use it. And Landorus picking up that critical hit U-turn knockout on the Rillaboom. It's one of the advantages, again, of that's Landorus, right? Where you get to attack and switch at the same time. It does far more damage to Rillaboom, where, Rillaboom, I think, got the U-turn itself and at least helped with board position, but wasn't really doing any damage.
Yeah,
Did finally get that Grassy Glide knockout, but a little bit too late by the time it occurred.
Yeah, it took so long that with 1 turn remaining, he lost the end of the grassy terrain, so he didn't have the priority left. And a great job to keep your composure at Luca's end. It started, those first couple turns did not go in your direction, but the Rain Dance and Surging Strikes helped take care of Heatran, and then Xiling just didn't have enough else.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the endgame too. I was kind of like honed in on that Landorus, but it's a very King Gambit-based endgame, and we see some changes in the leads here.
Xiling going for his tried and true Iron Bundle lead next to the Iron Hand. So 2 of those futuristic Paradox Pokemon working in tandem for Xiling compared to Tornadus and Urshifu on Luca's side.
Hey, probably a pretty good situation for this Iron Bundle to be in. You kind of like it, right? On the brink of elimination, we're whipping out the Pokemon he's kind of most known for.
Yeah, Tornadus will protect. You don't want to eat a potential freeze dry or anything into that slot, or even the fake out, right? So a safe double protect from Luca on this turn so that there's no fake out shenanigans.
Yeah, what feels like the first turn of this match where neither player has switched out any Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. I think, especially on Luca's end, it was constantly, we'd have to go back and tally how many switches in total and switch protect turns he had in consecutive turns. But obviously those attacks aren't going to matter here. So we're essentially in the same spot. We just know that Iron Hands can't protect or fake out anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it does make a big difference, though, right? I mean, there's some potential. I mean, you could try to trade Pokemon, I guess, with Urshifu here. Go for like a Tailwind, close combat, and kind of knowing you would get Wild Charge but not be knocked out with the Focus Sash. It seems way too risky for the way that this match has been played. Likely anticipating a switch instead anyway. It'll be exciting to see what these players do.
There is no switch. The other thing I thought of was a potential Rain Dance and then Surging Strikes into Iron Hands, but he's not a water type anymore. That's Terra Ghost.
This could be an incredible read.
Luca deciding that Iron Bundle was either going to switch or change its typing to that Terra Ghost, and Xiling falls for the trap. Now Urshifu Rapid Strike has Terrestrialize, has that boost to its same type attack bonus on water attacks, making it even stronger of a menace than it already is. Tailwind making Urshifu sure that it will attack first before Iron Bundle gets a hit, and it's time to see if these critical hits will do it. There's going to be 3 of them. No, it doesn't look like it. That's a pretty bulky Iron Bundle on the other end.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get it pretty close here. I mean, it's such a cool read where correctly predicting it's going to dodge the close combat, but going to take an attack for its troubles to where Icy Wind coming down, going to slow these Pokemon and critically break Urshifu's Focus Sash.
Yeah, so now Urshifu is not going to be as fast. The Tailwind is up at least, right? So you have that going in the favor of Luca's end, but Drain Punch will bring it down to half HP. Xiliang on his Iron Bundle with the booster energy. You've got the +1 speed on Iron Bundle, but then you also have the Tailwind, but now Urshifu's -1. It gets really hairy.
Yeah, strange combination of Pokemon and speeds out in the field here right now. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of a crazy turn. It seemed like it was going to be pretty decisive one direction or the other. We end up with neither of them picking up knockouts and kind of trading speed control there.
Landorus is on the switch, and that's Pokemon that does not appreciate taking any ice attacks, even if it's an Icy Wind with a low spread base power. But does Xiliang even get the chance to attack as this priority Aqua Jet says, I don't care about your booster energy, you're going down.
And now what will Iron Hands do, right? With that Intimidate, Drain Punch probably isn't enough, so you have to call and use Wild Charge here if you want to pick up the knockout.
And that Wild Charge would cost you some of your own health in the recoil, so he went for the Drain Punch instead, and Urshifu hangs on in the red.
Oh, that's a big Intimidate. Not only has Landorus got in the field for free, which in general has just been fantastic over the course of this match, but that Terrestrializer Urshifu now probably going to be able to get off 1 more Surging Strikes. Big damage trade, potentially, and Rillaboom coming out to try to put a stop to that, but there's not like a whole lot of immediacy with that, right? You know, you can protect, you can switch. Urshifu's kind of just going to stay a threat here, and yeah, I mean, Landorus in a position where I can go for a U-turn. I think also, you know, Luca's up 1-0 in this set now, right? He's in a position where maybe he tries to make a prediction here, like, well, you know, I know that you know that I have to be wary of Fake Out or Grassy Glide. I guess Grassy Glide is really the only reasonable choice into the Urshifu option, and just go for an attack anyway, because, yeah, if I lose, I still have game 3, and I can win this game here anyway. So really precarious turn. The Urshifu does go for the switch. Doesn't do anything crazy here yet.
All right, so let's see. Ogerpon will come into that slot. It is the Hearthflame form, so it's fire and grass currently. Would double resist Grassy Glide into there. But that U-turn is so strong. That's another critical hit. I was about to say there's no way it does that much damage naturally.
Yeah, this Landorus wants to be champion. This poor Rillaboom. I feel like the Rillaboom in general this weekend just can't catch a break. But yeah, at least healing back some of this off that Citrus Berry.
This week, Peoria has been the rise of Landorus, right? #1 in usage in day 2. And the fall of Rillaboom, as it just has not been able to do enough in every match. Maybe it's our fault, Scott.
Yeah, I think we're cursing them, because I think the Rillabooms aren't doing anything wrong. It was pretty well played, and we see it U-turning here, doing just a tiny bit less damage than the Landorus did.
Yeah, just a little bit.
No,
it's actually doing
damage.
It's doing negative damage because it pops the Citrus Berry and helping Tornadus recover up that HP. At least Xiliang does get a free switch into something and keeps it healthy in the back.
Yeah, and switching last is a big deal. So, I mean, you know, the turn isn't like the end of the world or anything, but, you know, I mean, it's definitely something that's really putting the pressure on here, as you know, Xiliang's already down a game in this set.
Yeah, Fire Hearthflame on the both ends there. Mold Breaker 2 for Ogerpon. That Heavy Slam didn't do too much. It at least did bring Tornadus back down to under half, so the Citrus Berry is essentially irrelevant now, and he has 2 full health Pokemon on Xiliang's end.
Yeah, how often we've seen that this set. And sort of an awkward spot here, too. You'd love to pick up a knockout on Tornadus here if you can get it, avoid having to worry about a second Tailwind, but kind of in then right, where you still have to deal with some of the quicker Pokemon on the other side of the field, where, you know, Iron Hands is going to move before anything anyway, and that is a big Bleak Wind Storm.
I was going to say, Xiliang, you might want to lose the grass typing eventually because of how
lost
strong.
It one way.
Yeah, well, he's going to lose it. All of the typing is all of the HP goes down on Ogerpon Hearthflame on Xiliang's, and there's a Heavy Slam. It is enough to take down Tornadus, but all this does is let our boy Landorus come back in.
Yeah, and Landorus is going to love facing down with this Iron Hands, especially we've now seen 2 Pokemon get knocked out here. So Rillaboom and Iron Hands are going to have no choice but to join the field. Will both be intimidated, most likely by this Landorus, and this is another important 3v2.
Yeah, basically my point on terrestrializing that turn is eventually you want to lose the grass typing because either Bleak Wind Storm's going to hurt you, or you force Landorus to click either Terra Blast or Stomping Tantrum for Iron Hands because you can't click both.
Yeah, and we see an interesting situation here where the Urshifu comes out instead. The advantage of that is you can protect with both of these Pokemon, negate any fake out shenanigans, don't need to make a prediction. Can perhaps more safely bring in Landorus later and get that Intimidate when you're not concerned about giving an entire free turn over to your opponent.
Xiliang's back is against the wall, down to his final 2 Pokemon, this Iron Hands and Rillaboom. Rillaboom's really had a tough go of it in this set, so let's see if he'll be able to clutch it out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough situation in general for it, too, where I'm likely going to get a nothing turn here where both these Pokemon protect. I don't think either Rillaboom or Iron Hands can really do anything to take advantage of that. But the subsequent turn is going to be tricky. You know, like most Rillaboom, this one does not know Protect. There's not going to be any way that it can protect itself from the damage likely to come from this Ogerpon into that slot in the next turn.
And it takes even more damage, actually, because it attacks into the Spiky Shield. So the only damage that was done was by the player that didn't even attack this turn.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes defense is the best offense or whatever. And I think maybe never more true than here. On this turn now, with the Landorus switch, you get the Intimidate. Iron Hands is not going to be able to beat that Landorus one-on-one. Ogerpon can deal with Rillaboom here. I think this is looking like a 2-0.
Yeah, Luca really strong right now, being able to bring back Game 1 from the rink. There is the cancellation. Xiliang understanding his fate, and Luca Traeger will be moving on to the finals here at the Peoria Regional Championship.
A really fun set. I think both players kind of showing how you play this format well. The Pokemon are cycling in and out of battle so quickly, and on this set, Luca's just doing a little bit better job of being able to find those advantages, and you're taking advantage of the chances he had to get the big attacks off. But both players are just so good. You know, I think just the pacing of that match, you kind of look back to the matches at the beginning of yesterday, feels like a totally different game, right? It's both players going so quickly. It's a pleasure to get to watch players at this level compete.
Yeah, look how excited Luca is. And Xiliang, a great sport as well, shaking his hand and smiling, understanding that Luca really played well. And of course, it's still a great accomplishment. He's a regional champion already, so he's been at this level to finish in the top 4 here in Peoria. He can still hold his head high.
Yeah, I mean, 2 trainers, I don't think anybody's surprised to see competing in a semifinal.
All right, so here's the replay going into the game. That crazy turn 1 with the Terra Ghost and neither of the Pokemon getting knocked out. Like, that was just all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a bold read, too. I mean, it's tough to do that. You clicking Terastallization into a resisted attack. Could have looked very differently, but he made the read.
And for anyone who had their doubts before that Landorus is not the greatest Pokemon of all time, I think, one, where you've been for the last 10 years, because I think there's a lot of evidence that's stacked up in its direction. But also, this set might have kind of proved it, because even when it wasn't doing damage, just being able to switch in Intimidate, and then U-turn, and then Intimidate, and U-turn, and then when you actually want to knock stuff out with Stomping Tantrum or Terra Blast, like, that's, like, Case closed that Landorus, we now know why it's highest usage rate of all the Pokemon here in Peoria.
Yeah, at least in day 2, right? And yeah, I think, as players are preparing for Sacramento next week, certainly Landorus has to be Paldea's most wanted, right?
Builder, yeah.
I mean, maybe putting your team, but also, I think finding ways to make life harder for it's going to be really important because, I mean, both the Intimidate and the U-turn especially, I mean, this game just becomes so much about cycling with, the best Pokemon now finally no longer being immune to that Intimidate ability, actually mattering to get Landorus in and out of battle. I think both the damage it was dealing, where it seemed like every battle we see Landorus do more than a Pokemon's health bar worth of damage, on top of the utility it provides, both from Intimidate and from getting its friends out into battle at the right time. It's just been fantastic this weekend. It's definitely the Pokemon that I think has been the MVP of most matches. Lets other Pokemon shine. It's kind of a distributor. It's more like a passing Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a field general, right? And we use that term in sports, right? Your job is to make sure that everybody on the team succeeds. You're not the one that needs to rack up all the points. As long as you get the victory, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's in that first game, I think it's a great example of that, right? Where Landorus, there was the option for it to go for the Terra Flying, and I think Luca's solution was a lot better. We're like, oh well, there's probably no way I can lose the game if I just keep grinding it out and get a situation where this Kingambit, which had looked so useless earlier in the match, was the perfect way to close the game in a high percentage way. I think it's just a really well played game where Luca never lost sight of the highest percentage way he could close it out, and both trainers are just so good. Man, I love this regulation.
Yeah, this has honestly been a great great weekend. More than just today. I'm in the moment right now, just thinking about all the matches we've had today, because we had some game threes and some really fun top cut matches that we got to cast here. But overall, Regulation E is off to a great start. I'm so excited to see what Sacramento and Toronto and the following regionals after that on the circuit have in store for us. But for now, that is going to do it for myself and Scott this weekend. We want to thank you, everyone. We'll see you in the lounge when we get to hang out with Sierra, because we're going to have a little fun before we get to the finals. So we're done on the couch at least, but we'll see you over in the lounge. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Rosemary and Gabby will close out the day with our top 4 match and our finals. We're going to leave here with our second Worlds qualifier here in North America at the Peoria Regional Championships.
Trainers, let's start the International Championships.
Here comes the Shadow Ball. We can hear the crowds. It looks like we have another GBL Lindos going to top 8 here. Is this enough to KO the Stumpus? And it is.
Down
what
goes Hilarious Stumpus.
This is huge. I mean, this Latin American community, we're always hyped, and I feel so happy because it's huge for us as a community, it's huge for the game, and it's huge also to receive any new players, so you're always welcome.
KW Naldo trying to become a champion here in Sao Paulo. He's 2 wing attacks away. He goes up for it, and that is it.
JW Naldo is your first Latin American international champion here for the Pokemon Go Championship Series.
The community is awesome, the card game is awesome, and I think everybody have some fun playing it.
This is the perfect time to start playing Pokemon.
There it is. Luigi has the Serena. Let's see if he plays it. Does indeed play it. Brings up the Mew VMAX, and Luigi will be the Latin America International Champion for the Juniors division.
Go for the flip, and it's double heads.
It's a double heads! That means Yuichi wakes up, Snorlax can take out the other Snorlax, and Yuichi will win the Latin America International Championships.
We have 2 incredible players lined up here. Tord, of course, 3-time international champion, and trying to accomplish the unthinkable here with the 4th win.
I see the quick pull that he also did top deck. Lugia gets discarded. Charizard will get fully powered up here, and there's no way this Lugia can survive here.
That
and there's the game.
Enough. Tord Reklev, he has finally taken over the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
Feels absolutely unreal to win LAIC. That was the missing piece. Now I have this champion trophy from each continent that I can bring home and feel extremely proud and happy about. I'm absolutely speechless.
Eu ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido, então estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Winning international feels awesome. Me sinto muito bem, muito realizado. Era o meu sonho ganhar um internacional e agora estou à procura de ganhar um mundial.
I've never been to Japan before. I'm really looking forward to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me, especially winning it in my home country.
E seria incrível, né? Você ter um conhecimento mundial, você se provar como jogador, seria sem palavras.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are in the middle of our top 8 cut here in Peoria, Illinois. Just 2 matches away from crowning our Peoria Regional Champion for the video game. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined again by Gabby Snyder to bring you through this next top 4.
Yeah, Luca Tregood is moving on, defeating Xiliang Tang in the previous top 4 match, but he needs an opponent. But what we can say for certain at this point is that not only will we be crowning another regional champion this weekend, we will also be granting somebody their invite to compete at the Hawaiian World Championships next summer.
And that is so exciting. It is so exciting because this is a brand new feature of our tournament circuit this year, and we're getting another one. You know, sadly, Riley Factura was knocked out, so we've got 3 trainers left. Of course, yeah, Luca waiting in the wings, but who's it going to be? Is it going to be James Beck, or is it going to be Jeremy Parson that will be his opponent? Tough to say.
Tough to say.
Tough to say right now.
They've even played already in this tournament, so we're going to give them a moment to get situated on stage to make sure they are ready to go for their top 4 match. And while we're waiting for them to do that, let's go ahead and look back once again on our caster predictions from this weekend, as this was the first tournament to be broadcast in the Regulation E format here on the Pokemon channel, and as a result, a lot of our picks, I think, skewed towards those new Pokemon, those new techs that were made available in the Teal Mask DLC. And I think with 3 trainers remaining standing, we can look at the Ogerpon that are remaining standing, and I don't know, I'm seeing a lot of water on the field.
I am also. That is going to be the Wellspring Ogerpon for both James and Jeremy left, but the Hearthflame Ogerpon left for Luca. But alongside of that, a few other options that we need to talk about. You and I got the King Gambit right, both Jeremy and Luca bringing that pick. We also ended up seeing the Iron Bundle on Xiliang Tang's team. That was really awesome to watch. And Okie Dokie making an appearance as well as Scott's most likely to succeed, and that was something that Justin Knox brought.
Yeah, and the other thing to keep in mind as well is just how these teams have faced off against each other. You know, we've seen the Wellspring Ogerpon face off against the Hearthflame Ogerpon. We've seen Okie Dokie, like you just said, try to find its footing. And, you know, I think there's a lot of different team compositions that are represented by these predictions. And even though we didn't see a Sinistra or a Weezing in Top Cut this weekend, there are still so many opportunities for these Pokemon to succeed, as this is literally the beginning of the Regulation E format.
And they were floating around.
They were.
They haven't had their time to shine just yet, but maybe they will in the future. But we are looking forward to our final 2 matches of the weekend before we crown that winner. And here's how the bracket has shaken out so far. James, Jeremy, Xiliang, and Luca all able to best their opponents in the top 8 to make it to the top 4 semifinals, where Luca has moved on already, and now it is up to James Beck or Jeremy Parson to make it through to be our 2nd finalist.
Yeah, and this is going to be such an exciting match coming up, as I think James has really predicted the metagame very well coming into this tournament with the team that he brought. Jeremy, on the other hand, bringing, I think, those mainstay Pokemon of the format with a little bit of spice of his own in the form of that King Gambit. But as these trainers are seated, ready to go, let's take a moment quickly to look at James Beck's accomplishments, because he's got top 4 at Worlds twice. He won the Latin American International Championships back in 2020, and if he wins this regional champion this weekend, that'll mean 4 crowns he has to his name.
And this isn't even everything that James has on his accomplishment list. I think it was really tough to actually pick 4 to put on this list. But this is the team that James has brought to the Peoria Regionals. You can see that Wellspring Ogerpon next to the Hisuian Arcanine, the Tornadus, the Iron Hands, the Urshifu Rapid Strike, but it's that Golden Go that has been such a centerpiece for his team that has brought him so much success in the tournament as a whole and in this bracket.
Yeah, we've seen him use that Golden Go so well with Nasty Plot, but Jeremy has a Nasty Plot of accomplishments of his own. I mean, he is up there as well with getting Worlds Day 2 this year, which meant he did very well in Day 1 of Swiss, as Day 2 was a separate competition, getting top 64 at EUIC, top 32 at NAIC, in 2022, but really this is his first regional semifinalist finish according to the accomplishments on screen.
Yeah, this is the farthest that he's got in the tournaments that he's competed in, but he's been so close so many different times. But really, this tournament in particular, he's been showcasing why he is a top trainer and a force to be reckoned with. Take a look at his team as well. You can see the King Gambit, one of those Defiant users that we thought would be really popular based on the number of Intimidate users that are currently present in the meta, alongside an old favorite, Old Faithful, Fluttermane, Iron Hands as well, one of the more dominant Pokemon, and the Wellspring Ogerpon, the Landorus, and of course that Chi-Yu.
I also find it interesting looking at Jeremy's team. You know, one brief point that we brought up earlier was this idea of taking multiple different cores and putting them together on a team. And looking at Jeremy's team, I see the Chi-Yu and the Fluttermane as one potential core, and then the Landorus, the Wellspring Ogerpon, and the Iron Hands as a 3-core, and then you put your favorite Pokemon, that King Gambit, to round it all out.
Yeah, this is going to be a super exciting matchup to see what Pokemon both of these trainers really want to lean into, especially given that they have played each other before in the Swiss rounds earlier today. That was a 2-1 win for James, but this is a close one. This is anybody's game. While James is just a touch favored, it still is going to have to be an all-out brawl for both of these players. So let's get into game number 1 between James and Jeremy in this top 4, where Jeremy has brought the Chi-Yu and the Iron Hands, and James leading with the Urshifu and the Tornadus.
The Tornadus holding Covert Cloak as well, so this Pokemon will have the opportunity to set up to Tailwind to go for a Rain Dance. Really, James has plenty of options with this lead, and I think that's exactly what he needs to rely on, as Iron Hands and Chi-Yu can hit very, very hard.
Well, here's one way to start to ramp up the pressure. That Hisuian Arcanine hitting the field gets that Intimidate drop down to the Iron Hands, and as you mentioned, the Covert Cloak on the Tornadus means it is free to go for some type of attack. That's why we see the Fake Out going into the Hisuian Arcanine instead. And it's also going to be the target of this Overheat. So what a fantastic switch in, knowing that Arcanine is able to tank that so well. Bleakwind Storm, though, it looks like it's going to miss the Chi-Yu, but more critically, you are going to be able to get it onto the Iron Hands and just start chipping away. But big difference here, Iron Hands has that Drain Punch, and Hisuian Arcanine does not want to face off against that right now.
Even after the Intimidate, that Drain Punch is going to threaten a knockout on that Arcanine, but I think more importantly, bring Iron Hands' own health back up. We've seen so many Iron Hands just stay on the field turn after turn after turn because of Drain Punch's consistent recovery.
They really have, though. And we're going to see the Chi-Yu be able to keep itself preserved as well for a little bit later. Maybe we see a little bit of a special attacker in the back, and you're able to get rid of those special attack drops thanks to that Overheat. Here is the Bleakwind Storm. It is not going to miss a target this time, and it also critically gets a speed drop onto the Landers. The Arcanine going for the Flare Blitz as well. It's not going to do nearly enough to knock out this Iron Hands just yet because of that natural bulk, but the Drain Punch, despite that -1, there is the knockout and the HP recovery for that Iron Hands.
Yeah, and Iron Hands, again, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the format, and I think really just taking advantage of that board position right now. The fact that Tornadus is consistently going for Bleakwind Storms, to me, implies James is trying to set up his Ogerpon, who is coming out onto the field right now, to go for some very big knockouts with the Ivy Cudgel. It's one of the most powerful attacks available in the game right now, and really the signature move of this friendly Pokemon. And knowing that Jeremy's only Intimidate user is out on the field right now, this is the perfect opportunity for that Ogerpon to come out, go for an Ivy Cudgel, and try and threaten a knockout on either the Iron Hands or the Landorus.
It's going to be doing damage, that's for sure, especially knowing that it has that terrestrialization. There you go. You get to see that beautiful Wellspring Mask in full, and the Embody aspect also taking effect here to raise the special defense. It's not going to help it out in front of either of these two Pokemon. Takes a little bit of chip from the U-turn, so at the very least it is removing that particular weakness with the terrestrialization. But Jeremy gets to bring something else into the slot, and let's see if it's going to be able to take this incoming damage, because there's a lot on the board.
Yeah, and I don't think you necessarily send in your Chi-Yu in this position unless you're confident that the Ogerpon will be targeting down the Iron Hands. So it's possible we're going to see Jeremy's final Pokemon right now.
We'll have to wait and see. Jeremy's thinking really hard about this one because this is a very critical choice to get right. The Chi-Yu is going to come in, so Jeremy is making a read that Chi-Yu is going to be safe. But we also need to see if this Iron Hands is going to be able to survive. It's the Power Whip into the Iron Hands. Doesn't necessarily have to go for the Ivy Cudgel because you just want to get some damage down, and hey, that's one way to do it. It's going to leave that Chi-Yu vulnerable to this Bleak Wind Storm. And it's not going to get the speed drop, so at least it has that going for it. And there is a free switch into the Ogerpon on Jeremy's side. That is the 4th and final.
It's really interesting to me that Jeremy brought the Chi-Yu without the Flutter Mane nearby, especially knowing just how many Water-type Pokemon James had on his side of the field. But since Chi-Yu did just re-enter the field, it can pick what attack it wants to use as it's holding choice specs. Once it picks, it's locked in. I don't think we'll see him lock into Overheat like we saw on turn 1, as it's going to get more and more difficult to swap that Pokemon around to drop the special attack drops. I think instead now you look to maybe a Heat Wave or a Dark Pulse, depending on if your goal is chip damage or if your goal is putting Pokemon in a 2-hit knockout range.
Dark Pulse makes a lot of sense just because of the fact that you have a lot of Water-type attackers that are on James's side. You got the Urshifu as well as the Wellspring Ogerpon, but it's just all about these nuclear hits. That Overheat is just not quite enough. And so the Gambit doesn't pay off. Urshifu is going to be able to hang on, and now there's those special attack drops. If Jeremy wants to get rid of those, he has to be able to switch in this Landorus.
Yeah, that Urshifu was the target of Overheat turn 1 of this match as well. This could be an indication that Jeremy has trained this Chi-Yu so that with the choice specs and the Overheat, that could threaten a KO on Urshifu, which is something that you would not typically expect. The one thing to keep in mind as this turn starts to play out is that James's Urshifu is holding a Choice Scarf, so it does make sense to swap in your Intimidate user here because otherwise Urshifu is guaranteed to find an attack.
It's going to be a double swap. Makes sense that the Chi-Yu would leave the field, reset that Overheat drop, and make sure that it can choose something else with the Choice Scarf. But the Surging Strikes into the Landorus. What a call and what a great knockout for James to be able to grab. That does bring Jeremy down to his final 2 Pokemon, and it really is up to this Wellspring Ogerpon to try to bring the heat a little bit.
Well, it's not wearing that Hearthflame mask, but it does connect some damage to that Tornadus, which is a good place to start. I think the bigger issue for Jeremy right now is that the Chi-Yu cannot protect as it's holding that choice item, and he has no way to outspeed this Urshifu for damage. So all this Urshifu has to do here is pick which Pokemon you want to Surging Strikes. I think Ogerpon is the one that you don't necessarily worry about this turn, as Chi-Yu, Choice Specs, Overheat. We've seen just how much damage that does. It's possible even with the special attack drop, it could then threaten some big damage on the Ogerpon in the back of James's party, putting it within range, again, of a double up possibility for a KO.
Jeremy's not out of it completely yet. There are a few outs that he can play too. One of them is maybe hope that James locks into something like the Bleak Wind Storm and it misses. And he also has access to Terastallization. And so that Wellspring Ogerpon on his side of the field is going to be the perfect target for that. He was able to get just a little bit of healing back. Even just the Hornleech damage into the Tornadus is plenty to just try to keep it alive. But sadly, Chi-Yu does not stand a chance against these Urshifu Surging Strikes. And so it is going to get taken out before it can lock into any other move. It is down to Jeremy's Ogerpon to try to bring back this game for him.
A 1v3 is not necessarily impossible when you have access to recovery like Hornleech. We see it connect and pick up the knockout onto the opposing Urshifu. And now the Bleak Wind Storm as well will not be doing super effective damage because you did Terastallize away your grass typing. You still have to worry about the chance of a speed drop though, and you have to worry about the fact that James can comfortably go for a double up into your own Ogerpon. And what grass type move does James have on his Ogerpon? It's the Power Whip. We saw that earlier. It doesn't have the option for recovery like Hornleech, and it does have a chance to miss, but it also has a significantly higher base power.
but it's also just really easy for James to click Tailwind in this position and just go for that Power Whip. So here's the Tailwind coming out from the Tornadus, and that is going to make James's Ogerpon even faster. The Power Whip connects, and this will be game number 1 of the top 4 match going to James.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jeremy's best out at that point in time was the Power Whip missing probably 2 turns in a row so that you could get the Horn Leech knockout on your opposing Ogerpon. And Power Whip is not necessarily an accurate move, but in this case, it was able to connect on that first turn. And as we go into game number 2, I think it's time we talk about adjustments. We didn't see the Golden Go from James, despite the fact that he's relied on it pretty consistently on stream. And I think that's because of the combination of the Chi-Yu and the King Gambit on Jeremy's team. I don't think this is a safe matchup for Golden Go, and as a result, if he is going to make a Pokemon adjustment going into game number 2, I really think it's only the Iron Hands that could make an appearance. But, you know, we saw him play so well in game number 1 using the Hisuian Arcanine to take all that damage and to intimidate the Pokemon on Jeremy's side of the field. Did eventually get knocked out by a Drain Punch, but still, it felt like that James brought the right tools.
He really did. And, you know, I love that the point you bring up about the Golden Go, because in this matchup, we have, and just over the course of James's tournament run, we've seen the Golden Go be such a key piece to his game plan. But in this particular matchup, there are those threats on Jeremy's side. But on the flip side of things, you can play rock, paper, scissors a little bit. Maybe if you expect that the King Gambit's going to come out, maybe you bring the Urshifu that would be able to connect a close combat. Or you feel forced to Terra, but Jeremy's King Gambit is Terra Dark, and the Chi-Yu is Terra Ghost. You're still able to hit it for super effective damage from something else on James's side. So it becomes really difficult to weave in and play this mind game of what do you think I'm going to bring. So let's see what game 2 has in store for us, as it's going to be the Chi-Yu and the Iron Hands here for Jeremy, and it is the Ogerpon and the Arcanine for James.
The same lead from Jeremy has access to Fake Out support. We saw just how much damage that Overheat did in the previous game. James, on the other hand, really mixing things up, leading with that Intimidate. You don't have to switch in your Arcanine on the field for that, and also leading with the Ogerpon, which in this situation, I think, has a lot of potential for James. If he's worried about Fake Out, you can possibly switch it out, or you can go for Spiky Shield and hope that you can get a little bit of chip down on that Iron Hands for making contact. If you think your opponent is going to predict that, you can just go for a big attack. We saw how much damage the Power Whip did to Iron Hands. We know that the Ivy Cudgel is going to be more than enough to knock out that Chi-Yu. He has a lot of options here, and I think that's why Jeremy is keeping that Chi-Yu safe for later. It really wants to be the closing Pokemon in his approach to this matchup.
Yeah, Ogerpon feels really safe to come in here. There's not a whole lot that's super threatening it, and if you're going to assume that a Grass-type move is heading the way of Chi-Yu, that's probably pretty unlikely, so very safe to be able to make that switch for now. But it is an instant commit to the Terra from James once again, as we saw in game number 1. So that's going to even boost up its attacks even more if they are going to be that water type. But the Fake Out going into the Arcanine means that Flare Blitz is not going to be able to connect this time around, but the Ivy Cudgel is still able to come out into the Iron Hands, and that Iron Hands has been a big problem for Jeremy, and it's going to also get crit, so James is doing even more damage.
He's doing even more damage and putting that Iron Hands into a position where if it isn't able to connect a Drain Punch for some significant healing, it's going to be very, very easy for the other Pokemon that James has brought to this battle to pick up that KO. That was a great turn 1 read from James. Getting all of that damage down early on Iron Hands really limits his options. You don't necessarily want to swap the Chi-Yu into that spot on the field to give Iron Hands a chance to come back later, because it's still going to be staring down an Ogerpon. And then you might not have the last Pokemon either on your team in a spot where it can swap in. So Jeremy just has to try and find an opening for this Iron Hands, and for now, it looks like it's actually going to be the Landorus Therian, his final Pokemon, taking its spot.
The Urshifu switch-in makes a lot of sense too, because if James was expecting a Drain Punch, then you know the Urshifu is not going to be taking too much damage from that. And just playing it safe again, not only do you get the rotation, but the Spiky Shield as well, because Ogerpon like this, could go for the Horn Leech, which looks like such an easy target for that grass type attack, but instead, Ogerpon is going to take a little bit of chip damage.
And that chip damage will start adding up over time. So just every little bit that you can get on the field, especially on a passive turn where you're opting to protect your Pokemon, really can make a difference in the long term.
Urshifu just continuing this revolving door of Pokemon, going back into its Pokeball in favor of that Hisuian Arcanine once again. Still not super threatened. Landorus, because it is holding that Choice Scarf, just doesn't necessarily deal as much damage output as some of the other Landorus options that we see, like a Choice Band or even a Life Orb. So Hisuian Arcanine not too worried about taking an incoming Rock Slide or something like that, but it's a Stomping Tantrum! Oh, what a great read by James to switch in the Tornadus and the Horn Leech as well. Was really hoping to connect onto the Ogerpon and try to knock it out before it was able to get too much else done.
Yeah, Jeremy trying to identify that the Ogerpon was going to switch out, and whatever could come in probably would have been knocked out by a Stomping Tantrum and a Horn Leech if it was able to take damage from that first Stomping Tantrum. So James using a strategy that you don't see very often with the Tornadus in the back of your party, swapping in to take those ground type attacks. I think that's a critical strategy for trainers to keep in mind throughout Regulation E.
Yeah, and you knew that Intimidate was also going to help out too. So even if there was a Rock Slide, there's still a way for James to get past that. Tailwind makes a lot of sense in the situation just to get the speed control in check. And you just go for that stab Flare Blitz because it's a one-hit knockout onto the Landorus. And now that Intimidate is off the board, that is a huge deal. And Jeremy now just has 3 Pokemon left.
It's also an interesting juxtaposition of the Hisuian Arcanine as your Rock-type Intimidate user and the Landorus Therian as your Rock-type Intimidate user. Because the Arcanine is holding a Choice Band, these Flare Blitzes just do so much damage. A Choice Scarf Landorus really struggles to match that damage output. And I really love the fact that James has opted for this Pokemon, given that he does have a bit more of a passive mode with Tornadus already.
Yeah, Hisuian Arcanine has been a choice that a lot of trainers have been leaning into just because of those super powerful physical type attacks. And also, yeah, okay, maybe you are 4 times weak to water at this point, but it doesn't really matter if you're just gonna hit super hard. The Bleak Wind Snorp connects onto both the Iron Hands and the Chi-Yu, but both able to hang on. So Chi-Yu able to fire back out a Dark Pulse, and the Wild Charge enough to pick up the knockout onto the Tornadus, but the recoil in response, that is going to send Iron Hands for Jeremy also off the field.
And unfortunately for Jeremy, that will bring him down to his final 2 Pokemon of that Chi-Yu and the Ogerpon, whereas James still has 1 Pokemon remaining in the form of that Urshifu. Sending the Arcanine out now ensures that you can get 1 Intimidate down on this Ogerpon and possibly even 2. It all depends on whether or not James wants to swap that Arcanine out 1 more time, or if he just wants to commit to maybe an Extreme Speed or Rock Slide for damage. With Tailwind still up on the field for at least 1 more turn, I think you can click Rock Slide here, hope that it connects with the Chi-Yu to deal possibly some knockout damage, and then outspeed the opposing Ogerpon and go for a Power Whip again for that knockout damage. James is in a position where he can choose to close it up very quickly. I think it's just a matter of how safe you approach this endgame.
Well, what he's really hoping for right now is that the Arcanine gets a chance to move first. If that Rock Slide connects, that's great. Chi-Yu is out of here. That's why you saw him kind of select through, okay, do I go grass or water type attack right now? And do I really care about whether or not I actually hit into Jeremy's own Ogerpon? That's actually going to end up terastallizing at this point too, except hold on a second, it's the Chi-Yu. Terra being committed over there will help to remove the weakness that it has, but James is also considering that. Do I really want to go for something else that is going to try to maybe not do as much damage? Plus the Follow Me gets a chance to come through as well. So it is going to be the Ivy Cudgel, but Water Absorb. That is so important here too.
It is, and I love how Jeremy picked the Chi-Yu.
No way!
Oh no! That flinch was so so critical for Jeremy. The fact that he was able to terrastalize the Chi-Yu so it could withstand the rock slide, the fact that he kept Ogerpon's grass typing and water absorb ability, and with the redirection, that was such a great play from him, but unfortunately just did not come to fruition.
Oh, that's so rough there when you get flinched on a sliver of HP. Chi-Yu is knocked out for all of its troubles, and it's just the Ogerpon remaining. The rock slide to connect. James takes it out, and he wins this top 4 set 2-0 to move on to our finals of the Peoria Regional Championships.
Where there's a rock slide, there is a way, but realistically speaking, I think James was utilizing that rock slide for damage and not necessarily for the flinch chance. It is a nice little extra bonus there to power through the end of the game a little bit quicker, but you do have to remember that there was still that Choice Scarf Urshifu in the back of James's party. As soon as one of those 2 Pokemon got KO'd, he could have just sent that Urshifu out on the field, locked into close combat, and easily picked up a knockout against, well, I guess the Chi-Yu if it hadn't Ghost Terastalized, but also that Ogerpon as well. So a very comfortable endgame for James. I think that Jeremy played that matchup very well, trying to find those openings for his Pokemon, but in the end, there was just so much damage put down on the field from the Arcanine, from the Ogerpon, for the Urshifu. There were bonks all around.
There really were. Like, these Ogerpon are just bonking things left and right at this point, but James is one of those types of players that after one match and one experience playing against somebody with a same team, he gets a chance to take that as a learning experience, and that is so valuable. You could tell how much better of a handle he had on this matchup heading into this next set.
I also find it very telling that both of these trainers had...
Jeremy knew there too.
Yeah, he did though, indeed. But I find it very interesting that James brought the same 4 Pokemon in both of those games, just identifying after their previous set that those 4 Pokemon were his best win conditions into Jeremy's team. And, you know, especially given that Jeremy stuck with the same lead, I think, for both those games as well, you could tell that there was that previous knowledge coming into play in this top 4 match.
Absolutely, and that's so important, and also what also just kind of differentiates James as a top trainer. Like, you saw his list of accomplishments, you've seen what he's been able to do in even just the past year and a half. Jeremy, though, such a bright player with a bright future, and it's amazing to see him not only make it to a top 4 here in a very stacked top cut, but I know that there's even more that we get a chance to see from him very soon in the future.
100% agreed. I think that there is a lot of real passion out on the field right now, if you will, for our Pokemon trainers competing. A lot of creativity, you know, that King Gambit in particular on his team is something I'm really excited to see more of in Regulation E, and I'm sure that we'll be seeing Jeremy again soon on the competition circuit, as he is well on his way to earning those 500 championship points needed to qualify for Worlds.
And speaking of King Gambit, this does mean that James Beck goes up against Luca Traget in our finals, which Luca has a King Gambit. So it really is soon that we're going to be seeing that King Gambit again.
Yeah, it's just going to take a little bit of a break. Maybe get a drink of water, you know, warm up for those sucker punches. You know, maybe do a little like shadow boxing to get ready for the matchup. As it could be a Pokemon to consider, given that there is still that Golden Go in play, but we can leave that breakdown for when our trainers are ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait to see what is in store for this final match. It has been a fantastic weekend of matches so far, and there's still one more right around the corner. So I'm just taking a look at the matchup now. It just looks like a fun one.
Just, you know, process it, breathe is something that I learned when I was on the Pokemon Go side of things, like a meditating Medicham, perhaps.
That is not a Pokemon that is sadly in our format, so maybe sometime in the future, but we are going to take a chance to take a short break. When we come back, we've got the finals of the Peoria Regional Championships.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road. Where legends are alive, I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home. Here on Victory Road. Victory Road. I'll be a legend.
What a weekend we have had in Peoria so far for our second NA Regional Championships of the season. And we are so close to figuring out who is going to be able to claim that title and get their Worlds invite. We got a finals up ahead of us, but thought we would take a couple of minutes to kind of recap the day, talk about these trainers' journeys to get to where they are.
That's been really fun, right? I mean, two great players, a little bit different teams, I feel like, made the finals than what we've seen throughout the rest of the day. I wasn't really expecting to get the Tornadus or Shifu mirror given the matches we saw the rest of the week.
Yeah, and Riley is going to have some competition, right? After this matchup, someone else will join Riley, and we'll have two trainers in North America that are qualified for the World Championships in Honolulu, and it should be really fun. I think the King Gambit on Luca's side was so crucial for him in top four that I want to see how it matches up against James's team in the finals.
It's so interesting with these trainers' teams being able to see how they're built because, of course, absolutely no surprise with Regulation E that we are going to see Ogerpon in all its mass glory here, and we're going to be able to see a representation of both going on in the finals. But they have something new and then something old as well. The King Gambit's been around since all last season. Luca was using it all then. And then James swapping over from Flutter into something like that Golden Go. So that's really nice pairings there.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think it's interesting that both of them have kind of taken their own takes on the format, playing what's comfortable for them. You know, I think the majority of like what felt like the meta was kind of like the Landorus Rillaboom shuffling stuff, and it winds up being that neither team in the final is using that strategy. Instead, you know, both of them kind of using a little bit more like traditionally offense-based stuff. I don't know if I'd want to play against James back in a battle of Tornaduses. I feel like he's kind of been a trademark Pokemon of his for a very long time now. But I'm excited to see this. I think it's
It'll be interesting to see what lessons trainers try to take from this particular mix of finalists.
Yeah, the amount of championship points that James Beck has earned with the Tornadoes on his team, it has to be in the thousands at this point, right? Accrued over all of the seasons. 2019, he ran a Torn Ogre, Kyogre Tornadoes team the entirety of that season. And then 2022 as well, when the GS Cup came back, the whole season ran Tornadoes again. Here we are in 2023, the 2024 season, really, and it's just one of his signature Pokemon at this point.
We'll have to see how many Worlds invites cumulative he's gotten in championship points with just Torn by itself here. But looking back even at the journey that these two took, and even just talking about the semifinals matches that we just got to see, I feel like too there was a lot of players that really stepped it up for the event, but these are two trainers that definitely had to be fighting their way right until the end. Of course, Luca right out of the gate going up against last year regional winner in Liang Tang, and great use with this Kingambit.
Yeah, I thought he played a really fantastic game here, especially in that first game. It felt like he was really on the back foot for a long time, but he conserved resources. He was able to knock out the opposing Heatran, which had been a really problematic Pokemon for him, and then secured that Kingambit as a great endgame winning condition. It was cool to see, too, where, kind of talked about Kingambit, seemed like a good answer to where the meta was going, and sure enough, it clutched out a game in the semifinals.
Yeah, I really feel like, if you ever seen the concept of Luigi wins by doing absolutely nothing, that's kind of how Lucas Kingambit was in the set, just switching in, protect, switch out, come in, protect, and then when it was needed the most, that Kowtow Cleave Terra Dark combination was more than enough.
I think that's some of the importance of Kingambit, though, right? Because even if it's not, perpetually dealing damage, if it's out in the field, or at least threatening to be out in the field, it's still something your opponent has to worry about. It limits how frequently you can even select your Intimidate Pokemon, right? Where we didn't see Landorus in the Pokemon tracker there, and I think that's a really valuable attribute. I would be shocked if we don't see drastically more Kingambit next weekend because of the success that it's had this weekend.
And also you're saying like, oh, the Kingambit does nothing, but right till the very end, but then it still does something. And the pressure and like just the status that it has on the field anyways. Kingambit's putting in its work, thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what I said. That it was for like 78% of the match. It was sitting there protecting and switching and protecting and switching. And then that last crucial 22%, it was needed and it came in clutch. I'm giving Kingambit credit.
All right. So we'll have to see then how this Kingambit and Luca fares up against James Beck, because as the caster touched upon, long list of accomplishments here and making great use of this team. Of course, the signature Torn by his side and his Hisuian Arcanine as well. It's just a Pokemon that has really seen a lot of use in the meta and being able to 2-0 his opponent to get to the finals.
I was a little surprised we didn't see more of that Arcanine over the course of this weekend. It looked very good in kind of the grassroots events leading up to this tournament. I feel like maybe more players should have stuck with it. James showing how powerful it is here, and I think kind of his team in general, right? It's like a bunch of strong attacking Pokemon on it that maybe are all a little underplayed. Seems like they're all capable of chipping some holes into the opposing teams that maybe they didn't have to deal with throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I think the Hisuian Arcanine is really fascinating. It's kind of like if Landorus' Rock Slide just did more damage, right? You have the Intimidate, same type of attack bonus on the Rock Slide as well. And I think his this combination with the Ogerpon Wellspring form and Power Whip instead of maybe Ivy Cudgel, Grassy Glide, or even just any other move they want, it's risky, but when it hits, which we've seen James Beck actually miss a lot of Power Whips recently, so I'm surprised he brought this attack with him. It does way more damage.
I do think that's kind of an interesting consideration, right? Like, the first time when we saw that, I was like, oh man, this man is addicted to missing moves. But we have seen quite a few times on stream, especially in the Ogerpon mirror, where like gets a big attack off, the opposing Ogerpon survives with like 10%, and then it's a huge problem still throughout the match. I mean, that extra damage can matter sometimes, and even though, not having like the healing effect or the extra damage and accuracy from Woodhammer, Power Up definitely has its place.
100%, but we have two very capable trainers here in the finals of the Peoria Regional Championships, and now it's time to head over to our casters to get underway with our finals match.
Thank you so much, Sierra, Joe, and Scott, for setting the stage for this finals of the Peoria Regional Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Gabby Snyder to walk you through this next and final match of our stream between James Beck and Luca Traegett, who are both on the cusp of being able to claim that regional champion title.
And it's smiles all around for both these trainers who have made their way down victory road to this final stage. James is no stranger to this part of the competition, having won 3 regional championships already in the past, getting top 4 at Worlds a couple of times, and has done a fantastic job of showcasing some of the great new tools in the Teal Mask DLC, in addition to the Golden Go, which really was his signature Pokemon throughout the competition.
Yeah, that Wellspring Ogerpon has been such a force to be reckoned with across all of our trainers in this competition. But Luca Treget, yet another bright VGC star who last season had so much success. 2 top 4s, basically back-to-back. He got day 2 at Worlds, having to go through that day 1 gauntlet to be able to get there. And he's also going to be bringing an Ogerpon in that Hearthflame Ogerpon, but also his signature Pokemon, the Black Glasses Defiant King Gambit.
Yeah, he used the Black Glasses Defiant King Gambit at a time in the metagame last year when many people were relying on bulk for that Pokemon. Black Glasses boosts the damage done by Dark-type moves, and spoiler alert, King Gambit loves to use those Dark-type moves to deal damage. So his signature Pokemon not only getting him through to day 2 of Worlds last year, but also to this final stage here in Peoria.
And what's amazing too is that King Gambit has a much better place in the meta right now, and that's why it's really also just kind of a comfort pick. Not only is it just better, but Luca understands the ins and outs of this Pokemon in particular, and it can play a big role here versus the Golden Go that's on James's side. So how do these Pokemon really match up against each other, and what kind of coverage options exist to be able to keep those two in check? And do James and Luca even bring it? Because think about how James navigated through his top 4 set.
Exactly. We saw James face off against another King Gambit user in top 4. And guess what? The Golden Go was just nowhere to be seen. He did still bring his Intimidate user, that Hisuian Arcanine, which did run the threat of activating the Defiant ability. But interestingly enough, his opponent also left the King Gambit behind. And knowing that he has the Urshifu, knowing that the Ogerpon as well can hit so hard, I don't think it's easy for Luca to lock into that King Gambit as we go into this game number 1.
Well, especially because James has access to the Iron Hands. Those Drain Punches have been so powerful, and these Iron Hands just so tanky and not easy to take down. So that King Gambit does not have nearly as comfortable a place right now in this matchup as you might want to have. But what Luca lacks in the King Gambit, he's able to bring back in other forms of offense. That Flutter Mane, I'm looking at that Hearthflame Ogerpon with that Mold Breaker just being so nice to have, and just being able to dish out big damage into basically everything else except that Wellspring if you're not going to hit it with a grass type attack.
Well, it's also interesting that you bring up the Wellspring Ogerpon, because this matchup is also a bit of a capsule of what the metagame has looked like. Hearthflame Ogerpon and Wellspring Ogerpon were 2 of the most popular Ogerpon here this weekend, and now they are 2 of the Pokemon here in the finals as we get started with this game number 1.
Game number 1 of the Peoria Regional Finals between James Beck and Luca Treget is underway. Luca is going to kick things off with the Flutter Mane and the Hearthflame Ogerpon. And for James, he has the Urshifu Rapid Strike and the Iron Hands.
Flutter Mane is in a great position here to go immediately on the offense, as it does have that Ghost typing, which means it is not threatened by Fake Out. It's also holding Choice Specs. It is one of the most powerful special attackers in the game right now, and 2 of its most common targets are standing across the field from it right now. The big question here is, will James let this Flutter Mane get an attack in, or will he try and make a defensive switch like we've seen him rely on in past games in order to keep one of these 2 Pokemon safe? We've seen that Urshifu like to swap around a lot, but it's actually Luca who's starting things off with a switch, saving that Flutter Mane as possibly an end game position for him, sending in the Tornadus in its spot.
Yeah, the Flutter Mane looks so good there as well, because you're looking at the Urshifu and the Iron Hands on the other side and saying, okay, Dazzling Gleam looks fantastic here. But if you leave that Pokemon on the field, you run the risk of it getting knocked out immediately, especially when you know that this Urshifu is the Rapid Strike. It's going to be hitting really hard, and then Ogerpon takes the Fake Out too. So Surging Strikes is open to just hit into this Tornadus. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough to be able to pick up the knockout, but Tornadus is taking a significant amount of damage. that you just lose the citrus berry now, and you're really forced into a position where this Tornadus has to start getting value up now.
Well, fortunately for Tornadus, the one thing that it loves to do in these Pokemon battles is utilize its Prankster ability to set up Tailwind immediately on the field and then get knocked out. So interestingly enough, James might not attack that Pokemon this turn, anticipating that it's going to set up Tailwind, anticipating that it's going to be a bit more of a passive Pokemon on the field right now, and focus in on that Ogerpon, which is one of the most powerful Pokemon. Hearthflame also with the Mold Breaker ability, the ability to boost its attack if it decides to Terrastalize. There are so many things this Ogerpon can do this turn to deal some big damage to the Iron Hands or possibly the Urshifu.
What's really tough in this position, though, is that this Urshifu is also naturally faster. So if you do end up seeing something like the Tailwind come through from Luca's side, that Urshifu is just out of here. So James decides to keep it safe, bring it back into its Pokeball to bring out his own Tornadus in its place. And there is a Terrastalization. This is going over to that Hearthflame Ogerpon. May as well get it up and running, even in the face of something so detrimental like a Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Yeah, that Embody aspect as well, going to boost its attack by 1 stage, and that could mean the Horn Leech would have been enough to pick up the KO on the Urshifu. There's the Tailwind for that speed support, and here comes that attack.
Tornadus wants to take that even better than that Urshifu would have liked. So, Drain Punch in response. Ogerpon does take a pretty good chunk of damage from that. But now it's time for James to start maybe matching that Tailwind, and it's also staggered. So if James is able to get this up second, he will have a turn or two that he will be able to have the speed more in his favor.
It puts Luca in a tough position because you might want to swap out your Tornadus to try and reset the Tailwind later on in the match, but you don't necessarily want to send Fluttermane out onto the field. It's not a bulky Pokemon. You don't want to risk it taking damage. I think that's exactly why he uses Protect this turn. Just figure out what his opponent's going to do and try to find the opportunity to win the speed control long term.
Yeah, and Horn Leech here as well. It's just going to help keep this Ogerpon safe. There's not a lot that this Iron Hands can do to threaten a knockout onto this Ogerpon, but I mean, Wild Charge is still a hefty amount. This Horn Leech is only going to be healing up ever so slightly to mitigate this damage coming in from the Iron Hands, and now that you've also matched speeds, James is in a pretty good position to just kind of either start dealing damage with something like the Bleak Wind Storm or switch out to something that might be even better. You can see him checking those Tailwind turns to see whether or not he's going to be able to actually preserve his Tornadus, or even if Luca may want to preserve his.
I also find it interesting that we've seen Luca primarily rely on Horn Leech here for damage, and I think he's just being extra afraid of the threat of a Rain Dance from the opposing Tornadus, as unless he has his Urshifu in the back of the party, setting up Rain to weaken those Fire-type Ivy Cudgels could be huge.
Ooh. Iron Hands on a little bit of a precarious position after that Horn Leech. This may be enough healing, especially if this Bleak Wind Storm sadly is going to miss the Fluttermane and not the Ogerpon. But you were definitely wanting to play for a miss there, but the Heavy Slam read again! How are these trainers able to get this right every single time? A one-hit knockout into the Fluttermane means a major source of damage is now off the field for Luca.
You know, it makes sense to click Heavy Slam there, though, because even if it is still that Tornadus on the field, it's taken so much damage. It's possible that would have been a knockout anyways. You don't risk taking recoil damage from the Wild Charge, and if you do catch a Fluttermane on a switch, it just does so much damage. You can ring that bell, get that knockout, and then move on with this match. As Fluttermane, again, is really one of the most offensive Pokemon we've seen Luca reveal so far in this matchup. Now that it's removed, that makes this battle so much harder for him to win.
Yeah, that was why, like, the turn one, it was already very scary. There's the Urshifu and the Iron Hands on the opposing side. You can hit both of them super effectively, but now the Tornadus comes into play. It's under Tailwind, you fall for the taunt, and now Tornadus, though, not falling for that trick, goes for the Bleak Wind instead, recognizing how these speeds really stack up against each other. So Iron Hands now off the field. This Ogerpon still has a chance to go for some damage, and didn't see the Rain Dance. So if this is enough to be able to knock out this Tornadus, now the Tailwind is off the board for James too. down to his final 2 Pokemon here, which we know is the Urshifu.
It's interesting that James has opted to bring Taunt on his Tornadus versus Luca's own Protect. Certainly he can't use it now as he has been taunted, but Luca with 3 Pokemon remaining could decide to swap out that Tornadus so that it can reset the Tailwind later on. With the reveal of James's final 2 Pokemon, though, of that Urshifu Rapid Strike and the Ogerpon Wellspring form, this poor Ogerpon on Luca's side of the field is really going to struggle here, and I think has to hope that it can find an opportunity to get that Horn Leech to connect with the Urshifu somehow, even with the Tailwind still up on both sides of the field.
Yeah, I mean, HP recovery would be great. But we do see the Tornadus at least get rid of the taunt here in hopes that the Urshifu will not get knocked out in this turn. It is a follow me as well, so Luca's just content for this Ogerpon to go down here as it's gonna fall to the Surging Strikes coming through from James. Even only takes 1 hit for that knockout to go through. Does mean that the Tornadus can come back in for free. That taunt is now been refreshed, so Tailwind is definitely a possibility here.
It is, and I think what the other possibility here as well, as we see this Ivy Cudgel do a little bit of damage to that Urshifu, is we see James's Tailwind expire, and this is the perfect timing for Luca's own Tornadus to take the field. Now looking at Luca's Urshifu, as I don't think we've seen this Pokemon yet in this set, it is not running the Choice Scarf like James's own Urshifu, it's running Focus Sash, so that Sash has been broken, but it can choose to change its moves, and close combat is definitely the bigger damage onto the Ogerpon.
Oh, but that Ogerpon is just so tanky. That close combat wasn't enough. And so we see the Surging Strikes able to connect into Tornadus, and it was on such low HP already that this is going to be an easy way to clean it up. But we still have yet to also see this Ogerpon move, and Luca's Urshifu is just a sitting duck in this position. James has been able to weave in a fantastic endgame for this game number 1, so James is going to be up 1-0 in this finals.
Power Whip sealing the final damage against that Urshifu. Another unique adaptation from James's Ogerpon in particular. We've seen most of the Ogerpon here this weekend run Ivy Cudgel, as it is one of the best new moves released in the DLC, alongside of Spiky Shield, maybe a Follow Me, maybe a Horn Leech, but Power Whip is high risk, high reward. It does more damage, and it's one of the most powerful physical grass type moves out there, but it can miss. But you don't need to worry about missing a 1-hit knockout when you target down Heavy Slam into that Flutter Mane that swapped in. Again, that was such an incredible read from James, and the fact that we've seen that exact turn play out twice throughout this tournament is really exciting.
Well, you made a great call though, right? Heavy Slam was just a perfect option in that particular instance because it covers for the knockout onto the Tornadus, and then if you catch the Flutter Mane, wow, are you in a good spot for the rest of the game. So James just so heavily able to swing that momentum in his favor, and it's not like Luca has a terribly bad matchup with this either. That Hearthflame Ogerpon is a little bit more difficult to be able to put into the right position to deal with the Wellspring Ogerpon as well as the Urshifu on James's side, but he was still confident enough in that pick to be able to bring it.
I also find it very interesting that James's 2 Pokemon in the back towards that end game were his 2 Water-type Pokemon, recognizing that the Hearthflame Ogerpon was kind of stuck out on the field. You know, it felt like Luca couldn't really swap that Pokemon around as much as he would have liked, largely due to how the Flutter Mane was KO'd so quickly, and I think also largely due to the fact that he didn't have his bulkier Pokemon available to him. You know, looking at his overall team composition, you know, the Landorus would love to be able to U-turn in and out of the field to get those Intimidates. The King Gambit as well tends to be a little bit more naturally bulky compared to the other Pokemon on his team. But with neither of those Pokemon available to Luca at that point in time, I think it was very safe for James to keep those water Pokemon in the back and then just have them clean up once the threat of Ogerpon had been dealt with.
I do wonder if that final turn looks a little bit differently if Luca does go for something like the Spiky Shield instead. If you are anticipating the Urshifu trying to target that down, then maybe you just get a couple of extra chip damage in there, and something like an Aqua Jet might be able to just kind of pick it up or just some sort of extra damage from your faster Pokemon now that Tailwind is active.
Yeah, there were certainly options for him in that end game, and I think
tough to call.
It's so tough to call indeed. I think that you really, at that point in time, you're playing James's own game, and that can be very intimidating. I mean, James is one of the most decorated Pokemon players who competed here this weekend, and, you know, staring him down in the finals with the pressure on you, not only just for this one particular match, but really the whole tournament has built up to this moment. I think it's very easy to sort of lose track of those more minute win conditions, those little bits of chip damage that you need in order to lock in those knockouts for your other Pokemon. But you do have time here to reset in between games, and you do have a moment to breathe, to meditate, like we were just saying before the break. And really, you need to take every single opportunity to ground yourself, as, you know, game 2 is a fresh start. You didn't win game number 1, but you can certainly come back game number 2 and then win game number 3 to still win that championship title.
Absolutely. And so you know both trainers are going to be thinking very critically about these next leads. Do we see the run back? Is James confident enough in that strategy? He did decide to leave the Golden Go at home, which is something that we saw him do in that top 4 set. There's so many different threats. And also just Arcanine just not feeling quite good into this either, just in case Luca for some reason decides to bring that King Gambit. Things could get very out of hand very quickly if the right pieces of your puzzle aren't in front of that King Gambit to take it out. But it looks like we are about ready to get into this game number 2 of the finals of the Peoria Regional Championships. James Beck is up 1-0 over Luca Traget, but Luca needs to win this next game to get back into things. Let's go ahead and get into game.
Well, if there's one way to start the game off on the right foot, it is with the Ogerpon and the Tornadus on Luca's side of the field. James opting for the same lead that we saw from him in game number 1. And unlike James's own Tornadus, unfortunately, Luca's is not holding that Covert Cloak. So that means that a Fake Out is a real threat for him right now. And if he's really worried about that, you could go for a Protect, but then maybe James tries to take advantage of that. Leading the Iron Hands is such a great position for him to be in this matchup because it's so bulky. It gives you the opportunity to flinch, and it gives you the option to do significant damage to both those Pokemon on Luca's side as well.
But this is a much better position for Luca to be in. You saw that the Flutter Mane was a lead for Luca in that game number 1, but this time around not showing that in hand just yet. James is going to be the first to make a pivot. It's going to be his own Tornadus now hitting the field to match that of Luca's, and the Protect makes so much sense in case you were worried about the Fake Out like you were saying. But now Ogerpon is just able to go for the Horn Leech. Would have been a nice target if that was still the Urshifu, but at the very least, this Tornadus gets protected from this Wild Charge. So a really good turn here for both trainers.
And now we get a really interesting interaction here because we have not seen both of these Tornadus have the opportunity to move on the field at the same time. Luca could still opt to swap out that Tornadus like we saw him do in game number 1, but we saw how poorly that went for him previously. I don't think that's a risk you take the second time around. I think you might just try and go for a Tailwind or try to go for a Bleak Windstorm, get that slight speed advantage, and then utilize Ivy Cudgel to deal Fire-type damage to knock out the opposing Tornadus before they set up Tailwind. It's this big game right now of will they, won't they Tailwind, and giving yourself an extra boost of terastallization damage is going to help you power through, but that is not an Ogerpon.
It's not an Ogerpon. That is, in fact, a Tornadus, and you are seeing things correctly, that is the Poison Terra type for this Tornadus, and it's a Rain Dance, expecting some Fire-type damage to come through here from that Ogerpon, and maybe being able to mitigate that. But on the flip side of things, that Rain Dance sets up this Bleak Windstorm perfectly. Now this is going to be fully accurate in the rain, and the Ivy Cudgel, yes, its damage does get mitigated, but Tornadus is still gonna be able to hang on. Look at that Heavy Slam as well. What a fantastic poison defensive Terra type to really help keep this Tornadus alive.
And not only that, opting to go straight for the Bleak Windstorm on his Tornadus on the off chance that James went for the taunt into that Pokemon. Had they both gone for Prankster boosted attacks, you could enter this interesting speed tie where if James's Tornadus went first and went for a taunt, then Luca's own Tornadus would not have been able to move there. You know, we haven't seen these speed tiers play out yet. One has always been using Prankster versus the other one doing damage, but maybe this is finally the indication of how that'll play out.
Nope, you're not going to get that this time around either,
Darn.
Gabby. Sorry, because it is the Tailwind, and Luca's going to continue to commit to the Bleakwind Storm. The Hornleech too, just dealing some chip. This Iron Hands does have a bit of a predicament where it's not easy to be able to get that HP recovery right now. So you may as well try to get that damage down, and Tornadus very easily being able to reserve some of this HP through the Citrus Berry.
An excellent use of terrestrialization. That defensive Terra that you called out allowed that Tornadus to hold on for that +1 turn, so that if Luca goes for Tailwind here, they are staggered once again, but this time he will benefit from that additional turn of Tailwind. That being said, though, we could see a really interesting interaction play out here, as Urshifu also has access to a priority move and is speed boosted by Tailwind right now.
Yeah, but the biggest issue too is that, you know, even though you're able to get the Bleakwind down, it is going to be more accurate in the rain. It knocked out the Tornadus just to allow this water-type Urshifu to be able to hit the field. Terrestrialization is committed. All of these Surging Strikes are going to be even more powerful, and Tailwind now getting matched by Luca. Now he gets a chance to stagger that out, but is he going to be able to last that long? Surging Strikes are now in full effect here for James, and that Urshifu on the income not going to be taking as much damage, but that's still a significant amount, and we still have yet to see what the Iron Hands is going to do.
Yeah, if James called this switch and attacked that Urshifu, that could be a critical 1-turn knockout there, knocking out one of Luca's most powerful Pokemon right when it hit the field.
And that was great coverage as well. Either you get the knockout onto the Hearthflame Ogerpon with the Surging Strikes, and if you double into that slot, then you're able to just hit something else. What a great call by James. He's just playing so fundamentally, and this matchup has just felt like his game the entire time. He is so close to getting another regional championship under his belt, but Luca is giving it everything he's got. He still has the Hearthflame Ogerpon, but he also still has a 4th and final in the back.
And you also have to remember that he will have 1 turn of Tailwind where there isn't a Tailwind set up on James's side of the field. For now, though, the speeds are tied with the callouts of that Choice Scarf on the Urshifu, so James can pretty comfortably target into the Choice Specs Flutter Mane on Luca's side of the field. He has to make a tough call here. Do you try and swap in that Ogerpon to take damage and stall out this turn so Flutter Mane can take the advantage, or do you just hope that somehow there's a way?
Well, at least the Tailwinds are matched here, so that does help out a little bit to not have to deal with the Iron Hands as much, but you're right, this Flutter Mane is just under so much pressure that Luca doesn't have an option right now except to remove it from the field, bring the Ogerpon back in, and just hope that it's enough. But it's the Surging Strikes to move first. And it is going right into that Ogerpon with the Rain Boost, the Terra, the same type attack bonus. Ogerpon does not stand a chance. And this Iron Hands also gets a chance to follow up if it doesn't get knocked out first by this Tornadus.
It's going to be tough, as even though Bleakwind Storm is going to connect with both these Pokemon, it doesn't do enough damage. The Assault Vest Iron Hand taking another hit to fire back a Wild Charge, will be knocked out by the recoil damage, but it has done its job. Luca only has 1 Pokemon left, keeping James from that 4th regional champion title.
Iron Hands does go down. But the Flutter Mane, you can see Luca shaking his head. He does not believe that this Flutter Mane is going to be enough, because what's in the back? It's that Wellspring Ogerpon that has yet to have hit the field. It's in the rain. It's just set up for success. And while the fact that this Flutter Mane does have those choice specs, James still has the ability to hit it really hard. Dazzling Gleam comes out first. Now the speed's in his favor. The Urshifu does go down here, but the Wellspring Ogerpon gets a chance to fight back. 1 more Pokemon stands in between James's way. The rain, the Ivy Cudgel, Flutter Mane goes down, and James Beck is your Peoria Regional Champ. champion.
Showcasing the signature Pokemon of the Golden Go throughout Swiss. It was the Ogerpon that delivered that final bonk to victory for James, and what an incredible victory it was indeed. I think his team showcased some of the, familiar, the favorite tools from past regulations, and then merging them perfectly with the newer Pokemon, the Hisuian Arcanine, the Wellspring Ogerpon, to build a well-balanced team for this newly recrowned regional champion. What a fantastic battle between him and Luca. That being said, Luca as well, what a fantastically played game from him. He was trying to find those outs, that defensive Terra into the poison typing on the Tornadus. Just truly had the tools there, but could not find the alignment against James.
Yeah, it's still an incredible accomplishment to get to second. You may be the runner-up finalist here, but you still had to go through a tough schedule of trainers and to even get to this point. And we got delivered a fantastic match to finish out the Peoria Regional Championships. Here's the Bleak Windstorm. It really felt like in this moment of game number 2 that Luca had a great opportunity. You knocked out the Tornadus, but it left an opening for another Pokemon to come in under tailwind conditions and also with the rain.
I know, and this is why I love how both these trainers adapted their Tornadus play so that it was a secondary Pokemon sent out onto the field. It just gave you the ability to bring that speed control a little bit later on, to have that defensive positioning to sort of make these plays a little bit easier, to get all this damage to add up. But unfortunately, it just was not enough in the end to pick up the knockout on that Iron Hands. It was so close, but Assault Vest just kept that Pokemon around.
It really did. That was like a Hail Mary play as well.
Yeah.
If you do knock out the Iron Hands there, then your Tornadus is around to at least help out one more time. Maybe you do get something like a speed drop where you're just able to get a critical hit with Bleak Windstorm. Maybe that game looks just a little different. But even from game 1 to game 2, all of the sets that we saw from James the entire weekend, he was so on point with his calls, his board positioning, the way he was able to just keep playing proactively. That's what it takes sometimes, and that's what he's been really good at with the teams he's been running as of late.
I think there's 2 different ways that you can approach playing Pokemon as a competitive game, and one of them is that proactive play where you try and set the pace and tell your opponent to keep up. The other is reactive. You look at what your opponent has, you look at their options, and you figure out your strategy from there. I think what we saw from James throughout this entire weekend was just a masterclass in how to have that proactive play. Whether it was setting up Rain Dance for your 2 water type attackers in the back of your party, or if it was using Nasty Plot on your Golden Go against a Trick Room team where otherwise you would have been just protecting and stalling that Trick Room out. He did a very good job of forcing his opponents to adapt to his strategy to play his game. And I think that's exactly why he was crowned regional champion this weekend.
He's always had great fundamentals.
Yeah, for sure.
And I remember one of the very first tournaments that I got a chance to cast him, it was the Latin American International Championships in 2019. James did so phenomenally at that event, and to see him kind of continue that success and just how he's just kept up that consistency. This was a long time coming for him to be able to grab another regional championship title. And not only does he claim the title, he is also qualified for the World Championships already. So we get a chance to see James Beck and Riley Factura at the World Championships in Hawaii. Already, that's it. He's done. He doesn't need any more CP unless he wants to go for the travel award.
I think James will probably be going for a couple of those travel awards, as I think he's earned them in the past, and rightfully so. He's one of the best players out there. But I'm so glad that you brought out the fact that he won the qualification. He also mentioned on social media ahead of time that he's finally won a Pikachu medal. So I feel like that was really the highlight for him. Yeah, you qualified for Worlds, but I got the Pikachu medal. And not only is it the medal, it's the gold medal. So truly a fantastic journey down victory road for James.
Yeah, and truly good as gold as well.
Oh, that I should have gone for that.
Yeah, we got both out there.
Yeah, we
it's
did.
Okay.
We did. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the helping hand.
It has been a wild ride, though, in terms of the Peoria Regional Championships, getting a chance to experience what Regulation E has to offer, and so early. Was the other thing that was really impressive about James's play throughout the weekend is there's been a lot of wacky stuff out there, and everybody has brought out all of the creativity and all the stops to be able to put on a great performance at Peoria. And that's what's so exciting about a new regulation, but what also can be so tricky to play in and also win. Well, you don't know what you're going to face.
Exactly, and that's also, I think, why we saw these balanced teams, these balanced compositions, the good stuffs, do incredibly well here this weekend. If you're not sure what you're going to face, you can take two approaches. You can just go something completely crazy with it, or you can go for consistency. And you know, personally, I think that going crazy with it is a lot of fun, and we've seen so many trainers come up with creative teams throughout this weekend that I cannot wait to see how they respond to what we've seen develop here this weekend. But at the end of the day, it really is that consistency that you have to aim for if you want to be the one standing at the end, if you want to make it to the World Championships and get your Pikachu medal.
That's true. The Pikachu medal is very coveted and very, very hard to come by.
For sure.
But trainers only have 1 week. Sacramento is right around the corner. Hopefully players are able to take some inspiration from what has happened in Peoria, what has been going on in the online scene, maybe even just try to think about something that could break the current meta as we've seen it so far. But there's so much meta development that we still have yet to experience. And so Sacramento will also be very telling, because it's not too often that we have regionals back-to-back where players need to adapt so fast to what they saw.
And that's why I think we're still going to see a lot of creativity in Sacramento, because everybody who's watching the stream now, whether it's live with us, hello, or if you're watching it on demand later on in the day, you can look at what did well. And if you are running something that's a little bit unique, your Clefairy Okidogi composition, your Psy Spam composition, you can now adapt that so it is able to handle the Iron Hands, the Landorus Therian, the Ogerpon Wellspring. These are all Pokemon that have proven themselves in competition and as a result have targets on their back as we move quickly into the next regional championship. It's possible that people won't have a lot of time to make a full pivot to a new team, which means if you could just tweak 1 or 2 moves so that you have the favorable matchups into that team, you could be giving yourself a huge advantage when you go to sit round 1 next weekend.
That's so true. There's a lot of meta adaptations that you can make, small tweaks to the team that can really help it excel against some of these bigger meta threats. You saw those usage stats. They're pretty centralized right now in terms of what is at the top of the top for those top 12. But we also saw a bunch of one-ofs just even in the top cut. I mean, like Iron Bundle Heatran was not super prevalent in day number 2, but you still had like Gastrodon making an appearance there. Riley brought Dragonite and Chien-Pao, and you still have the opportunity to see stuff like Dusclops from Leonard Kraft, the Okidogi and the Clefairy coming through from Justin Knox. Like this top cut already just brought so much versatility. We don't usually see that, especially, well, I don't know, look back a few events ago and Fluttermane was on every team. Ogerpon was also on every team, but at least there's a few forms of that.
Yeah, and I also think the way that you approach playing with the Ogerpon form that you choose is a little bit different for against a Fluttermane, because at the end of the day, even if you're running Booster Energy versus Choice Specs, you're still going to be dealing some big Fairy type damage. You may have Icy Wind on there for speed control. There's only so much variance that you can build into that single Pokemon, whereas not only does Ogerpon have 4 different masks, it has 4 different types, it has 4 different abilities, it has 4 different stat boosts thanks to that Embody aspect ability. You know, Cornerstone Ogerpon was nowhere to be seen on stream this weekend, but it did really well comparative to how little people brought it into the tournament. There's a lot of potential there, and I think as we play more tournaments, as we get more experience with Regulation E, there will be opportunities to work in those Pokemon to fit your playstyle.
For sure. I would love to see if we can get maybe some more Sinistra.
Yes.
I think that was a really interesting niche pick to be able to see. That Blood Moon or Saluna was also super fun to watch on stream. Weren't too many of them that actually ended up making it into day number 2. There are only 3, but 2 of them did make top cut. So
that's really good.
That is very high conversion rate to success, if you ask me. But there's also still like so much more room to grow, even out the Trick Room archetype. And yeah, there's just so much. Even Ogerpon, we saw a ton of different variations of what the grass type move outside, like what the grass type move would be.
Yeah.
Like Horn Leech, fantastic. We saw Vine. I was
no
gonna say
Vine
Whip.
Whips. No Vine Whips.
I was,
Not yet.
I was gonna say Vine Whip, but it was
Power Whip. It's the big brother of Vine Whip. You know, you do a lot of training and then you get to the Power Whip.
Ivy Cudgel and Vine Lasso. Just to be able to wrangle your opponents with the Ogerpon is really where it should be going. But even on top of that too, like Substitute. I did not have that on my bingo card as like a tech choice to really put onto the Ogerpon. And we also saw, of course, Sword Stance sets to really help boost up that attack stat even further. So lots of different ways that these Pokemon were built, and we'll see the meta start to conglomerate a little bit when we look ahead to Sacramento, and even right around the corner as well. I think we also have Toronto later on this month.
Yeah, so maybe
it's a lot.
Maybe get your Halloween costumes ready for that. But
I better see some good costumes.
Yes, we will get there. We will get there in time. But now it is time for our award ceremony. So Sierra, please take it away.
Thanks so much, you two. I am here at the finals of the Peoria Regional Championships, ready to celebrate the trainers who have fought so hard to get to this point. First off, welcoming to the stage, we have to bring up our finalist, Luca Trejsgut. Congratulations on the run. It's always a bummer when it ends in second, but this was a really difficult matchup for you. So how do you then go into adjusting to try and find a way to this win?
Well, James had a pretty good idea of using rain with Garsh and Water Ogerpon, so I think I might steal that later. So, but no, the matchup was incredibly rough. I had very few actual switch into surging strikes. Like my owner Shifu, I swapped it in, which is it still took 80%. It was the only mon that could actually survive it, and it still almost fainted. So. Yeah, it was a rough matchup going in, but like James played it incredibly well. I think I played it as well as I could have. So overall, I'm still very happy. I walked away with second. I'm overall very happy with the way I played this entire tournament. So I can't complain.
Getting second place, you're getting a bunch of championship points, a bunch of cash, and you're getting to the finals with this Kingambit that you're known for as well. So looking at the rest of the season, are we going to see a lot more of you as you try and go for that first place spot?
I think after getting second here, I think why not? I wasn't planning on going, but now I think I might be going to LAIC now, just because of how well I did at this event. I think maybe I can repeat that performance, maybe even go even a little further next time, you know. So I think I'll be going to a lot more events this season. Yeah.
I like that. It's just one step forward. Just one more.
One more step, yeah.
And last but not least, before I let you go, any final shout outs after getting this medal and this achievement?
Just shout out to guys. You all know who you are. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to my mom, my brother, my grandma. Shout out to all my friends. You all know who you are. That's about it.
And thank you so much. Congratulations again on your run. Thank you. And you. And now we have to congratulate our champion here at the Peoria Regional Championships and bring up James Beck. James, congratulations on another regional championship title, the second NA regional. You're managing to get that first place spot. You got your Worlds invite. How are you feeling?
Oh, it feels great. Not only to just top 8 a regional, the last time was late when I won the Daytona Regional Championship in like 2019, but also like getting a Pikachu medal, which I had bricks, but I don't have the medal, and winning another regional. It's been a while, so nothing but joy.
And it was such a great match. This team that you've brought, because we've gotten to see what they're kind of up and down, and bringing this rain dance, I mean, it's an incredible choice going into this weekend.
Yeah, like the Urshifu with Choice Scarf is actually really good. The Rain Dance Taunt Torn was really valuable. It's actually funny, me and Luca were late in the same car ride, and I was asking him like, hey, what do you think about like Taunt and Rain Dance? Because that's what I was considering. He said, I don't know, mate, I'd rather have Protect. And I'm like, I don't know, Rain Dance Taunt seems pretty good with Choice Scarf for Urshifu, so you know what, why not?
I mean, you might have convinced him to maybe look at this rain dance going into the future and stuff too. But you two, you traveled here together, you stayed together, so then it's so sweet that you win an event, but you also have to take down a friend in the process.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Pokemon, you can only have one winner, so no matter what, like even if I lost, I was happy for Luca, and this result, like we're happy either way.
But congratulations on getting your first Pikachu medal here. Before I let you go, celebrate with your friends. Do you have any final words?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to everyone who's been supporting, not only just like the people who are watching, the people who have been cheering me on, my friends, Gaz, my family, all that, but also like the staff have been incredible. My opponents were really great today. Like it's just a great event all around.
But congratulations yet again on taking down the entire event. It has been such a great time watching these matches play out. This event, just in general, has been such a ride. And now it's time to head back over to the lounge with our casters to wrap up our day.
Well, Ogerpon has won its first regional championship, and of course, it is the Wellspring Mask taking home the title for James Beck here in Peoria. What an incredible weekend we've had, Scott and Rosemary, and just want to get your thoughts first, Scott, as Rosemary got to get her thoughts out on the cast there. What were you thinking while you were watching?
I had a chance to breathe for a second too, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was kind of an interesting team to win, right? Where I feel like the first tournament in a format kind of sets the stage, and in some ways I feel like even though James's team kind of has more Pokemon that you associate with the previous regulation, I kind of felt like maybe to me he thought a little bit harder about this format than some of his opponents had. I feel like some like the newer cores of Pokemon maybe weren't all the way there yet, where because his team kind of had a lot in common with things we'd seen before, it was like the Terra types in particular just felt like there was a little bit better adapted for Regulation E, where maybe after this some of the other archetypes will catch up, where I just thought it was cool where, he didn't kind of have the Pokemon that seemed like they were the trend over the course of the weekend, and I'm curious to see how players are going to react to that.
Yeah, Rosemary, it really seemed like James took conventional Pokemon but made it more comfortable for him, right? Golden Goat, but now Terra Dragon, and Ogerpon, but actually having Power Whip, which nobody else was really using. So it sounded like he was off-the-wall strategies, but using more comfortable strategies specifically for his matchup style.
Well, absolutely. I mean, James has always been one of those players that has been so good at playing a positional game. He's really great at thinking like 4 or 5 turns ahead. He keeps in mind all of those different terrain conditions, and he plans it all out so that he has the right pieces ready to go at the right time. You can even see that with like the way that those tailwinds interacted with each other. Once it was expired, he was good to go. Like he knew where to go from there.
Yeah, so let's check out the standings, the overall final standings of how we had it here in Peoria. And you can see James Beck and Luca facing off against each other in the finals. But all 8 of our trainers that made it to Top Cut this weekend, putting on great performances. Riley getting another Top Cut after finishing and winning in Pittsburgh. Leonard with a great job with his Blood Moon. What were some of your favorite teams and performances from these 8 trainers?
For me, I mean, I guess I was pretty excited by Justin Knox's team. Unfortunately, we kept putting him in stream and matchups where he didn't really get to show off what he had, but I just thought his Pokemon really cool. Yeah, I was really excited to get to see Okidogi this weekend, even though, unfortunately, I wasn't able to win on stream. I think he did prove that it's a strong Pokemon that people should take a look at. I think everyone's always excited when they get to see Clefairy, and I think Blood Moon or Saluna are both on his team, and I think seemingly everyone who used it on stream, I think it definitely proved it's a Pokemon worth building around. I'm pretty excited to see all 3 of those Pokemon throughout the rest of this regulation.
Yeah, I'm also taking note of the fact that there is an Ogerpon on all 8 Top Cut teams. It is pretty evenly distributed between whether it's the Wellspring or the Hearthflame, but it is something that people are going to have to play around. You've got double grass on some of these teams with Rillaboom next to an Ogerpon, and what does that bring to the table in terms of actual meta calls or even just meta evolution over the next few weeks?
Yeah, I think it's really important how the Ogerpon metagame develops, and specifically sometimes it feels like it's actually better not to terrestrialize and keep that base grass type form that it has before it terras. But let's hone in a little bit more on these two players in the finals. We had some grassroots events that hoped that they were really going to match what the metagame would be in Peoria, and Tornadus did not perform well, yet here we are in the finals with two great friends, each having a Tornadus on their team.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that, right? Both it and kind of the Urshifu, which, I kind of had fallen off more and more since the end of Regulation D. I do think it's probably worth taking note, the Hisuian Arcanine winning the tournament, though. I think both that and Gastrodon have performed a lot better in the grassroots events. I was a little surprised that the usage for both of those Pokemon was pretty low this weekend, like very little of both of them. I think we saw a lot more Arcanine today on stream than we did yesterday, and I think that might be something to take note of, where Intimidate in general is just very strong right now, and I think kind of the game around cycling it in and out or not is really important to keep in mind as trainers prepare for future events.
I really love how, especially James in particular, wasn't afraid of taking a Drain Punch. Like, that's how you could tell he's very comfortable with his calculations, knowing how much damage he could take or how much damage he could afford to give over and healing to a Drain Punch and still be able to hit back hard enough where he was able to take down those games. That was so impressive.
Yeah, it was awesome to see how that matched. And we love the storylines when friends come together in the finals, right? It's adorable.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wins at that point. You saw even Luca had a smile on his face, being happy that James was able to pick up his 4th regional championship. But of course, there were many Pokemon used here in day 2. Let's take a look at the top usage, and back on top of the throne where he belongs, Scott, is Landorus Therian.
Yeah, I mean, looked less good at the end, right? Yeah, non-regional champion Landorus Therian for him. I do think that largely these Pokemon are the ones to target going into future events, where I think especially that top 6 is going to continue to be something we see in a lot of teams. I think some of the cores involving them, I guess Ogerpon did just fine, right, appearing on every team in the top 8, but I think some of the newer cores maybe are going to get developed a little bit more, and I think we'll kind of see them evolve more and more, where I would guess the kind of the cores involving some of the Pokemon we've seen more. I mean, see Urshifu and Tornadus at least make it onto the chart down there, are probably a little better developed, and I'm curious to see if they'll have further to go or not. But yeah, I think it's nice to see things changed up a little bit, Weird to see one of these charts where Fluttermane isn't the first picture.
I'm okay with that. And like, honestly, looking ahead to future events, I expect that Fluttermane percentage is going to fall. I think that it was pretty underwhelming in this event in particular, and that might be a Pokemon that people start to lean away from, especially knowing that there's also things like Blood Moon or Saluna that has an ability that would be able to hit it, and just overall better meta threats.
Yeah, I think the big thing to me as we look at this is how everything turned out in actuality. Let's compare it to what we thought was going to happen. And I'll take the hit here because I really did think that there was a chance. One, Landorus, #1 usage Pokemon, Intimidate all over the place. Hisuian Arcanine intimidating as well. I thought this was the chance for Milotic or Empoleon to show up and have a big performance, but everyone was just like, no, I'll just use Wellspring Ogerpon instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think to an extent we were kind of looking at the new entrants of Regulation E for the most part for this, and I guess the one Pokemon we all kind of missed was the Blood Moon or Saluna performing so well. I was a little surprised we didn't see more from Sinistcha. I think I was less surprised by the other two. I think Ninetales is really cool, but I think the surviving to get Aurora Veil up step is pretty tricky, and we did see some of the Ninetales teams, they just kind of didn't make it happen. Okidogi at 5th, though, I was happy to see that. The one member of the Loyal 3 who actually got some work done.
At least Gabby and I got the King Gambit. So I'm sorry, Joe. It wasn't a different definer competitive user. It was the other one. Yeah. I guess Guard Dog too, if you kind of want to consider it that way. But yeah, King Gambit showed up in a really big way. Sierra was able to also split the difference. She got 2 right with the Hearthflame and the Wellspring Ogerpon. So much credit to that too. But we have more to discover. We still have several weeks left of Regulation E. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, it's just the beginning, and we actually are running out of time for everybody heading to Sacramento. We're already less than a week away if you're getting your travel ready to come to Sacramento on that Friday, October 13th, right around the corner at the end of October as well. Halloween-ish weekend in Toronto should be a good time.
That's why we said we want to see the costumes.
Ooh,
we want to see the cosplays. You guys better show up in a big way. That's just a fun event. To think about it being near like a Halloween weekend, but also knowing that there's still so much to discover. There's 10 regionals left, 3 internationals, plenty of chances to be able to come out and play Pokemon. Hope people felt inspired this weekend.
I just really want to see we're doing the cosplay. I just wanted to see what ridiculous Ogerpon masks people can make.
Oh my god.
You've got a month to figure it out, so I'm counting on you, trainers.
Hey, there's a lot of talented cosplayers in the Pokemon community, so I'm sure they're going to come up with some great outfits for that. But let's focus on Sao Paulo, as that will be the first international championship in this format, right? We'll have a couple of regionals beforehand, but Sao Paulo in Brazil should be when the whole world comes together and we see how all the different regions are playing with Ogerpon and friends.
Regions are strong too. I mean, it's always so exciting when we get a chance to see an international competition, because that's really where you get to see the clash of styles. Every region likes to play in a different way, and Latin America look pretty scary right now. They always come up with some spicy things, and even just looking at the regionals that we saw last year, they played a lot of Orthworm, they played a lot of Annihilate, just Pokemon that weren't really on the radars for EU or NA.
Yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun. I think LATAM both has like a bunch of players who are really good at kind of playing the more defensive play style that we saw a lot of this week, as well as some players who are like exceptionally good at finding opportunities to make plays with aggressive Pokemon. I think they may be the best at using the fire type Ogerpon, just kind of based on like playstyle tendencies. I think that should be really fun. And then I kind of think LATAM IC in particular is a lot of fun because there tends to be fewer players maybe than at Europe and North America internationals, and because of that, Swiss tends to be really difficult, right? There's like not really any free rounds where you see a lot of really exciting matchups early in the tournament. So definitely try and show up early for that one, because I think even the early rounds of Swiss could be really exciting.
And now let's circle back finally to Sacramento, which is coming up next week. And of course, we will be broadcasting that as well here on twitch.tv/Pokemon, having all of our games. And the one question I have, we'll start with you, Scott. West Coast regionals have a tendency to be dominated by those West Coast players, right? Is it going to stay with the West Coast champion?
I mean, I guess I like the odd just by virtue of the fact there are probably more West Coast competitors. So
I mean, James Beck isn't a Midwest player, and he won in Peoria. So
yeah, all right. I mean, they just play the odds, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like as a one-time Midwestern player, I think we specialize at losing our own regionals, much like NA at NAIC. But yeah, I think. Sure, but I think. I don't know. I guess I'm more interested in seeing which of like the testing groups wins out, like kind of regardless of what region they play from. I think it was sort of interesting at this tournament where different groups seem to have like different perspectives in the metagame. I think there was a bigger difference kind of in what each group was doing than normal. So I kind of be excited. Is that going to be a whole lot of time to change direction before Sacramento? Who tries, who doesn't, and then what direction do they go in?
East Coast, Beast Coast.
It's a good answer. Good answer, Rose. All right.
For you.
Anyway, let's talk about another portion of the planet that plays this game, and that is Europe, because we'll also have the Leo Regional Championships showcased on this channel, and that's really exciting. If everyone hasn't seen, we're picking up the regionals in Europe for the official broadcast, and they're doing a great job out there in EU, and it should be really exciting. We had Barcelona with Edu winning that one, and we're gonna have another great player qualify for Honolulu as well at Lille.
It should be exciting to see who comes out on top. And I love it too. It's an action-packed day of Pokemon with both regions competing.
It's gonna be a great time. You want to be there.
Yeah, for sure. So let us know how everything went down here in Peoria and your excitement for Sacramento by using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on all of our social media platforms. And of course, if you missed any of the really fun matches we had over the last 2 days, we'll have our uploads onto YouTube. Check out Facebook, Instagram as well for fun photos. And make sure you get your cosplay ready for Toronto. We're giving you almost a month's notice to have a good time, but that is going to be really fun. And for Scott, for Rosemary, for Gabby, Sierra, everybody here, congratulations to James Beck on winning. And before I sign off, you couldn't think I'd go a whole weekend without giving a city fun fact. So I got one last one according to Google.
Okay.
Peoria, Illinois is apparently one of the top 10 most well-mannered cities in the country. So they're very polite here in Peoria. They have a reputation for being very respectful to everybody that visits. So that's all I could find.
What's our metric here for politeness? Is there like a?
Is there like a test?
I didn't dive that far. I just needed one fun fact for it.
That's just the Midwest difference, though. That really is just the Midwest difference.
Yeah,
They're
you can
polite.
count. People are nice in the Midwest.
Yeah, sure.
All right, anyway, on that note, we're going to close it out for today. So thank you, everybody who joined us throughout the weekend. It was a really exciting time here in Peoria, but it's a quick turnaround for Sacramento. So make sure you get some rest, get ready for some West Coast VGC action, and we will see you next week.